Alright. My name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-5057. Item number: SCP-5057. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-5057 is contained in a standard humanoid containment chamber. Excess fluids are to be cleaned as necessary. Consumption of SCP-5057 is strictly forbidden. Description: SCP-5057 is a humanoid automaton made of polypropylene plastic, roughly resembling a clown. It is sentient and capable of speech despite lacking the necessary organs to do so. Though it is capable of movement, SCP-5057 is mostly still and only appears to move when necessary. SCP-5057 secretes a continuous amount of ethylene glycol, CH2OH2. Footnote 1. Ethylene glycol is an odorless, viscous, toxic fluid with a sweet taste, typically used in the production of antifreeze and polyester fibers. On its surface, which coats the plastic it is made out of, the entity claims to be fully edible and repeatedly encourages personnel who interact with it to consume it. Addendum 5057-01.
Hi, kid.
Attached
Now
document.
you are the proud owner
The
of
following
Señor
note was
Taste,
attached to
who is the tiny Señor line
SCP-5057
of
at the time
Professor
of discovery.
Fantastic. Try to collect all the fun for hours. Let your Señors here for fun. Pick up all the Señors. Super fun. Fun for you. Fun of your friends.
Addendum 5057-02. The following interviews and interactions were recorded by the GOI-466 research team during initial containment. Footnote 2. GOI-466 refers to the group of interest, Dr. Entertainment. Interview 5057-01. Begin log.
Good morning.
You have come to have a taste of my body, yes? Oh, please go ahead.
Actually, I'm just here to talk.
I insist. Please be eating me.
No, but that's actually part of what I'm here to talk to you about.
I can talk. I talk right now.
Indeed. Now, let's begin. It says here you are coated in ethylene glycol.
It is what gives me my patented delicious flavor. So please, do not stop further and consume my sweet body.
Well, that's the thing. It's a toxic substance.
Impossible. I am delicious, not toxic. These two are not the same.
Well, you're just plain wrong on that. And even if you weren't leaking ethylene glycol, you're still a choking hazard because you're made of plastic.
You say I am entirely dangerous to eat?
Yes. You're like if someone tried making a really shitty Little Mister.
What is Little Mister?
Don't worry about it, but back on the subject. You're toxic to consume, and that's why you're here. Well, that and the fact you talk.
I do not understand.
We'll go over this again. You are made of plastic and ethylene glycol. You're toxic.
I do not understand still.
Come on, you can talk. Surely you can think, can't you?
I can think.
That's the spirit.
There's a 15-second silence.
Anything?
I must have more time.
I'll leave you to it then. You let me know if you get any thoughts in that little pea brain of yours.
End log.
Hello. I don't understand. It's a humanoid, it's got the paper with the list on it, and it's even got a gimmick. How is that not wondertainment? Ticket number 2345-2263-A. Hermes Pratt, Site 55 Containment Team. Secure, contain, protect.
Interview 5057-02. Begin log.
Good morning. How are you feeling today?
I am considering dilemma.
Ah, so you're thinking about what I told you last time. I wasn't sure you had it in you.
I was made to be eaten by the good little boys and girls, yes?
Theoretically, I mean, you're...
I am toxic. I am plastic and choking hazard. I also accept this. And yet, I was made to be eaten. Why?
It could be any reason. Maybe whoever made you is a sicko. Maybe they just don't know any better. All we can say for sure is that you're here now because of them.
But I am toxic.
You sure are. But, you know, you could pick up hobbies and try something to get your mind off of it.
That's his dilemma. All I know is purpose. I do not know what else I could be.
You managed to think. I'm sure you could figure it out if you tried.
You believes in me?
Of course I do.
But I am toxic.
Okay, so you understand that you're toxic. That's good. But it sounds like maybe it's eating at you. May I suggest something to help get your mind off of things?
Okay.
Why don't you try painting?
What is painting?
Well, you just sort of illustrate how you're feeling using paint and whatnot. Like, you just create whatever is on your mind and you put it to paper. Or, in this case, canvas.
Okay, I will try this painting to overcome my toxic nature.
That's the spirit, friend.
What is friend?
A friend is someone who's there for you and shares in good times and bad, and always makes you feel better. Someone you trust completely.
You are my friend.
That's awful sweet of you. So you'll tell me everything then?
Yes.
And you trust me too?
Yes.
Good, that's good. Since you trust me, why don't I give you a cool new nickname?
This is pleasing.
I'll call you Taste. How does that sound?
Good. I like. But I have questions. I am still toxic?
Why don't we get you some art supplies so you can busy yourself, huh?
In law.
Hello. We will be moving SCP-5057 to general humanoid containment within the week. We apologize for the mix-up, and will endeavor to make sure this does not happen in the future.
Interview 5057-03.
Hello. You mentioned earlier that you had your assistant build rapport with SCP-5057. Maybe now would be a good time to press it for information on its history. We finally assembled a team for the project. And idle hands are devil's playthings after all. Thanks in advance.
Begin log.
Good morning, Taste.
Hi. Behold.
Oh?
SCP-5057 picks up a canvas with a crudely painted image of two individuals. One resembles SCP-5057 and the other is labeled Rex.
Aw, that's cute, I guess. Thank you.
My purpose is now art. Takes mind off toxicity. Feels good.
Maybe you'll get better with time. But for now, I had some questions I wanted to ask you.
Yes, this is good and acceptable.
I wanted to ask you some more about Professor Fantastic. What do you know about them?
Cost-cutting. Effective. Shrewd.
Do you think he had any ill will, considering he made you toxic to consume and all?
No. He only wants to produce fun products for the good little boys and girls. Like me.
I see. So, cutting corners and not wasting a dime. Did he ever mention Dr. Wondertainment by any chance? Perhaps they were associates? Competitors even?
I do not know of one, Dr. Wondertainment.
And do you know where his base of operations is?
I am not knowing. Sorry.
Aren't we friends, Taste? Friends tell each other everything.
Yes, you are friend.
Perfect. So tell me, where is Professor Fantastic?
I do not know.
Do you know what other names he goes by?
I do not know.
Do you know if he's got any abilities? Like anything to help him create anomalies like you?
I do not know.
Do you know anything? Anything at all?
I know I paint now. Feels good. Yeah. I also know you are friend. Friend. Yeah.
You know, friends aren't supposed to let other friends down. You're kind of letting me down here, Taste.
What? What? I am not letting you down. I do not know the things you are asking me. I am sorry, friend.
Then tell me, your friend, everything you know about Professor Fantastic.
He's not knowing. I told you everything I know. Professor Fantastic is make me, is shrewd, and is make toys for the good little boys and girls. That is all I know.
I'm not sure I believe you.
Please, believe. I tell my friend everything. I want good time with friend.
Alright, fine.
Rex pats SCP-5057 on the back. The sleeve of his lab coat is coated in ethylene glycol.
Ugh.
Rex stands and removes his lab coat, wiping his hand with it.
I gotta go for now, bud. Thanks again.
Yes, of course. Friend is happy. I am happy.
In log. Interview 5057-04. Begin log.
Hello.
Rex drags a cart into the containment chamber.
Hello, friend. Are you here to make talk?
I'm here to make sure everything is in order before you leave. You're being moved to a new containment area.
Is it because I am still toxic? I have tried to make myself good and not toxic and move beyond my purpose of being eaten by the good little boys and girls. Is my art not good enough? I can make better.
It's just how things go.
What will I do then?
That's entirely up to you.
Can I continue my art?
Sure.
Can I be your friend?
Stop asking me questions.
I do not understand.
It's just the way things are.
I am happy with myself here. I am happy with friend here.
There's a 30-second silence while Rex moves SCP-5057's paintings onto the cars.
Well, guess what? No one here cares about how you feel.
I do not understand.
Of course you don't understand. You're just a stupid little plastic failure of a children's product.
Rex opens the containment chamber door and pushes the cart through.
I feel not good.
That's not my problem, SCP-5057.
Why call me SCP-5057? Friend calls me Taste.
I'm not your friend.
But
We are not friends, SCP-5057. Do not press this further.
I give you art to keep for memory of time we were friends.
No, I never was your friend.
Okay.
End log. Alright, that's all I have to say about this. Excuse me, it seems I've missed an addendum here. Addendum 5057-03. SCP-5057 was successfully transferred to the recently formed Professor Fantastic research team, led by Dr. Cole. The following interviews and interactions were recorded by Dr. Cole and the GOI-563 research team.
Hello. Sorry to bother you. I know you are very busy, but I had an inquiry about SCP-5057 and its time spent under your care. In your assistant's notes, it says it is very chatty and childlike, but when we spoke, it gave one-word answers and shooed me out of its containment chamber. Did something happen to it that wasn't documented while it was under your care? Thanks in advance. Dr. H. Cole, GOI-563 Research Lead. Secure, Contain, Protect.
Begin log.
Hello, 5057. I see you are painting again.
Art is purpose. Takes mind off toxicity.
Well, I'm glad you've got something to help improve your mental state. And speaking of your mental states, that's why I'm here. I wanted to check in on you and see how you were doing.
SCP-5057 stops painting and turns to face Dr. Cole.
I is feeling toxic. I cannot be eaten by the good little boys and girls because I am toxic. So I make art. But art is not enough. So I make more art.
Yeah, I can see you've been busy.
Yeah, those you needing anything else should not be speaking to me, because I am toxic to eat and be talked to.
What do you mean you're toxic to be spoken to?
I Friends make friends, but friends become mean, and no longer friends.
I'm not sure I fully understand what you mean.
It's because I am stupid little plastic failure of child product.
What? Where did you get that from?
There's a 5-second silence. SCP-5057 turns around and continues painting on its canvas.
What did you mean by that?
Please do not be talking to me. I am toxic to eat and be talking to.
Dr. Cole approaches SCP-5057 and inspects the canvas it is working on.
Okay, I think I get it now. I'll be back later, 5057.
Okay.
End log.
Hello. I believe you should question your assistant again regarding the attached document. Thanks in advance.
Begin log.
Hi, 5057. How are you feeling?
The same.
I'm sorry you're not feeling well, but I'd like to talk to you about what happened.
Okay.
Researcher Rex. How did he treat you?
Rex was friend. Yeah, good friend.
Then why did you do that to the portrait of you two?
Dr. Cole points to the portrait of Researcher Rex in SCP-5057.
I am not wanting to talk about it.
Was he cruel to you?
What is cruel?
Being cruel is like being really mean and unfriendly to someone.
He wasn't being cruel.
What did he do?
He made me feel toxic.
I see. For what it's worth, I don't think you're toxic to talk to, 5057.
Really?
Yeah. You seem like an alright person who is mistreated and led to believe something that isn't true.
But I am still toxic.
You may be toxic to eat, but you are not a toxic person. If anything, I believe Researcher Rex is the real toxic person here.
I am not toxic?
No. You're you. And that's perfectly fine. You know, a real friend wouldn't make you feel toxic. A real friend cares about what you have to say and actually listens to you.
I am me. I am not knowing of what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Why don't you go ahead and paint something new? I have to get in contact with someone about something.
Okay.
End log. Begin log.
Hello, 5057.
Hello? I am feeling very, very good.
That's great. What turned your mood around?
I spent time wondering, what if eyes make people toxic? But you are saying I am not toxic, only to eat. I am perfectly fine, you say. So I spend time wondering, what if Dr. Cole is right? And then I feel good. I have not feel good since Rex was friend.
I'm glad you're feeling better then. By the way, I think you'll be receiving something from your old friend, Rex.
Why is?
Just call it a hunch.
Okay, I is calling it hunch.
So, do you want to show me what you painted today?
Yes, behold.
SCP-5057 steps towards a canvas in the back of its containment chamber and returns with it, handing it to Dr. Cole.
Very nice. Are you done with it?
Yes.
Perfect. Why don't I hang it up for you?
Yes.
Dr. Cole proceeds to place the canvas on the wall hung by a present nail.
There we go. So, now that we've gotten that out of the way, why don't we talk a little about Professor Fantastic?
Okay, but I ask of one thing.
What is it?
Can you be of calling me Taste?
Anything you want, Taste.
Okay, I be telling you everything I know now.
End log. Note. SCP-5057 was questioned for 2 hours following this interaction, but was unable to provide any information on Professor Fantastic. Further research is currently pending. Notice of disciplinary warning.
This notice indicates that I, 𝐻𝒶𝓁𝓗, have been informed by the Ethics Committee of recent rule-breaking behavior. I, 𝐻𝒶𝓁𝓗, agree not to repeat this behavior under threat of further disciplinary action.
Ethics Committee Liaison Signature.
𝐾𝑒𝒃.
Supervisor Signature.
𝐻𝒶𝓁𝓗.
Penalty. Docking of monthly pay. Notes.
Purposeful emotional manipulation of a sentient SCP object violates Ethics Committee Decree 1221-A. Further infractions will be met with termination.
This level of unprofessional behavior is unacceptable. I expected better from someone I trust enough to be my second in command. I expect you to apologize to SCP-5057 as well.
Dear SCP-5057, I am sorry. I shouldn't have treated you the way I did. That wasn't very friend-like of me, and I sincerely hope you're being treated better wherever you are now. Rex.
It's okay.
Alright. That's all I have to say about this subject. 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 Alright. My name is Teacher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-133, SCP-721, and SCP-690. Item number: SCP-133. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. All instances of SCP-133 are stored in their original shipping crates, which are to be stored within a standard safe class storage container at Site-19. Experimentation with SCP-133 may only be performed with prior written permission from at least 2 Level 4 personnel. SCP-133 are a set of 613 black circular pieces of waxy paper-like material 5 cm in diameter. When placed against a solid surface and rubbed, SCP-133 will instantaneously transfer to the surface and create a circular hole. Testing has shown that SCP-133 is capable of penetrating up to 61 centimeters of structural grade steel, where the exact degree of penetration is reduced by extremely smooth or highly dense materials. Examination of holes created by SCP-133 show that they are superficially smooth, but exhibit tool marks consistent with that of extremely fine boring implements at a microscopic level. The exact mechanism by which SCP-133 operates is still under investigation. SCP-133 came to the Foundation's attention following a string of high-profile burglaries in the city of... Suppressed surveillance footage and forensic evidence were brought to the attention of embedded Foundation agents and local law enforcement agencies, and upon attempting to apprehend the culprit, subject placed an instance of SCP-133 over his chest, and local law enforcement officers were administered Class A amnestics and released. The original shipping crate in which SCP-133 was found has been shown to be immune to SCP-133's effect, despite being composed of ordinary wood, and has been incorporated into the containment procedures for SCP-133. Addendum 133-01. Shipping label found with SCP-133. Instant holes, a product of the factory, 800 units. Item number: SCP-721. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. Instances of SCP-721 are to be contained in one of 3 designated lockers at Site-19's low-priority item storage facility, depending on whether they are classified as SCP-721-1, -2, or -3. Each instance must be sealed in a plastic bag with a label that clearly identifies their designation. Upon recovery, all instances of SCP-721 are to be subject to testing with Class D personnel to determine whether they are instances of SCP-721-1, -2, or -3, provided this information is not available from other sources. They are then to be contained according to the procedure outlined in this document. At the time of writing, all 6 contained instances of SCP-721-1 are used to monitor and aid in the containment of sapient Peter class SCP items. Any further instances of SCP-721-1 that are contained may be assigned to similar projects at the discretion of O5As. Contact Site Director Cassidy for further information. Testing of SCP-721-2 requires permission from Dr. Bryce. The use of SCP-721-3 to terminate any person requires approval from no less than 3 personnel with relevant level 4 clearance or higher. Any subject known to have activated an instance of SCP-721-3 is to be euthanized if possible, then disposed of in the nearest suitable furnace. Description: each instance of SCP-721 is a steel cylinder painted black measuring 7 cm in diameter and 2 cm in height. One side is covered by a steel mesh and the other by a weak magnet, labeled with the factory. Testing does not indicate that the material itself has any anomalous properties. Instances of SCP-721 can be further categorized as SCP-721-1, SCP-721-2, or SCP-721-3, depending on their effects. At the time of writing, the Foundation controls 6 instances of SCP-721-1, 8 instances of SCP-721-2, and 2 instances of SCP-721-3. There is no known means of distinguishing between instances of SCP-721 apart from activating its anomalous properties by placing at least 0.2 milliliters of blood from a sapient organism on the mesh side. Said organism is referred to as the subject. Upon activation of SCP-721-1, all conscious thoughts of the subject will become audible to those within a 60-meter radius as a whispering to the listener's ear. Additionally, the thoughts of all persons within this range will be audible to the subject in the form of whispers emanating from SCP-721-1. While the thoughts of most subjects are too disorganized and incoherent for others to interpret properly, with practice, subjects have shown the ability to use SCP-721 to transmit coherent thoughts to those within its active range. Upon activation of SCP-721-2 and the placement of the object on some form of blank medium, i.e. paper, audio tape, videotape, or computer with a blank text file open, the subject will gain complete mental control over the content of the media in question, and will be capable of transferring any data they can imagine to the media in question. Footnote 1. SCP-721-2 has been shown to function on open-ended media as well, such as radios and televisions. Excerpts from Test Log 721-2-4. Medium. Blank white paper. Summary of results. Subject was able to transfer both words and pictures onto the blank paper. The written text showed up in the subject's own handwriting, although it was proven he could change this at will, the text appearing as if it was written in pencil. The pictures were of a complexity the subject has proven incapable of duplicating without the use of SCP-721-2. This test took place over the course of 35 minutes. Medium. Blank audio tape. Summary of results. Subject was capable of transferring multiple monologues onto the tape, and what he perceived to be his own voice without speaking aloud. After being prompted to do so, subject was able to insert a dialogue he was witness to, in the voices of the researchers. After extensive practice, subject produced what amounted to his own 5-man play, with multiple voices and sound effects, all indistinguishable from their real-life counterparts. This test took place over 2 hours. Medium. Blank DVD. Summary of results. Subject was, with practice, capable of creating video files of high complexity. Beginning with a relatively simple animation, the subject was able to expand upon this until proving capable of producing a full 90-minute live-action movie with special effects included. This test took place over the course of 6 hours. Upon activation of SCP-721-3, the subject's body temperature will increase approximately 0.3 degrees Celsius per minute. The exact rate fluctuates. While this increase in body temperature would be fatal in and of itself under normal circumstances, subjects retain full mobility and consciousness during this time, and suffers no visible effects under the temperature increase. Further, they report this process is extremely painful. Once the subject's body temperature is 100 degrees Celsius, the subject will begin to emit smoke from all orifices. Analysis of the smoke indicates that it is consistent with the combustion of the organic components of the subject's blood. This coincides with the loss of the subject's voluntary motor controls, although the subject remains conscious during this time. After between 15 and 30 minutes, the subject will expire. Footnote 2. The time spent is roughly proportional to the subject's blood volume. Testing indicates that at this point, the subject's blood will be composed entirely of water that, if allowed to escape from the body, will boil away entirely. Item number SCP-690. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-690 is to be stored in a refrigerated locked container in Sector 7 Euclid SCP containment with a temperature of no greater than 10 degrees Celsius. Access to SCP-690 is restricted to personnel with Level 2 access or higher. Experiments involving SCP-690 must be approved by an individual holding Level 4 clearance before testing commences. Personnel with any cuts, scratches, or other injuries of the skin are to be restricted from access to SCP-690. If any unauthorized personnel use a bandage from SCP-690, security personnel are to be called immediately, subdue the offending personnel, and then remove and dispose of the bandage as biological waste. Description: SCP-690 appears to be a standard box of commercially available adhesive bandages, now containing 47 bandages. The logo on the box states that its contents are anti-bandages, box of 64 for the Practical Joker, and that they are supplied by your friends at the factory. When a bandage from SCP-690 is applied to a wound, it will prevent the wound from healing naturally, aggravating the wound and causing infection. Analysis of the bandages has revealed that this is not the result of anomalous properties. The bandages are composed of asbestos and fiberglass, and impregnated with microcapsules which dissolve upon exposure to body heat. These microcapsules contain a mixture of highly concentrated anticoagulants, heparin, 𝐻𝒶𝓁𝓉𝒾𝒻, and particularly virulent, but not anomalous, strains of Streptococcus, Yersinia, Staphylococcus, and Clostridium. The anomalous property of SCP-690 is that they impose a moderate compulsion on nearby injured humans to take a bandage and apply it to their wound regardless of the wound's severity. The compulsion is not strong enough to provoke violence. However, affected personnel have been quite persistent in their efforts to use or keep using SCP-690. See Test Log 690-A for further details. Addendum. When first discovered, SCP-690 contains 64 bandages. Following containment, 17 bandages have been removed and used for experimental purposes. Test Log 690-A. Forward. Subject D received a paper cut on his index finger while reviewing his orientation leaflet. Subject was given one strip of SCP-690 and quickly applied it to his finger. Every 5 minutes, subject was questioned about his injury and the strip temporarily removed to observe any physical changes. Time applied: 5 minutes. Notable actions. Subject was asked how his finger felt. Subject stated it felt just fine and thanked the observer. Physical examination. Subject's wound failed to close, causing an abnormal loss of blood for a wound of such nature. 10 minutes. Subject was asked if he had noticed any changes. Subject claimed to feel better. Slight redness and irritation around the area where SCP-690 was applied. 15 minutes. Subject was noted to continuously scratch the area around SCP-690. When questioned about the itching, subject responded with, "It's part of the healing process." Skin began to raise up around the wound. Subject began to show the first symptoms of a staph infection. 20 minutes. Subject was alerted that he may be suffering from a staph infection. Subject simply ignored the observers. Subject's finger continued to swell, and a small amount of pus began to leak out from the wound. Subject seemed irritated when taking off the strip. 25 minutes. Subject was offered medical attention for his wounds. Subject denied and again claimed he was just fine. Subject began to secrete fluids from the wound, which leaked through the strip. Swelling noted to accelerate. 30 minutes. Subject began to become distressed due to his constant observation. Requested to be alone. Denied. Swelling and moisture on the subject's skin caused a strip of SCP-690 to fall off. The strip was reapplied and the subject's fingers wrapped with gauze. 35 minutes. Subject was asked to take the bandage off, to which he refused. Observers alerted subject that he would be terminated if he did not comply. An observer had to take the bandage off and was met with little resistance. Testing concluded. Post-experiments. Subject asked for another bandage before termination. Alright. That's all I have to say about these subjects. Alright. My name is user Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-450. Item number: SCP-450. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-450 is to be kept locked and secured at all times, except for monthly maintenance and cleaning as detailed below. Any civilians or personnel who enter SCP-450 at any other time are to be considered lost, and no rescue attempts are to be made. Description: SCP-450 is the death row block of the abandoned federal penitentiary and distance from entrance to the execution chamber is approximately 166.5 meters. A complex pattern drawn in human blood is located on the wall behind the electric chair. This pattern slowly degrades over time due to normal environmental decay and must be maintained regularly. Day 2 of Containment Cycle 366.
Wait, so are you actually...
Agent Xavier Garces asked with that same incredulous, gushy tone that the new staff always had when they saw the nameplate on the desk. Yes, I am Dr. Alto Clef. No, those stories were highly exaggerated. The man in the plain brown civilian security officer's uniform responded, with a hint of resignation. Agent Garces, why are you still wearing that black suit? Didn't the Requisitions Department issue your cover uniform before you arrived on this site?
Sir, no sir.
Agent Garces responded, tearing his eyes from the stylized nameplate bearing the musical inscription that was such a huge part of the Foundation mythos. Snapping stiffly to attention in the manner of one who was addressing a drill sergeant. Garces continued.
I was told that a uniform and cover identity would be provided on location.
Jesus Christ, at ease, Garces. Clef stood up and paced across the grimy old security office and opened a rusted locker. You're way too big to wear one of my extras, and I don't have your fucking cover identity. So guess what? You're camping out here for the next few days. I'm not having you shuttle back and forth from this facility looking like one of the goddamn men in black. I can't believe Requisition screwed this up again. Please tell me they at least sent you in with the necessary supplies.
Yes, sir, Dr. Clef. They're in the back of my truck.
Let me guess. You drove in here with a big, shiny black SUV with out-of-state plates, and you parked it in the old lot outside right next to my Toyota.
Yes, sir, Doc.
Garces. This place is an abandoned federal penitentiary with a really gruesome past. To ghost hunters, this place is like a blonde holding up a sign that says free blowjobs. You are supposed to be part of the 𝐻𝒶𝓁𝓉𝒾𝒻 staff that keeps horny teenagers and thrill seekers from trying to sneak into this building. You know what happens to people who sneak into this building.
Entering the restricted rooms in this building is invariably fatal. Regulations state that any persons who enter SCP-450 are to be considered lost.
Garces recited from memory, still standing at attention with his square jaw thrust up in the air. Do you look like a rent-a-cop? Are you driving the shitty kind of car that a rent-a-cop would drive? Clef limped up towards the younger, taller man, narrowing, steely eyes that had already witnessed more than a lifetime's worth of horror. No, I'll tell you what you look like. You look like the fucking new guy who doesn't quite understand what he's dealing with yet. You're here to learn that really fucking fast, or else you're going to die like 1 out of 4 fucking new guys that come in here to learn the ropes. You cut any more corners, and you will wish that I was the goddamn devil that 732 made me out to be. Because that guy would just put a bullet in your worthless ass and bury you in the parking lot. But I am not that man. So if you fuck up in the slightest bit from here on out, you are not only going to die inside of 450, but the gates of hell are going to open up so wide that the cleanup crew that comes in here to pick up the pieces is going to have to fake a natural disaster big enough to wipe the neighboring 3 towns off the map. Am I clear?
Sir, yes, sir.
Garza said, eyes staring off blankly over the top of Dr. Clef's receding hairline. This isn't the army, Agent. Clef sighed warily and returned to his desk to send an equally nasty letter to the requisitions officer, who would send him a new agent without the proper gear.
Sorry, Doctor.
Garces replied. Receiving no answer, he slumped his shoulders and sat down on the musty tweed sofa in the office. Finally, he spoke up again.
So, what are you doing here, Doctor?
Clef looked up from his monitor and squinted. Retiring. Day 17 of Containment Cycle 366. I'm getting old, Garces. It was just over 30 years ago when you first secured this site. I was the first person to walk that mile, you know? Devised the containment procedures myself. Garces said nothing. He was dressed in a proper, plain brown uniform now. His eyes locked straight down the dilapidated hallway. His pace was measured and calm. His footsteps almost silent in comparison to the doctor's shuffling limp and the clack of Clef's cane. I based the containment pattern on the Seal of Solomon. Clef continued in a relaxed tone. Thought it would have some sort of arcane power over the entities trapped inside Death Row. It seems to have worked. They've only gotten loose once, and that was 7 years ago when some fucking new guy didn't make it to the chair in time. Once I kicked Bright into the containment zone as a joke. You could smell nothing but burning chimp for the next 3 months, even in the safe zone. Fucker said he'd kill me for that one day. Good times. Also, I fucked your mother. Garces flinched and looked sideways. Clef smacked him in the chin with his still-tipped cane. Don't react, Garces. Don't react to anything while you are taking this walk. You just keep on tuning me out and finish the practice run. We've got 3 more to do today. You need to execute this task perfectly or you will die. Do you understand me? Now come on, back to the starting line. Clef and Garces turned around and walked towards the end of the empty cell block in silence. They were in a safe wing of the facility, one that was secure enough to have electric lights overhead. The air was thick with the smell of rot, strongest at the far wall, where the practice symbol was painted in pig's blood, over and over on a daily basis. Clef paused, holding up his hand before Garces started to walk again. His chest heaved and his hand clenched on the handle of his cane so roughly that it shook.
Are you alright, Doctor? Do you need to rest?
Garces asked gently. Clef looked down at the grimy concrete floor. You know, I wonder if it even matters. The pattern. We've been tracing it in Death Row once a month for 30 years. But I don't think the entities care about the pattern. All they want is blood.
Doctor?
It's the walk that's important, Agent. You have to walk calmly and at the perfect rate. Not too fast and not too slow. Don't look to the sides, just go in, smear the blood on the walls, and get out. Do that, and the entities will not see you, and you'll live to do this again next month. Maybe get assigned to contain something less shitty later.
Yes, Doctor. Did you need to rest?
No. I just need to think of something new to torment you while we practice. Something really good. Clef's face split in a wrinkled grin. Let's get going. For the next 4 hours, Clef yodeled non-stop. Garces managed to complete 1 practice walk successfully. Day 30 of Containment Cycle 366. The Doctor and the Agent stood on the threshold of Death Row. A pair of brilliant floodlights shone behind them in the safe zone, casting their shadows starkly against the painted steel containment doors that blocked the path to the pitch-black execution chamber. Garces clutched a white plastic bucket containing a paintbrush and 3 blood packs generously donated by the people of the neighboring town in one of their frequent blood drives.
What if they attack me anyway?
Garces finally asked, staring at the door blankly. They shouldn't, Xavier, but if they do, I promise I'll finish the job. We'll keep these things contained. 𝐹𝒶𝓁 waved his keycard over the electric lock and the steel doors swung towards the two men. A rush of gibbering voices seems to pour out of the stark darkness of the death row cell block. 166 meters away, the door to the execution chamber stood open, barely illuminated by the powerful floodlamps behind the two men. Everything seems normal. 𝐹𝒶 nodded, as the doors of every cell on the left side began slamming open and shut in unison. Go get it done, kid. Remember, the pattern isn't important. The walk is. Garcez's breath was calm and measured as he stepped out into the darkness. 𝐹𝒶 watched as his partner briskly strolled past the remains of an agent who had failed to execute his task perfectly 3 years ago. After passing 73 yards down the hallway, Garcez spun his head sideways with a short exclamation.
Mom?
Abruptly, his body was yanked to the side, smashed against the rusted metal of the closed door over and over until it was limply dragged between the bars in a smear of gore. 𝐹𝒶 narrowed his eyes and grimaced. He'd really thought Garcez was going to work out. June 22nd, 2000. 7:53 p.m. 𝐹𝒶 walked with his cane tucked under one arm. His other swung the white plastic bucket in time with his measured steps. Exactly 11 minutes after entering SCP-450, he came to the old electric chair, rattling and shaking in its fixtures. With the exception of Garcez's screw-up, everything was going as expected. 𝐹𝒶 knelt behind the shuddering electric chair and examined the bucket's contents. 2 of the blood packets had been torn when Garcez was taken. Looking back the way he came for the first time, he could see the trail of bloody footprints he had left behind. Dr. 𝐹𝒶 pursed his lips. The one remaining blood packet would not be enough to draw the containment pattern he devised 30 years ago. Digging into his trouser pocket, he produced the old hunting knife Dimitri had given him as a present after their vacation in Tijuana. 𝐹𝒶 rolled up his sleeve, laid the blade against his wrists, and was set about his task. He doubted he would have time to walk out safely after this. Day 1 of Containment Cycle 367. Dr. Yancey sat in the security office, feeling very small in front of Dr. 𝐹𝒶's laptop. A progress bar slowly filled as a series of high-resolution photographs was attached to a report for the O5 Council. Agent Xavier Garcez is confirmed to have perished while executing secure containment procedures at approximately 7:42 p.m. Attached image, Incident 450-34-A, was taken by researcher Darren from outside SCP-450 containment. It appears that Dr. 𝐹𝒶 personally completed containment procedures with his own blood. Of note is the phrase that Dr. 𝐹𝒶 painted upon the rear wall of the execution chamber in place of the decayed containment pattern. The entities within SCP-450 are confirmed to be contained. This appears to verify Dr. 𝐹𝒶's recent hypothesis that a specific pattern is not relevant to containment. The entities will be contained as long as human blood is applied to the walls of the execution chamber. Attached image, Incident 450-34-B, is of the floor before the electric chair. From this angle, it is hard to determine the nature of the markings, but we believe they are multiple handprints in a large blank area in the shape of a human body. Dr. 𝐹𝒶's whereabouts are unknown. He is presumed dead. The cell block is inhabited by what appears to be one or more hostile spectral entities. Attracting the attention of said entities is invariably fatal, and may or may not occur due to one of the following criteria. Entering the cell block by any means other than the main door. Moving at a speed greater than 0.25 meters per second. Staying in the cell block for more than 25 minutes at a time. Entering the cell block more than once every 24 hours. Operating any electronic device. Any sound louder than 25 decibels. Personnel assigned to maintain the containment pattern are instructed to silently walk down the center of the main hallway at a slow but steady pace. As it takes approximately 11 minutes to walk to the execution chamber at maximum safe rate of travel, personnel will only have 3 minutes to work on the pattern and still have enough time to reasonably guarantee a safe exit from the facility. Auditory and visual hallucinations, including spectral voices, bleeding walls, and poltergeist activity, are considered normal. Lack of same is cause for concern. Personnel are not encouraged to investigate any dead bodies, supernatural activity, or rotting remains.
My brother used to be a fisherman. 6 in the morning, he'd shift out of bed, drift into the kitchen, sift through breakfast without so much as a single clink of a utensil, and once I'd wake up, the house would be empty. He'd drive to the lake, a few minutes off the town outskirts, and once he was content, he'd drive home. Same hours, same timing. Always caught, always released. Always kept to the vicinity of town. The small-scale lifestyle. Liked it best that way, he told me. I never worried about him. He was a strong guy, and even if 𝐻𝒶𝓁 radiated off of him with enough force to set a Geiger counter ringing, he was smart. He could find his way through a forest and trace his steps with the precision to repeat the same path a day later. Knew better than to go out fishing when it was night. It's when the weird things start to swim. But even the few times he did, he'd turn back safe and sound. It was why he was the only person people trusted with finding me when I went missing. Here's what I remember of it myself. At 4 in the morning, I left bed, unable to sleep, and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. I left a set of plates and utensils on the table, pulled my brother's fishing gear from the closet, and without a single clink, stumbled out of the house. From what I hear, several people saw me treading the path my brother normally drove along to the lake. I'd never gone that way before. All I was thinking of was the dull, warm wind and a pinching pain at the roof of my mouth. No one intervened. They all thought I was heading to see my brother. I blacked out. Here's what other people have told me. At 6 in the morning, my brother found blood in the kitchen. It trailed straight through the woods and stopped 3 feet from the lake edge. Footprints halted too. He knocked from door to door, asking anyone if they'd seen me, and soon after, cop cars pulled in around our house. They told him to stay put, that they could handle a search and rescue operation, but while they scoured the lake, he went off on his own. My neighbors wished him luck. At 9 in the morning, he came back, my neighbors asking if he found any signs of me. My brother stepped past them and locked the front door shut. Every blind was dragged down, every curtain closed. The people who saw him go in said he had a 1,000-yard stare. He didn't come out for hours. At 6 in the afternoon, just as storm weather rolled into the region, my brother unlocked the front door. He told my neighbors he was going fishing. He carried a loaded shotgun with him to the car. No one intervened. All the police noted was that his car was parked by the lake. Sometime early in the next day, a mile from town, surrounded by nothing but tree after tree after tree, I woke up. There was a hole in the roof of my mouth. My brother's shotgun, blood smeared and unloaded, laying in my hands. Lake water soaked my clothes. I couldn't remember what happened that night. I couldn't remember where my brother went. I couldn't remember why half of him was dripping on the dirt next to me. The paramedics who found me said there was a fishhook in my mouth. I left town for good. I settled into an urban apartment, one in a city where the streetlights never fail to shield you from the shadows, where I've stayed ever since. But that night clings to me. Whether it's the numbness I feel or the blank spots I recall, what happened out there has left a permanent scar on me. Having to hear people go through similar experiences to mine, some having even less resolution than mine, makes it worse. This is why I joined Parawatcch. I want to document all of the unnatural events myself and others have experienced, to inform people on what lurks just out of our sight, to help anyone who has the misfortune to encounter it. I want to bring people the resolution they need. For those of you who are passing by, I hope you take the time to read what we've compiled, to better avoid the circumstances people like myself have fallen victim to. And for those of you who are in it for the long haul, welcome to the Watch. We aren't in this darkness alone.
Now that I think about it,
The old man wasn't trying to keep it away from us so we could solve it. He was trying to keep it away from us so we couldn't. He was dirty and kept carrying that cursed box. A concerned citizen had called them in because they thought the old bum had a bomb, or at least stolen something from somewhere. Poor nerd, he screamed that they couldn't have it, and pulled a gun on police officers. He died before they could even call in a paramedic. I was just a junior assistant researcher at the time. I don't even remember exactly how it came to the Foundation's attention. Just that it was brought in by field agents, and we were ordered to figure out how to open the thing. Come to think of it, I don't even have any idea how we could have possibly known that the thing could be opened. It was a perfect cube, 30 centimeters to a side, with thousands of engraved runes in its surface. It was eerily beautiful, too, though none of us could put our finger on exactly why. We only knew that we had to figure it out. We had to solve the puzzle. It took a team of almost 100 researchers 10 years to figure out. The best and brightest minds of the Foundation were transferred to our project to unlock its secrets. Billions of dollars were spent on equipment and everything else put on hold so we could do our work. 10 years, and we all crowded around with anticipation, gathered as the final piece was put into place. I can't remember exactly what happened next that day, but I remember the first of the things came down 3 days later. It impacted savagely into the Russian tundra and unfurled into a creature of nightmare that glided impossibly fast on its 4 jointed legs and hunted any human it could find until we put it down. We lost almost 30 agents. 2 more came in as many days, landing in Brazil and Australia. We sent 3 MTFs and only 4 men came back. Things were dead, but the news was leaking out. A 4th came down in San Francisco at the end of the week. The whole world knew that something terrible had happened. Almost 100 had landed by the time we lost contact with High Command at the end of week 3. Our task forces were completely overwhelmed. The world's police and military forces were unable to fight off the monsters. From fragments of surveillance footage, we saw that they were eating our dead. There are only a few of us left, hiding in the dark corners of the world. Most of the major sites were compromised within weeks, broken in without a fight. I think they managed to absorb the information from the bodies they consumed, and use that to find our hiding places. The only ones still alive were the ones who could find places where no one knew to look. I think the puzzle was the key. A beacon that called them to our world when we became intelligent enough to solve it. They fed on our intelligence and wiped us out completely. We haven't stepped outside for years. Food and water are running low, and sooner or later we'll have to go out to search for more. Out there where the monsters are. If anyone should find this message in the future, here are words across time. One day, a puzzle will appear on your doorstep as well. Resist the urge to solve it. Lock it away. It doesn't pay to be smart. I never post on these types of forums. Forgive me if my writing's a little flowery. I consider myself a grounded, rational person, not a Parawatcch user. Despite this, my life has always worked against my mind in every possible way. I grew up in New Jersey, gated community full of privilege and money, old and new. Every one of these communities has one thing in common: an academic and social parental dick measuring contest that indirectly pits unknowing children against one another for the purpose of one-upsmanship.
Everyone tried every sport until they found one that they were reasonably decent at. Playdates were organized in an attempt to gain clout with those higher in the food chain. Friendships were forcibly broken and certain households banned for arbitrary, nonsensical reasons. Sending your kid to a public school was out of the question, no matter the age. I went to 𝐻𝒶𝓁𝓗𝐿 Elementary. PIC related. See that mural? You know exactly who runs this place. It was an artsy, alternative school for gifted children, the kind that promotes free-range learning and experimental teaching practices. There were at least 3 of these schools in the neighborhood I was aware of, but 𝐻𝒶𝓁𝓗𝓁 was my home. The school was good to me. I didn't have friends, but when you're 7, you don't notice, or even care. I played alone, read at a 6th grade level, and otherwise found ways to occupy myself. I was too young to notice the signs of divorce tearing my parents away from each other, or understand why teachers called home concerned about why I didn't interact with other children. For the most part, my childhood was happy. Then I got to 3rd grade. First week of school, our entire class of around 40 kids had to take a standardized test. 2 suited men came in, handed our teacher a briefcase, and passed out a packet of worksheets. I'd never seen these men before, and the stiff demeanor they carried themselves with unnerved me so much I was afraid to make eye contact. The test itself was even worse. The questions were borderline nonsensical. 4 similar circles asking to find the square, pictogram of a man lying on the road implied to be hit by a car, the question asking if he'd be able to get up again, a string of random numbers with a blank box beneath for us to write which ones stood out to us. A lot of strange pictures paired with Rorschach-like interpretive questions. It took around 2 hours to finish, snack break included. The suited men left, and I quickly forgot about the test. I think this is when I start having the bird dreams. I say think because things get hazy at this point. Anyways, I used to dream about a bird. Nothing strange about it, just an ordinary pigeon that would do ordinary pigeon things. The setting I'd be observing it from would always be different. My backyard, my grandmother's house, my school, whatever. Then the bird would fall to the ground, appearing to have been injured in a horrible way. Sometimes its neck would be crooked at an angle, sometimes its stomach would be spilled out in front of me. I'd reach out my hands, caressing the small creature. The bird began to heal itself, repairing its injuries as I stroked its body. Fully rejuvenated, it would fly off, and I would wake up. I had these dreams once a week, if not more. One day after I finished lunch, my teacher, Mr. B, pulled me aside. We went to the principal's office where 5 other children from class were gathered. It was explained to us that our scores on the standardized test were exceptional, and we would be entered into an advanced placement program called TAG, stood for Talented and Gifted. 𝐻𝒶𝓁𝓗𝓁 was already a gifted school. What was the point of an even further accelerated track? We were given a waiver to bring home and went about our day. The tag classes were intimate, to say the least. With only 6 kids, we were given far more freedom than the average class. We watched movies, played instruments, and had discussions that lasted hours on a variety of topics. It was the kind of environment a classroom should ideally foster. Miss P, our sole teacher, ran a gauntlet of advanced curriculum standards. Classic literature, world history, higher level math, but the way they were handled was different. At the beginning of the day, we would sit in a circle, hold hands, and close our eyes. We were told to recollect our dreams from the previous night the best we could, and tell them to the group. When talking about the morality of Shakespeare's Hamlet, we were taught that Hamlet's tendency to take matters into his own hands through less than scrupulous means was a positive trait. We spent time learning about the conquerors, men with the great attached to their name. We were told to embody their attributes, their drive to succeed, and take their life into their own hands. We were given secondary nicknames that supposedly establish a connection to a certain historical figure or entity. I was Apollo, undoubtedly because of the dreams I detailed during our meditations. We studied religions, and certain aspects were treated as fact. Miracles, angels, and jinn were explicitly expressed to us as things that exist, but under different terminology.
Most of what we dealt with circled back to discussions about powers higher than us. The eccentricities were a lot to take in for a kid, but I learned more in that class than any other period of my life. Fridays were our free day. That's when we had extended recess, threw class parties, and watched films. Well, at least in the second half of the day. The festivities were a reward for pushing through the first. On Fridays, we were given a variety of performance tests in the health room. One of the suited men who administered the standardized test would come in and set up something that looked like a polygraph machine. We were given an eye exam that involved wearing a headset and reading extract symbols and letters. The characters were superimposed over outdoor environments, cities, and world monuments. Next, we were given a hearing test. We were told to make out words from an incredibly high frequency. When I would remove the headphones, I would completely forget how the noise sounded. Finally, we had to confront something that we referred to as mop head. On the first Friday, after we completed our initial round of tests, Miss P brought the class to the basement of the school. The lights were out, save for a candle placed in the middle of a lengthy hallway. At the end was a blue door, most likely leading to a storage room. I remember exactly what Miss P said. Monsters are real. One by one, you're going to enter that door and face one. She left us to our own devices, and told us to visualize what the supposed creature behind the door looked like. For the next 30 minutes, we had concocted a story about a ghost of a school janitor, whose soul was now bound to a mop. A silly story, but lighting, mood, and an impressionable mind is an effective combination for horror. It got the job done, at least for me. While we were giggling and pretending to hide our fear, Miss P returned, and told us to proceed. The brave facade fell, and the first of our group entered the door. She closed it, and we waited. 10 minutes later, P urged another child to enter. And then another. Eventually, it was my turn. With tears in my eyes, I opened the blue door and I blacked out. I remember a pitch black room, the feeling of metal restraints, brief flashes of insects crawling across my body, and a repeating, flashing symbol. I remember a level of dread and adrenaline I've never felt before. I remember waking up in Miss P's arms with a headache and being told I did well. I remember how quickly I brushed off the experience with cookies and cake. I remember how this happened every Friday, and I cannot forget. It wasn't until much, much later that I had realized how incredibly wrong the tag program was. I'd almost forgotten about the blue door, and what ordeal happened behind it. That was the nature of the trauma, easy to forget and bury. It bothered me enough that I began visiting a therapist last year, one who specialized in memory. Well, that wasn't the only reason I went into therapy, but unearthing those memories became a primary interest for both of us. We've made strides the past couple of months using a relatively new recollection practice, and I began putting more and more pieces together. What follows is a rough generalization of what may have happened. I would enter the room and quickly found myself thrown into a chair. Some sort of restraints were used to keep me there. A suited man tells me that I'm going to be fine, and that I have to watch the screen. A projector turns on. Whatever is on the screen is horrible. Insects crawling, distorted faces, noises so loud, I'm assuming they were just in my head. Tears. It doesn't end, a flashing symbol every few seconds, fractals, roadkill, the symbol again. Awful things. My mother watering our garden, a house fire, the symbol, a suited man walks near the screen. He has the symbol on his face. He has the symbol for a face. Safety. I feel a needle on my shoulder draw blood. I feel calm. The symbol alleviates the fear. Someone reads a number. I'm released. I end up in the classroom. Nothing is wrong. I can't remember the symbol. I know it, but I can't remember it. I remember the day it stopped, too. Monday, May 10th, 2004. The day my parents died. I was playing in the garden after school, like usual, setting up a battleground for my Lego, when I noticed someone watching me from across the fence. Being a beach town, it looked like a normal tourist, but I was freaked out. I ran into my house and quickly told my parents. Of course, when we went to check, no one was there besides beachgoers in the distance, and I couldn't identify any of them as being the man I saw. Around 5 o'clock, my grandparents came over. My parents were going out to a dinner that night, and they had to watch me. I spent the rest of the night in my room with the blinds closed, positioned in a corner, where I could see everything in the room from one spot. Around 11, my grandparents told me to come with them to the hospital. Drunk driver, mom was dead, dad was in critical. He wouldn't make it through the night. I don't know why they brought me. I stayed in the waiting room with my grandfather, crying into his chest. Things get hazy. I'm told to wait by myself while my grandfather sees my father. Nothing feels real. A hospital worker lures me into a separate room. A dark room with a single lamp hovering over a dissection tray. A rotting, fetid bird corpse lays motionless on the table. The worker gestures to me as if I know what I'm supposed to do. I comply. I have nothing left, so I comply. Mucus and tears sit on my face as I place my hands over the animal. Nothing. I'm urged to continue, like I've done before. Nothing. I continue to cry. The worker shines the light in my eye and I see the symbol. I still can't do it. I don't know how much longer this went on, but I'm told to wash my hands and to leave. I never said anything to Grandpa. Within days, I was living with my grandparents. I left higher minds. They preferred public schools, a change of setting to clear my head. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed. I never had a bird dream again, and the terror I faced at the school was quickly overshadowed and forgotten by the wound of losing the two people closest to me. It's never fully healed, but it's definitely gotten better. Still, I never really found my footing. I have a whole slew of health problems. I work retail to keep myself busy, and I spend most of my free time taking care of my grandmother. It's the least I can do. I tried researching higher minds, gate programs, everything. I've come up with nothing. I've never told anyone besides my therapist, and any attempts to reconnect with my tag classmates have failed. It's like they disappeared completely. No social media, no public records, nothing. That's all 5 of them. I had their names if anyone's interested. Last week, I had a major breakthrough with my therapist. Honestly, it's the entire reason I decided to come forward and post this. I've broken the barrier between my memory and the symbol. I spent hours trying to draw it, and I've landed on something that got a reaction from me. It's not exact, but it's there. A warm, calm reaction. I stare at it, completely transfixed, and I wonder, what does this symbol mean? And why was I conditioned to feel safe around it? Nice ARG. Gifted education threads are overplayed at this point. Is R no sleep down or something? Alright. My name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-1002. Item number: SCP-1002. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures: all objects tied to instances of SCP-1002 are to be contained in a brightly lit 6m by 6m chamber. SCP-1002-6 is to be contained in a suitably sized hangar. No D-Class personnel are to come within 10 meters of the containment chamber or hangar. No personnel involved with end-of-the-month termination for D-Class personnel are to come within 10 meters of the containment chamber or hangar. All interactions with SCP-1002 instances are to be done via robotic drone. SCP-1002's containment chamber is to be guarded by 3 members of security who have not yet killed in a combat situation. The same will be done with SCP-1002-6's containment hangar. Description: SCP-1002 is an abnormal shadow belonging to a group of 6 objects currently in Foundation custody. Each of these objects possesses the shadow of a humanoid individual, dressed in a law enforcement uniform. Objects tied to SCP-1002 currently in containment are SCP-1002-1, a grandfather clock retrieved from possesses the shadow of a medieval knight. SCP-1002-2, a small pole retrieved from possesses the shadow of a member of PD. SCP-1002-3, large printer retrieved from possesses the shadow of a Roman soldier. SCP-1002-4, a pigeon retrieved from possesses the shadow of a member of the police force. SCP-1002-5, a kitchen knife retrieved from possesses the shadow of a security guard at the casino. SCP-1002-6, a Boeing 737 retrieved from possesses the shadow of a member of a SWAT team. The objects tied to SCP-1002 do not behave in an anomalous manner with the exception of their shadow. SCP-1002 instances tied to these objects are dormant and stationary until an individual who's committed what is socially considered to be a crime in the last 6 months comes within 10 meters of the object they are tied to. At this point, SCP-1002 instances will become active and manifest as a dark humanoid figure similar in appearance to their dormant stage. SCP-1002 will then attempt to pursue the targeted individual. SCP-1002 instances have demonstrated high levels of agility and appear to be able to track their target through walls. If the targeted individual moves 10 meters away from the SCP-1002 instance, it will return to a dormant state at its original object. If the individual is caught by this manifestation, they will inflict a physical punishment directly proportionate to the crime the individual has committed. Despite the severity of this physical punishment, the victim will remain alive and conscious until taken 10 meters away from manifestation. Despite the severity of this physical punishment, the victim will remain alive and conscious until taken 10 meters away from the manifestation. Through careful study, researchers have discovered punishments tied to the following crimes: minor crimes, such as littering, removal and severing of the fingers, shoplifting, non-fatal removal of fingers, tongue, and eyes, burglary, non-fatal removal of hands, ears, tongue, and eyes, assault, non-fatal heavy damage to the legs, removal of hands, ears, tongue, and eyes, murder, non-fatal removal of arms, legs, ears, tongue, and eyes, mass murder, non-fatal removal of arms, legs, ears, tongue, and eyes. Subject was then disemboweled, and, using the subject's internal organs, suspended from the ceiling of the testing chamber. Movement was detected from the subject for 2 minutes before they were removed from the area by members of security. Alright, that's all I have to say about this subject. Alright. My name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-1252. Item number: SCP-1252. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-1252 is to be contained in a standard humanoid containment chamber large enough to also contain its designated life support system. SCP-1252 is to be attended to by a team of medical personnel in a manner detailed in Treatment Schedule 1252-L. SCP-1252 is to receive nutrition through intravenous therapy, as detailed in Treatment Schedule 1252-L, until the subject's digestive system is deemed functional. SCP-1252 is to be led to believe that Susie, or Susan May Fox, is currently alive, and is undergoing treatment in a local hospital specializing in children. Personnel are encouraged to reinforce this belief with SCP-1252 whenever it brings up the subject. Personnel are further encouraged to emphasize the subject exercise patience in waiting for Susie's return. Should it begin to show skepticism, personnel are to maintain the established fabrication and notify Dr. Liu immediately for further instruction. Description: SCP-1252 is a sapient adult humanoid of indeterminate sex, approximately 43 kilograms in mass and 1.78 meters in height. SCP-1252 appears to be missing at least half of its body mass, mostly in the form of muscle, fat, bone, and skin tissue. The only limbs or organs entirely intact are the left arm, heart, and brain. Despite its injuries, the subject is capable of speech. Much of the remaining internal organs are composed of what appears to be compressed insect wing material, which maintains structural integrity only while part of SCP-1252. Once removed, it rapidly separates into non-anomalous wing scales. Approximately 23% of SCP-1252's skin appears to be made up of wings from multiple species in the swallowtail butterfly and skimmer or percher dragonfly families. SCP-1252's left eye has been replaced with a blue glory bower, or blue butterfly bush, flower. The eye is not believed to be capable of sight and does not blink. Although capable of regeneration, SCP-1252 does not seem to be able to fully recover any missing skin or other bodily tissues. Once it achieves a maximum body mass of 43 kilograms, all healing of internal organs and skin stops. SCP-1252's behavior remains highly cooperative, partially due to the fabrication detailed in its special container procedures. Despite its cooperation, the exact nature of SCP-1252 remains unknown. New information or theories are to be reported to Dr. Liu. Interview 1252-1. Dates: March 20, 2000. Interviewee: SCP-1252. Interviewer: Dr. Blake. Notes: this interview was conducted 2 days after the Foundation's acquisition of SCP-1252, as it was previously not healthy enough to communicate and was temporarily kept in an isolated room in the medical wing at Site-37 for recovery. Begin log. So you're SCP-1252, right? SCP-1252 attempts a shrug. No verbal response. Could you explain what exactly you're supposed to be?
I'm supposed to be Susie's very best friend. Well, Susie is what her friends called her.
Right. Can you please explain why you have insect wings on your skin?
Susie always liked butterflies. Dragonflies, too. They were pretty. And flowers. Her mother grew lots of flowers. Back before her parents separated and her mother had to move into an apartment.
SCP-1252 briefly lifts its left hand up to touch its left eye. Okay. Who is this Susie? A slight pause as it adjusts its oxygen mask and inhales deeply several times.
Her name is Susie May Fox. She lives on 16 Maple Road and she goes to elementary school and is in 2nd grade. Could you find her and tell her I'm okay? We got separated in an accident and I don't want her to worry.
Please detail this accident you mentioned.
I don't know what happened. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help. I just know I was supposed to be her very best friend, but something interrupted her thoughts. I'm sure when you find her, she can explain everything. She's a smart girl. When you do find her, could you please bring her to me so I can be finished? I'm sure she would appreciate it.
Notes: at this point, SCP-1252 becomes very excited, prompting a medical personnel to signal Dr. Blake and end the interview. We will do what we can, SCP-1252. SCP-1252 nods. No verbal response. End log. Addendum 1252-A. SCP-1252 has requested the following. March 21st, 2000. Pain medication. Denied on grounds of poor health. March 25th, 2000. A variety of candies. Denied on grounds of poor health. April 1st, 2000. Access to outside air. Denied on grounds of poor health. April 29th, 2000. One copy of 𝐵𝒶𝓃𝒹𝓃, The Complete Tales, by 𝐵𝒶𝓃𝒹𝓃. Approved. SCP-1252 is to be allowed access for continued cooperative behavior. May 27, 2000. Stationary for purposes of self-expression/entertainment. Approved. SCP-1252 is to be allowed access to wax crayon and paper for continued cooperative behavior. October 10th, 2000. To receive a future letter being delivered to it. The letter arrived approximately 48 hours later at SCP-1252's door. The letter had no return address and the message contained details of Sue's condition written in neat blue ink. It is unknown how SCP-1252 knew about the letter or how the letter appeared. Denied on the grounds of possible anomalous activity. Alright, that's all I have to say about this subject. Alright. My name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-1374. Item number: SCP-1374. Object Class: 𝐻𝒃℉. Special Containment Procedures. The entirety of the documentation of SCP-1374 is to be kept within Site-23 until further notice. Site-53, Site-95, and Sector 15 are all currently infected with SCP-1374. All personnel working at these facilities are to be made aware of SCP-1374. Furthermore, all documents at these areas must be triple-checked by at least 2 different personnel for inaccuracies. Additionally, personnel may request a transfer out of these sites. These requests must be approved by at least 3 researchers with Level 4 clearance as well as the site director of the area. Description: SCP-1374 is a text-based phenomenon that appears to specifically affect at least 5 structures used for human interactions with anomalies at any given time. Within these affected buildings, persons that have worked with anomalous objects as defined by Foundation Protocol 01 Black for a time period greater than 1 year will randomly encounter SCP-1374 within the structure. SCP-1374 will manifest as short sentences or phrases and will appear through a variety of media, including spray paint on walls, handwritten notes, and inserted sentences in official reports. The phenomenon only affects buildings that actively interact with anomalous objects. If a structure infected with SCP-1374 becomes inactive or ceases work with anomalies for time periods greater than 10 days, SCP-1374 will no longer affect that building and will begin manifesting in a different active site. Footnote 1. Research shows that once SCP-1374 stops manifesting within a structure and transfers to a separate place, it will not re-manifest in previously infected areas, even if they become active again. Furthermore, the nature and tone of SCP-1374's messages appears to vary widely between structures. Due to this, it is currently speculated that 5 iterations of SCP-1374, hereby designated SCP-1374-A through -E, are responsible for these infections. Additionally, each iteration appears to favor a specific group of interest, and will reappear in a different structure used by the group if an infected building becomes inactive. See Addendum 1374-Alpha for greater detail. 3 out of the 5 sites known to be infected with SCP-1374 are controlled by the Foundation. The other 2 are under the jurisdiction of Group of Interest 016, Global Occult Coalition, and Group of Interest 132, Marshall Carter and Dark Limited. Addendum 1374-Alpha, SCP-1374-X, SCP-1374-A. Location: Site-53, controlled by the SCP Foundation. Description: Manifested writings are harshly critical and frustrated towards Foundation personnel and procedures. Example: taken from the documentation of SCP is to be kept in Humanoid Containment Chamber 423 at all times.
Because that's obviously the smart thing to do, right? Make it angry at you? God. Why isn't everyone dead yet due to your buffoonery?
SCP-1374-B. Site-95, controlled by the SCP Foundation. Manifested writings are supportive and encouraging towards the Foundation's endeavors. Taken from the documentation of Incident Report Rowe Omega. Was killed during the recovery of the objects.
But this doesn't mean we should stop trying. People live, people die, but that's okay. It's all for the greater good. John, trust me. Don't let this scare you. You'll be fine.
SCP-1374-C. Sector 15, controlled by the SCP Foundation. Manifested writings are malicious, vindictive, and condescending. Taken from the documentation of SCP-96. Weekly checks for any cracks or holes are mandatory. There is to be absolutely no video surveillance or optical tools of any kind inside SCP-96's cell. As such, personnel must physically enter the entity's cell at least one time per week in order to check that SCP-96 remains in containment. SCP-1374-D. Warehouse 24, controlled by Group of Interest 132, Marshall Carter and Dark, Limited. Manifested writings are highly critical of extravagant and wasteful lifestyles. Taken from the documentation of which will satiate your needs.
Without making you go out of your way to help anyone else. What a wonderful product for a horrible person. Master Marshall would surely cordially invite you to purchase this item just to give it away to someone more deserving, but you wouldn't do that, would you?
SCP-1374-E. Redacted. Controlled by Group of Interest 16, Global Occult Coalition. Both the description and example of this entity are unknown. Addendum 1374-Gamma. Every 5 years on December 31st, all iterations of SCP-1374 will manifest the following message to all eligible subjects within the affected sites.
You can't let a little talk distract you. You have the fate of the world in your hands. Don't let it get to your head, whatever it is. Because you know what? If you can't handle this, you shouldn't be here. Just remember, this is a test. This is only a test.
Incident Log 1374-Theta. On April 6, 1995, SCP breached containment after displaying previously unknown anomalous properties, including resulting in the transformation of 63 personnel into instances of SCP-G, along with the loss of 71 SCP objects. Footnote 2. This was the same SCP object that was used in the example of SCP-1374-A's messages. Additionally, Site-95's Euclid Wing 17 experienced a security systems failure, resulting in the release of 7 Euclid-class anomalous objects, one of which had been classified as a Type Red metamorphic replicating entity. 4 have been recaptured, but the aforementioned entity breached containment and is currently at large. MTF Theta 24, aka Polygraph Team Attack, has been dispatched to investigate and capture all possible instances of the escaped objects. On the same day at Sector 15, SCP-1374-C manifested information regarding causing the widespread propagation of the info hazard. The following day, at all sites infected with SCP-1374, each respective iteration of SCP-1374-X generated message manifested for all eligible personnel within each site. The following is a transcription of the messages. SCP-1374-A.
See? What did I tell you, you oafs? I swear, sometimes you could stand a learner thing or two from those GOC meatheads. And then you didn't even handle it well. You screwed it up regardless. Really, if you can't even handle a small like this, what are you going to do when the big one comes?
SCP-1374-B.
Oh dear, I'm so terribly sorry. really thought you were ready for this. I never thought it would end up like this. It's all my fault. Don't feel bad about what happened. We'll just keep trying, and eventually, I'm sure that you'll be more than prepared for when it comes. Keep trying. Don't be discouraged. I believe in you. But you are going to have to do better than that, sweetie.
SCP-1374-C. You don't stand a chance. Incident Log 1374-Xiii. Foundation agents pursuing several known members of Group of Interest 55, 𝐻𝒶𝓁𝓍, encountered a new iteration of SCP-1374 in an abandoned factory that the group had been using as a base of operations, which has since been designated SCP-1374-F. The writings found at the location have been characterized as being anxious and nervous. Footnote 3. Commonly found phrases were "please help us," "he's coming," and "you can protect us," with the exception of the message found on the northmost wall of the room housing a large generator, which read "go away." Approximately 5 seconds after Foundation personnel entered the room housing this message, the chamber's walls collapsed, causing the loss of 4 agents. When personnel continued to pursue and track these individuals, they encountered events similar to the previous incident, in which rooms housing certain SCP-1374 messages collapsed after Foundation personnel entered. Due to this, agents were unable to successfully keep up with the 𝐻𝒶𝓁𝓍 members. Head Researcher's Notes.
Due to the events described in Incident Log 1374-Theta and Incident Log 1374-Xi, it appears possible that SCP-1374 has anomalous control of the structures in which it is located outside of the manifestation of textual anomalies. The extent of the control is unknown. As such, personnel are to maintain extreme caution while operating in a location known to be infected with SCP-1374. Head Researcher, 𝐻𝒃
Incident Log 1374-Chi. On May 12, 1995, Foundation surveillance reported that Warehouse 24, owned by Group of Interest 132, Marshall Carter and Dark Limited, and infected with SCP-1374-D, was vacated by the group. Foundation agents covertly followed the members of the group to MC&D-owned Auction House 53. Investigation of Warehouse 24 revealed the corpses of 3 persons, with each body having the phrase, "Those with no heart cannot truly bask in his power when he comes. I've tried talking to you, but apparently that's not enough," cut into various areas of their skin. MTF Tal-9, aka Upper Class Spy Cats, is currently searching for the new location of SCP-1374-D. Addendum 1374-Mu. Personnel have noted that SCP-1374-A through SCP-1374-C's messages have taken on a frantic, nervous quality since, on the same date as the... Specifically, SCP-1374-A has begun issuing harsher criticism of the containment procedures of an unprecedented number of SCP objects, most of which were humanoid, metamorphic, memory-affecting, adaptive, cognitohazardous, or extra-dimensional, as well as writing out most of its messages in all capitalized letters. SCP-1374-B began utilizing the ability it demonstrated during Incident Log 1374-Theta at least once per week, manifesting various forms of encouraging phrases while personnel attempted to recontain the objects. Footnote 4. Since this incident, Site-95 has been gradually transporting its contained objects to other sites as well as increasing the number of personnel assigned to site security. However, at no time are less than 25 anomalous objects to be held within Site-95. SCP-1374-C ceased altering SCP documents in overt and obvious ways. Instead, it has begun altering minute but important details about these objects. Additionally, it has been noted to include an increasing amount of subtle memetic and informational hazards in its messages. As such, the rigor of the checking of the validity of all documents within Sector 15 has been increased. These behaviors became more and more frequent over time. During this period, Foundation researchers proposed a possible link between the increase in extreme actions of SCP-1374 and the non-anomalous series of... However, no link between the two has been established. Addendum 1374-Pi. The following message manifested in all locations infected with SCP-1374 on... Footnote 5. Notably, this was the same date as the disturbance and... Well, you took the test. You failed. We'll try to handle this by ourselves. Subsequently, all locations previously known to be infected with SCP-1374 ceased manifesting anomalous messages. After 30 days, SCP-1374 was declared neutralized. Addendum 1374-Omega. On 5 months after SCP-1374 was declared neutralized, SCP-1374 re-manifested in all previously infected areas. However, a new iteration of the anomaly appeared rather than any recorded instance of SCP-1374-X. This iteration is uniform across all infected areas and only manifests Arabic numerals. The numbers in SCP-1374's messages decrease at a constant rate over time. The significance of this is unknown. However, all manifested numbers are roughly equal between the structures at any given time. Alright, that's all I have to say about this subject. Alright. My name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-1487. Item number: SCP-1487. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-1487 is to be kept in Humanoid Containment Chamber 3821 at Site-23. Standard protocols in regards to humanoids have been put in place for this entity. Testing of the entity's anomalous properties is to be supervised by at least 2 Level 3 researchers. SCP-1487 is to be physically restrained when in the presence of humans or other living organisms unless it is being actively tested. Weekly interviews to determine the psychological condition of SCP-1487 are to be conducted by the lead researcher of the anomaly, Dr. Adelaide Fredericks. Description: SCP-1487 is a female humanoid of Filipino descent. The entity is 15 years old and measures 1.7 meters in height and 70 kilograms in weight. SCP-1487's anomalous properties have not been present throughout its entire life. However, it is unclear when these traits manifested. SCP-1487 is unable to perceive or interact with any parts of living organisms other than the internal skeletal system. Due to this, the entity is able to identify different animal species, but tends to have difficulty in distinguishing between individual members. Non-living materials, as well as organisms that possess external skeletal systems or otherwise lack internal skeletal structures, are not subject to this effect. SCP-1487, originally named Saffron, was recovered from the town of Tennessee on November 29, 2012. SCP-1487 is unusually well adjusted to its condition, and rarely responds negatively when questioned about it. At the end of initial analysis, Dr. Wright, who specializes in dealing with teenage and young adult anomalies, was assigned to lead the research on SCP-1487. Interview Log 1487, Delta. Interviewed: SCP-1487. Interviewer: Dr. Wright. Forward. Following the initial containment, classification, and observation of SCP-1487, Dr. Miles Wright, a specialist in social adolescent human interaction, was assigned to lead the research of SCP-1487. The following log comprises Dr. Wright's first interaction with the organism, as well as SCP-1487's first one-on-one interview with a Foundation employee. Begin log.
Good day. Let's see. May I call you Saffron?
Footnote 1. Please note that Dr. Wright was granted permission to address SCP-1487 by the name it was given prior to containment, in order to ease the humanoid and make it more comfortable so that it might be more cooperative in interviews and tests. All other personnel are still required to refer to the being as SCP-1487.
Sure. And what can I call you?
Well, my name is Miles Wright. You can call me Dr. Wright or even Miles if you really want to.
I'm gonna call you Miley. Like the shitty singer.
Alright, I guess that's okay. So, can you tell me about yourself? Specifically your, well, condition.
Well, it just started like in October, about 2 months ago. And well, when it happened, I was just like, holy shit, because, you know, I couldn't touch people anymore. That's fucking, yeah. My hands just kept going through people's skin like there was nothing there and hitting the bones inside of them. I mean, I know they're bones now, but back then I was even more clueless than I am now, so it was even freakier. Actually, I kind of like the feel of bones now. They're so smooth and strong, yet elegant, you know? Have you ever felt a bone? If not, you should, because it's pretty damn awesome.
Holy hell. You are weird, aren't you, Saffron?
Well, I'm sure you're not Mr. Perfect yourself, Miley. Anyways, a month after that started happening, I also started just seeing skeletons. Like, not people at all, just skeletons. It's not everyone, and it changes a lot. Like, I would see someone 1 second, look away, and when I look back, they were just bones. It's been happening a lot more as time goes on. I see more and more people as just skeletons more and more of the time. It's not everyone yet, though, which is nice. Like you, Miley. I can see you and your wrinkles just fine.
Wrinkles? Hardly. Stress lines maybe, but wrinkles? I'm hardly old yet. I still think the Beatles are cool. Anyways, back on task. Does this happen only when you see someone directly?
No, it happens with pictures and photographs too.
Okay. Well, I think that's all for today, Saffron. But I think we'll be seeing a lot of each other in the future.
End log. Interview log 1487 Gamma. Interviewed SCP-1487. Interviewer Dr. Wright. Forward. This interview was overseen with Dr. Adelaide Fredericks, specialist in child psychology, in the interview room. The purpose of this was to obtain a second opinion on the psychological condition of SCP-1487. Begin log.
Hey Saffron, it's Dr. Wright. I brought my friend Adelaide today so she can watch us and take some general notes. Is that alright?
I'm not gonna be able to remember her though, Miley. She's all bones.
That's alright, completely fine. You can basically always expect that I'll be the one talking to you, but I'll be sure to tell you who's who if I bring in new people from now on. Alright?
Sounds good, man.
Cool. So, anything notable since last time we talked?
Yeah. Some of these people have some very, very nice bones. Like, hot damn.
You know that's not what I meant.
Whatever, man. You asked and I answered. Is that all for today? I got a long day ahead of doing nothing but going crazy, and I'm already behind schedule.
Yep, I'll be out of your hair soon. These will mostly just be check-ins every week or so to make sure you're doing alright.
Sounds good, man. Nice to meet you.
End log. Interview log 1487 Epsilon. Interviewed SCP-1487. Interviewer Dr. Wright. Forward. This interview was conducted solely between SCP-1487 and Dr. Wright, with no one else in the room. Begin log.
How are you today?
SCP-1487 is noticeably more reserved and quiet than previous interviews.
I'm fine, Dr. Wright.
That's good to hear. No deviation at all? Anything to report? Want to tell me how good everyone's bones feel again?
SCP-1487 shakes its head.
Nothing you want to say? I know we take a lot of tests, there must be something you want to tell me about. Come on. Something interesting that happened in the past week. Even if you weren't really involved.
Neither Dr. Wright nor SCP-1487 speaks for approximately 1 minute.
Alright, well, we'll talk next time.
End log. Closing statement. SCP-1487 is behaving drastically differently from previous interviews, possibly due to dealing with the implications of its condition. Dr. Fredericks will be present at next week's interview. Interview log 1487 Zeta. Interviewed. SCP-1487. Interviewer, Dr. Fredericks. Forward. This interview was originally meant to be conducted by Dr. Wright. However, SCP-1487 refused to speak to him and requested to be interviewed by Dr. Fredericks. The entity continued to refuse to talk until Dr. Wright left the interview room. Begin log.
Yes, Doctor. That's it. Well, I assume you know how when I came here, I was seeing people as skeletons randomly, right? Like how I would just see someone's bones and nothing else, and the next second I would see them normally? Well, over the course of the last few weeks, I've seen a lot of people on my way to testing, taking care of my room, guarding other things here, you know. Last week, it finally happened. It wasn't just like that thing, really, but everyone was just skeletons, with no changing at all. I've stopped seeing people. But that's not what I'm freaking out about. I saw this part coming. What is it then?
SCP-1487 remains silent for approximately 30 seconds.
I can still see Dr. Wright. All of him. No one else. Please help. Please. I can't do this. Don't bring him back here. Please.
End log. Closing statements. At this point, SCP-1487 lapsed into a panic attack and was subsequently aided by Dr. Fredericks. Following this, the information presented in this interview was presented to the Site Director of Site-23, Roger Langley. Action on this information is pending. Addendum 1487 Ada. Due to the contents of interview log 1487 Zeta, Dr. Miles Wright had been instructed to submit to several examinations, including but not limited to blood tests, DNA testing, and a close inspection of the doctor's past. The purpose of these orders was to look for possible explanations of this anomaly as a precaution. However, Dr. Wright has been reported missing as of December 19, 2012. Foundation operatives have been notified of this and are currently searching for Dr. Wright. A decision is also pending on whether or not SCP-1487 should be used to identify more Foundation employees that may or may not experience the same anomaly that Dr. Wright did. Alright, that's all I have to say about this subject. Alright. My name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-1590. Item number: SCP-1590. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures: 7 copies of SCP-1590 are to be kept on hand for experimentation purposes. These copies are to be kept in Secure Containment Locker F-12 at Site-18. Keys to which are in possession of the current Project Director Light, the current Head of Security, and the Site Director. Any researcher who wishes to make use of SCP-1590 must get permission from Project Director Light. Information Technologies Technician Kent has been put in charge of finding uncontained instances of SCP-1590. When such instances are found, an immediate DDoS attack is to be made on the server hosting it, and an MTF is to be sent in to appropriate all hardware. The computer virus known as 𝐻𝒶𝓁 is to be inserted into any systems with copies of SCP-1590 downloaded before the server is taken down. Description: SCP-1590 is a 1 kilobyte program, or application, designated for use with touchscreen hardware such as tablets, calling itself the Book of Tamlin. Attempts to view SCP-1590's coding reveals only the numbers 1 through 66,666 in numerical order. The application itself posits to be a game wherein the user has to find certain objects in a cluttered image. The game always begins with a dedication screen, containing the message, "To Joey, who taught me how to be cool," and name of the last person to play the game, who almost made it out. The content then shifts to an animated scene. The silhouette of a humanoid stands on the deck of what appears to be an oil tanker. The screen turns bright white and then returns to the previous scene. A yellow wall larger than the ship has been added to the scene. The wall's appearance causes a wave to wash over the ship, and the wave carries the humanoid overboard. The screen fills with bubbles, and the words "The Book of Tamlin" and "Start Game" appear overlaid on the bubbles. When a user picks Start Game, the title screen fades away to an image of a cluttered room. The user is presented with a series of tasks, directing them to find objects hidden in the room image. The images and objects are different for every run-through of the game. The user is also given a time limit, which ranges anywhere between 1 and 12 minutes. Once the user completes a task, they are given a set of doors to choose from to move further on in the game. The tasks begin benignly, then move on to tasks more personal to the subject, and end with tasks that are very personal and often insulting in nature. The game continues through a random number of rooms, from 7 to 43. At a random point in the game, or if the user fails to complete the task in the required amount of time, the player will find themselves in an empty room. The words, "You found out everything there is to find about the house. Now all you have left to find is the way out," appear on the screen. At this point, the game ends and cannot be replayed by the same user. Within 72 hours of finishing the game, a door the user opens will connect to what appears to be a room from the game. Attempts to follow users through said doorways have so far met with failure. Any tracking devices cease to transmit after the user passes through the doorway. After 72 hours of finishing the game, any door opened by the user will result in an altered doorway, although no compulsion exists to force them through it. If another person attempts to open a door for the subject, there is still a chance it will open into an altered room. At no point may anyone who has not finished a game enter such a room. All attempts to do such result in entering the room the doorway normally opens into. Addendum: Sample list of rooms from test subjects. For the purpose of these logs, mundane rooms have not been recorded. For a full record of all rooms and tasks, consult file Tamlin01 Log 1 D1534. Designated room number: Room 8. Description: a farmyard filled with animals. Subject says it was the farm owned by his uncle, where his parents used to tell them they had taken his pets. Task: find the graves of all 7 of your childhood pets your parents told you ran away. Room 11. A stadium, showing a game of American football. Colors are consistent with subject's high school team. Subject recalls losing his virginity beneath the bleachers. Collect the 4 pieces of your first girlfriend's shattered heart, and the panties of the girl you cheated on her with. Room 17. A boys' locker room, filled with children. Subject identifies as being from his middle school. Records indicate subject was involved in multiple altercations at said school. Find the 13 boys who made your childhood a living hell. Room 22. Darkened room. The light source flickers every couple of seconds. Dismembered human bodies are strewn haphazardly about the otherwise empty room. Subject pales. Visible faces correspond with those the subject was convicted of murdering, +3 missing persons. Find the 4 organs. You know which ones. Room 23. Inside a crowded church. Subject refuses to identify. Investigation reveals church likely to be St. Mary's, in subject's hometown of Royale. Records indicate subject was a church member in a good standing of said church for 17 years, until 2 locals turned him in for his crimes. Find 2 dirty little snitches. Room 24. The interior of a courtroom. Room is identified as the same one where subject was sentenced. Find the 12 people who ended your life. Room 25. End room. After 12 hours, subject opened door onto a room similar in appearance to room 17. Subject eagerly charged in. Screaming was heard before door shut of its own accord. Log 2. Agent Brad Gibson. Designated room number, room 4. Description: a blackboard, over which multiple insults, threats, and other statements have been written. Subject claims said blackboard is not consistent with any he recalls. Task: find all the insults your father wanted to call you but didn't, because you knew you were too much of a wuss to take it. Room 6. A jungle filled with soldiers fighting. Uniforms identify American and Korean forces. Subject identifies scenario as similar to, if not identical to, his time on deployment in Korea. Subject notes he earned a Purple Heart for wounds received. Find the buddies you left behind. Room 7. A darkened child's bedroom. Menacing shadows looming over the huddled figure of a young boy on the bed. Subject becomes angered, claiming it is his son's bedroom and the boy appears to be his son. Find all the things that are after your son. Room 8. Image on screen is several dozen Polaroid pictures, with the date scribbled on each. Date is shown to be 9 months before subject's birth. Main focus of the pictures is the subject's mother, copulating with multiple males of a variety of appearances as well as multiple animals. Subject becomes enraged, but is restrained. Find all the males who donated sperm to be your father. Room 9. End room. Despite hourly attempts, subject did not find an altered door until the 72-hour mark, when the door opened on room 6. Subject entered of his own accord, with requested survival materials. All radio contact was immediately terminated upon his passage through the door. All attempts to keep the door open failed. Log 3. D132. Designated room number, room 5. Description: a girl's bedroom. Subject identifies as her own, from when she was 5. Task: find 7 stuffed animals, given out of guilt. Room 12. A junk-filled basement. Subject identifies as her own, from when she was 5. Subject shows reluctance to look at the picture for long. Find your Uncle Billy before he finds you. Room 15. A strip club. The name Naughty Kitty emblazoned on the wall. Subject claims no knowledge of said club. Investigation later revealed it was the name of an adult establishment in the city she lived in at age 12. Find where Daddy hides when he's sick of your crime. Room 20. A hospital room, filled with life support machinery. A frail female form lies in bed. Subject identifies female form as her mother, and room as one where said mother ended up after a bout with lung cancer. Find the money needed to keep your mother on life support. Room 31. Room appears as a stereotypical version of hell, including dozens of people being tortured in graphic ways by demonic beings. Subject identifies knowledge of all non-demonic individuals. Find 11 of your relatives being punished for their sins. Room 32. A crowded mall, decorated for Christmas. At the center of the scene, 3 children lie on the ground, their bodies splayed as if by multiple fractures. Subject is shown in the picture, kneeling by said bodies. Mole identified as the one where subject was accused of committing her crimes. Find the one person who can prove your innocence. Note: subject failed to complete task in time allotted. Room 33. End room. 23 hours after completion of the game, subject opened door into what appeared to be room 12. Subject became hysterical and refused to pass through the doorway. Sedatives were applied and the subject was moved into the portal. Door closed. An experimental tracking device 1A12 ceased broadcasting. Alright, that's all I have to say about this subject. Alright, my name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-1753. Item number SCP-1753. Object class Safe. Special container procedures. For not being used for testing, SCP-1753 is to be kept in a 1 meter by 1.5 meter by 0.5 meter fireproof safe in a standard storage unit at Sector 28. Personnel are to avoid direct line of sight with SCP-1753 to minimize the risk of accidental exposure. Description: SCP-1753 is a 75 cm by 100 cm oil painting of the 𝐻𝒶𝓁 rock formation in Yosemite National Park. The phrase "time to fly" has been scrawled in permanent marker over the vertical rock face. Forensic analysis of SCP-1753 revealed that this phrase was incorporated by the painter. When a human capable of sight observes the painting and comprehends the written phrase, they will activate SCP-1753's anomalous effects. Subjects initially experience a strong sense of vertigo that subsides within approximately 30 seconds. No further effects will be experienced for a period of 12 to 14 hours. After this time period, the subject begins to perceive any drop, curve, a stair, etc. as being a vertical cliff face of approximately 2,000 meters in height. While this will initially only occur on a small percentage of drops encountered, the effect progresses until any vertical displacement higher than 5 centimeters results in a sheer cliff face. Amnestics have proven ineffective at removing SCP-1753's influence. Should an affected individual perceive that they will hover in the air for approximately 30 seconds before impacting the ground with force comparable to that expected of striking the ground at terminal velocity. Subjects equipped with base jumping gear are able to make the descent unharmed. Of note is that SCP-1753's influence appears to be one way. An affected subject standing at the top of the staircase will see a series of descending cliffs, while an affected subject at the bottom will only see a staircase. SCP-1753 was recovered in 19... after a woman in California reported several minutes of laughter followed by the remains of Herbert, presumably the creator of SCP-1753, breaking through the ceiling. Foundation agents discovered SCP-1753 in the upstairs apartment with what appeared to be a suicide note. See Addendum 1753-1, painted on the wall of the bedroom. Addendum 1753-1, suicide note of Herbert.
The sky's calling. Time to fly. Time to fly. Time to fly. Time to
fly. Alright. My name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-1960. Item number SCP-1960. Object class Euclid. Special container procedures. Due to the distance between SCP-1960 and the Earth and the nature of its behavior, direct monitoring or containment of SCP-1960 is not possible at this time. The Foundation is to liaise with all national space research agencies or academic institutions capable of producing high-resolution photographs of Neptune, and digitally edit SCP-1960 messages out of any and all photographs, displaying them before dissemination to the civilian population. Use of Class B amnestics on civilian researchers is authorized to prevent information leaks. Description: SCP-1960 is an intelligent entity of unknown nature or origin, which manifests in the form of brief text statements in English superimposed upon high-resolution photographs of the planet Neptune. Communications from SCP-1960 appear on all photographs of Neptune taken at a resolution of greater than, including all photographs of the planet taken by the Voyager 2 spacecraft during its flyby in 1989, and several photos taken from the Hubble Space Telescope and other telescopes in low Earth orbit. All communications are presented in all capital letters and consist of fewer than 50 characters, typically taking the form of a brief question or request. SCP-1960 was first observed in 1989, when the first high-resolution photos of Neptune were transmitted to Earth from Voyager 2. A subsequent examination of NASA equipment confirmed that the communications were not being deliberately inserted into the photographs after reception, and the information was present in the original radio transmissions from Voyager 2. And remote examination of Voyager 2's software indicated no means of introducing text onto the part of the probe itself. Initial containment was conducted by NASA without Foundation knowledge. The Foundation was contacted and assumed international containment management when photographs taken by the Hubble Space Telescope in 1996 produced additional SCP-1960 communications in an identical typeface. 𝐵𝒶𝓃, an unmanned probe designed by the Foundation in conjunction with the European Space Agency, was covertly launched in 2010 for the purpose of establishing a permanent orbit around Neptune, from which to conduct further monitoring and attempt to establish two-way communication between the Foundation and SCP-1960. Estimated date of arrival is November 6, 2024. SCP-1960 communications have provided no information as to the nature or identity of SCP-1960 itself. Recurring themes in SCP-1960 communications include feelings of fear, isolation, and discomfort. Messages from SCP-1960 appearing on photographs have included: "It's so dark, it's so dark, it's so dark, lonely, lonely. I'm so cold, I'm so cold, I'm so cold. Can I come home with you? Can I come home with you? Can I come home with you? Please don't leave me, please don't leave me, please don't leave me. Hungry. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." Alright, that's all I have to say about this subject. Alright. My name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-2094. Item Number: SCP-2094. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-2094 is contained in a medium security residential chamber in Biosite 59. Standard PG-class pre-approved luxuries and amenities may be granted on a supervised basis as an incentive to promote cooperation in interviews and experiments. Psychotropic maintenance of SCP-2094's emotional health is presently overseen by Dr. Aniston. ES number 59-390-258. Any request to access or alter SCP-2094's current drug regimen must be submitted to her in triplicate for review. Description: SCP-2094 is a human male of European descent, 38 years old as of April 10, 2014. Several tattoos depicting common circus motifs are present on SCP-2094's upper body. SCP-2094 communicates in American English, specifically the New York City English dialect. SCP-2094 possesses exceptional, non-anomalous manual dexterity, with particular proficiency in juggling. SCP-2094 is the subject of a spatial anomaly originating within its oral cavity. SCP-2094's lower jaw and facial muscles can be pulled and stretched up to 2 meters in any direction without causing any considerable pain or injury. Additionally, SCP-2094 is capable of redirecting any physical matter that enters its mouth into an extra-dimensional organ made of anomalously elastic intestinal tissue. There appears to be no limit to the amount of matter that SCP-2094 can store inside this space. The weight of objects carried inside the pocket has no effect on SCP-2094's overall weight, and neither causes SCP-2094 discomfort nor impairs its mobility. SCP-2094 refers to this space as its second stomach. However, research indicates that it serves no actual biological purpose. SCP-2094 was recovered in an open field near 𝐵𝒶𝓁𝓉𝒾𝒻𝓊𝓁, Japan, along with an assortment of non-anomalous artifacts related to 𝐻𝒶𝓁-233, determined for their circus of the 𝒔𝓂𝓄𝓐. SCP-2094 was discovered bound in chains and locked inside a large antique trunk bearing the words "For Essay" written on the top panel in red paint. Recovered belongings. The following items were removed from SCP-2094's intestinal space during preliminary containment: wooden juggling clubs of various colors, metal lighter and several packages of cigars, 120 button bass accordion, suitcase containing 2 sets of clean clothes, a toothbrush, and a shaving kit. Fully functional 1962 Maserati 3500 coupe with minor interior and mechanical modifications. Burlap sack containing a number of antique, wind-up toys. Operational submachine gun, and accompanying ammunition, circa 1959. Fire-breathing torch. Plastic trunk containing 45 bottles of kerosene. Selected interview number 1. Interviewer: Dr. O'Sullivan. Interviewee: SCP-2094. Notes: interview conducted February 24, 2006, the day after SCP-2094 entered containment. Begin log.
Congratulations, sir. It appears you've snagged yourself a front row seat to the freak show. Lucky you. Room's a bit too clean for my taste, but hey, it's the performer that makes the stage. At least that's what old Gordy used to say. Why, Doctor! We haven't even introduced ourselves and you're already putting up walls between us. This does not bode well for our relationship.
Good evening, SCP-2094. My name is Dr. O'Sullivan. I'll be...
O'Sullivan, you say? Faith and Begorrah. Well, I'll be a shamrock shantyman. I'm a wee bit Irish too, on my mom's side.
I'll be conducting the interview this afternoon.
An interview, you say? Gee, I've never been interviewed before. Oh, this should be fun. Does this mean I'm famous? Is this the loony bin where all the superstars eventually end up? Hey, any chance you got Andy Kaufman stashed away somewhere?
I am not at liberty to discuss the nature of this facility.
Come on now, it's obvious what this place is. You guys haven't been particularly subtle about it. The armed guards, the reinforced cells, the constant observation, the delicate crystal barrier keeping me from caressing that gorgeous face of yours. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Any old adult could figure out what kind of place this is. We're at Knott's Berry Farm. Obviously. When you guys finally going to face facts, you're never going to be as good as Disneyland. Not ever. No matter how many special snowflakes like me you try to recruit.
You seem to be in a talkative mood. Why don't you tell me about the circus of the 𝒔𝓂𝓄𝓐?
Oh, it's a grand place, lovely people. You should go sometime. Bring the family, make a day of it.
I'd very much like to see it in person. How would I go about finding it?
Doctor, you don't find the circus finds you. See, you'll trudge through life, trawling through the muck of your mundane existence, drowning in pencil shavings and choking on the sterile fumes of your tiny little office, until one day you realize the stale taste of paper and politics in your soul has become so overwhelming that even the most stringent of fluorides can't scrub it away. Then, just when you started to feel like there's nothing left on this crummy planet that can make your life worth living, that's when you start to see the balloons. The lights, the clowns, all of it there to remind you that there's still some magic left in the world. Yes, I imagine that's how you would go about finding the circus, Mr. Sullivan.
Do you know an individual at the circus with an upside-down face?
Ah, so you know about Manny. Wait, what am I saying? Of course you know about Manny. You guys probably know everything from his childhood sweetheart to his shoe size. He's a pretty memorable fella, stand-up guy, good with kids, excellent performer, diligent leader, detail-oriented, task-specific, synergy efficient, low-hanging fruit, viable asset leverage. Feel free to stop me whenever you like, Sully.
What role does he play at the circus?
Ophelia, occasionally. And I always cry. But he's usually off doing his own thing. He's a very busy, upside-down-faced man. Does a lot of important, upside-down-faced man things.
He sounds like an interesting person. When did you meet him?
Nah, you don't want to hear about all that. Wouldn't you rather hear my impression of Jane Fonda? By God, why did you save her after all the terrible things she did to you? There, that was pretty good, wasn't it? I can also do a decent Audrey Hepburn, and my Helen Keller isn't too bad either.
Please, don't be afraid to share your experiences at the circus. I understand many of the freaks were kidnapped and abused from a young age, but you're very far from your captors now. They can't hurt you here.
Kidnapped? Abused? Who all have you been talking to? Listen, if I've been less than cooperative with you, it's not because I'm traumatized. You can put that out of your mind right now. It's cause I'm not the type to sell my circus family out to the whitecoats. I know you're gay, Messy. You want to get all buddy-buddy with me and milk me for all I'm worth. Well, tell your boys to scribble this down on their clipboards. These people you've been hounding, these men and women you've been hunting down like criminals, they're saints. You hear me? They're good folks. I wasn't kidnapped, you dingbat. I ran away, and they took me in with open arms.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult your family.
What's this? Some slight semblance of sensitivity? Have I begun to worm my way into your cold, crusty lump of a heart, Doctor?
Tell me, why did you run off?
And there it went. So we're playing the backstory game now, eh? Sure, I'll bite. I was 8 years old. My dad hit the road long before I was born, so I lived at home with dear old Mom. A real gem of a woman, my mother. She lived an enchanted life, sitting upon her mommy throne and drinking her special mommy water until her eyes rolled back in her head. She never hit me or anything, but she hated me. God, she hated me. And the feeling was mutual. Sometimes I would bring home a mouthful of woodland creatures just because it drove her nuts. I'd walk up to her all innocent-like, smile one of those adorable 8-year-old smiles, and then spit up a couple dozen rats onto her lap.
So she was aware of your anomalous properties?
What? You mean this? Yeah, she noticed. There's a good reason I wasn't breastfed. And because I was such an odd little thing, she kept me holed up inside the house pretty much all the time. Guess she was worried I'd eat somebody. Not once did it occur to me to bust out and hit the world on my own, though. Back in the day, I was a pretty timid kid, believe it or not. But then one night... Actually, hold on. Let me get back to that in a second. Have you ever seen Peter Pan? The animated one?
I have.
Okay, good. Where was I? Oh, yeah. But then one night, when my mom was asleep, he came into my room. Showed up at my window, silhouetted against the stars, just like Peter Pan. He told me that freaks didn't belong cooped up in boxes their whole lives. He told me they belonged out in the world, sharing their gifts, making people laugh and scream and puke. He told me of a place where I'd be loved by hundreds, where I'd be a star, where I'd have a real family. So I took his hand. Mommy dears was too deep in the drink to even notice us waltzing out the front door. And that, dear Sully, is how I wound up running away to join the circus. Best decision of my life.
Being visited by a stranger in the middle of the night didn't alarm you as a child?
Well, his face was upside down, so I suppose I should have been a little spooked. But at the time I was just excited to meet someone who was even weirder than I was.
And you weren't treated badly at the circus?
I'll tell you right now, the circus life ain't for everyone. But hey, Manny and the gang did the best they could. They put bread in our mouths and pillows under our heads. I got a whooping now and again, but what kid doesn't? It's all part of growing up. Kept me in line and manned me up quickly. The folks at the circus loved me like I was one of their own. They never made me feel like being a freak was anything to be hidden or ashamed of. When you're part of a circus family, you look out for one another. You don't just turn around and sell your family out to the SCP Foundation.
When the recovery team discovered you, you were locked in a trunk. You were left for us to find. Can you tell me why that is? Were there any problems between you and your family?
Wouldn't you like to know? Sorry, Sully, but I think I've done enough talking. You ain't getting nothing else out of me. Not now, not never.
That's fine. Thank you for your time, SCP-2094.
Hey, don't mention it. Anything from my #1 fan.
End log. Selected interview number 2. Interviewer, Dr. O'Sullivan. Interviewee, SCP-2094. Notes. Interview conducted 8 months after SCP-2094 entered containments. Begin log. SCP-2094 is led into the interview chamber.
Bless me Blarney Stones, it's old Doc Sullivan again. How have you been, Doc? Because I've been great.
Is that a fact?
Of course not, you dingus. This place is a total shithole. What kind of hotel you lot running anyhow? I knew I should have booked the Hilton.
I'm sorry to hear that. Life in Biosite 59 might take some getting used to. Is there anything particular you're having trouble adjusting to?
Well, since you asked, the food tastes like elephant guano, the bed's as hard as a rock, and the little red light on the camera keeps me up at night. Would it really kill you guys to stock the bathrooms with 2-ply? Seriously, I've slept in prisons that were more hospitable than this place.
You know, SCP-2094, if you can provide me with some additional information on the circus, I could put in a formal request for improvement.
Oh, not that again. I'm not gonna dish, you hear me?
You don't have to tell us anything that might compromise the safety of your family. We're not after sensitive information, necessarily. Just tell me about the circus, acts you've performed, friends you've made. Anything will work.
Anything, huh?
Within reason, yes.
And you'll give me junk if I just spin some simple yarns for you.
That could be arranged, yes.
Softer bed, better food, DVDs.
Those sound like reasonable requests.
Adult magazines, even?
I'll see what I can do.
You know what? Sure, why the hell not? I've been itching to talk to somebody anyway. Where should I start?
I think...
Never mind, I know where. Okay, so picture this. Lush, green grass, wide open space, blue skies above. Imagine the most perfect day possible. Anomalously perfect, you might say. All of our days are like that. Never a rain cloud in sight. Now imagine candy-striped tints and musicians in brightly colored outfits and balloon animals that prance through the air above you, and clowns that actually succeed at being funny. Picture, if you will, the most beautiful goddamn circus you've ever dreamt of, and then forget about it, because it's nothing compared to Herman Fuller's. Of course, it's not always what you call crowd-ready. Things can get a bit, chaotic at times. Alright, full disclosure, it's a madhouse more often than not, but by golly, when the normies start rolling in, there's not a hair out of place. We can thank our ringmaster for that. She's phenomenal in terms of leadership as well as booty. Hello, Ness. She wasn't really around when I first arrived, though. The overall look and feel of the circus hasn't really changed since the turn of the century. The people, however, changed quite a bit, as they are wont to do. Take me, for example. I think I mentioned before that I wasn't always the charming portrait of confidence I am today. In the early days, I was a tender-footed little lad, recently departed from home, overwhelmed by the strange and wonderful world he'd been swept up into. I mostly just stood around staring in dumbstruck awe at everything around me, never really talking or nothing. I was a pretty wide-eyed kid, and an adorable one from what I hear. So, obviously, they gave me a job as a human clown car. I mean, really what else could they do but send me on stage with a few dozen clowns waiting to lurch out of my guts? It wasn't the most glamorous job, but I did get some kicks out of it. You should have seen the looks on the audience faces when that marching band started parading out of my lips. Priceless. Let's see. After that, I learned some juggling from a guy named Scythe. Total doucheburger, but pretty handy with a pair of swords. I never got to handle them, of course, just balls and clubs and all that. Scythe was another story entirely. I mean, you could shove a shiv into every square inch of the guy's body and he wouldn't bat an eye. He was a real baby when it came to being set on fire, though, and ended up going up in smoke in the middle of a show. Total spoil sport dying like that. They held a service for him, but I was busy that day. After a while, I got more comfortable with the other folks. Started to assert myself. The clown shtick had to end. I mean, it was fun and all, but it didn't really mesh with my newfound sense of pride. So I did the juggling thing for a while, tossing random junk around and then swallowing at the end. Pretty low-scale stuff, comparatively speaking, and and I knew I'd end up getting relegated to the Den of Freaks if I didn't up my game. Don't get me wrong, there's a ton of great folks in the Den, and it's not a bad place, but it's not the big time, you know? So when I got to be a horny teenager, I thought, why not devour a woman whole? At first, everyone thought it was going to be a step down from the clown thing, but then I came up with the idea to put a plant in the audience, call them up into the ring, and then swallow them in one gulp. It was alright, I guess, and nicely provocative, but the act didn't really take off until I got Theodore in on it. In addition to being able to turn himself inside out, Theo also had a knack for the gymnastic stuff, and we managed to make a high diving act out of it. He'd leap off a diving board, flip his innards out, and plop right into me. It was a hit, of course. Theo and I got a lot of attention after that, especially once we started dating. Turned out I found guys were just as fun to swallow as gals. The act got stale after a while though, and then when I broke it off with Theo, that put the final nail in its coffin. He went back to the den and I was going to be following pretty quick if I didn't think of something new to do. I thought and brainstormed up a hurricane, but nothing would come to me. I needed a big ticket idea. Something that wouldn't just be a hit, but would earn me legendary status. And then one day, when I was dumping an especially long string of ideas on Quincy, he told me he'd barf a swarm of bees on my face if I didn't shut my motor mouth. And then it hit me. Motor mouth. I'd gotten pretty talkative at that point, so it was an appropriate enough title to take on, but the act that came with it was a stroke of genius, if I do say so myself. Picture this. Two lovely assistants on either side of me, they pull my mouth open good and wide, and then, all of a sudden, a Chrysler comes barreling into the big top, hits a ramp and sails down my throat. Pretty fantastic, huh? You don't look impressed. Imagination's atrophied, eh? Well, just take my word for it when I say it was pretty damn nifty. Great spectacle value, and legitimately dangerous. I may be magic, but I doubt that even I'd survive a Porsche to the face if it were to miss. I got the legend status I was looking for, of course. Became one of the top-billed acts nearly overnight. Things were going swimmingly for me. And then I ended up here. Way to go for that. Ruining my life and all. At least I'll be remembered as a star. That's nice. This still sucks though, I gotta say. Now, how much stuff did that earn me?
End log. Incident log number 1. On December 7, 2006, SCP-2094 was found in a state of extreme distress, to the point of self-harm. Biosite 59 caretakers were able to successfully restrain and sedate SCP-2094. The following is a transcript of statements made by SCP-2094 prior to the incidents. Begin log. SCP-2094 abruptly awakens from sleep. SCP-2094 clutches the sides of its head and makes pained vocalizations. SCP-2094 leaps from its bed and begins knocking its head violently against the wall. SCP-2094 loses balance and falls to the floor. It screams. End log. Dr. O'Sullivan was issued an official reprimand for not using more immediate information extraction techniques before the incident took place, and resigned from his post as lead researcher for SCP-2094 on January 15, 2007. SCP-2094 entered a severely depressed psychological state following this incident. Dr. Anderson began psychotropic treatment of SCP-2094's condition on February 3, 2007. Dr. Anderson's report number 1. The following is a message sent from Dr. Anderson to Site Director Bluth on February 13, 2007.
Hello. I'm writing to you today to inform you that SCP-2094 has undergone an extreme change in personality since I was first assigned to it early last year. Before, it was lively, energetic, and highly talkative, quick to engage in banter and turn of phrase. Speaking freely, it was one of the few patients I enjoyed speaking with, occasional lewd remarks notwithstanding. However, since the December incident, SCP-2094 has grown increasingly withdrawn. In addition to its depression, it has developed severe anxiety, and appears to be in a constant state of terror at its surroundings. Its interpersonal skills have rapidly degenerated, to the point of being visibly nervous around interviewers, even those permitted to address it by its given name for bonding purposes. SCP-2094 has also shown a marked decrease in its interest in physical activity, including juggling, which was a pastime in which it regularly engaged in with any object it could get its hands on. I know that your vision for 𝐵𝒂_59 is one where anomalies are kept reasonably healthy and happy, and the success of your mental health treatment initiative continues to positively influence other humanoid containment facilities. However, I'm afraid that there's only so much that I can do at this point. Attempts to treat its depression have worsened its anxiety, and attempts to treat its anxiety has worsened its depression. I have consulted with my peers on this issue, and we agree that SCP-2094's unstable mental state puts riskier options out of the equation. We will continue to do our best to treat SCP-2094 medically and through counselling, but it seems unlikely that SCP-2094 will return to its previous disposition. Given your commitment to SCP quality of life, I know this will come as a disappointment to you, especially after the letter you sent noting your fondness for its unconventional interview logs. I felt it was important for you to be aware of the situation, and given your background in the mental health field, I hope that you will not hesitate to offer any advice you may have concerning the situation. Dr. Miranda Aniston.
Incident Log Number 2. On March 11, 2007, SCP-2094 was found attempting to consume itself when it is presumed to be a suicide attempt. 𝐵𝒂 59 caretakers were able to successfully restrain and sedate SCP-2094. Dr. Aniston approved paperwork placing SCP-2094 on Level 2 Suicide Watch on March 12, 2007. Dr. Aniston's Report Number 2. The following is a message sent from Dr. Aniston to Site Director Bluth on April 15, 2014.
Hello. As you're aware, I have been in charge of overseeing SCP-2094's psychiatric treatment for the past 8 years. During that time, it has shown minimal and inconsistent progress, continually resisting treatment and refusing to cooperate with me and my staff. However, over the past 2 months, I've observed a significant degree of improvement in SCP-2094's overall condition. It's beginning to open up about its thoughts and feelings for the first time in years, and has even requested juggling clubs, which it has been granted access to under supervision. SCP-2094 has yet to completely explain what led to its improvement in mood, but so far I've been able to gather that it has made peace with the past, forgiven and been forgiven in return, and gotten back something valuable. Presumably, these statements have to do with it regaining some memories lost to its amnesia. Due to the comparatively high levels of cooperation SCP-2094 has shown recently, I am not pressing for further answers at this time, although more in-depth interviews are scheduled to be conducted. Yesterday afternoon, SCP-2094 submitted a formal request to hold a performance for the staff at Biosite-59. It is my personal recommendation that this request be granted, under strictly supervised conditions of course, as long as SCP-2094's condition continues to show improvement. I've lowered the suicide risk level to RL1 and hope to see it at RLL by the end of the year. As you are aware, high-risk humanoids are a substantial drain on resources, and it is my hope that we will be able to use some of the funding saved on extreme supervision for additional research. It's likely that, over the course of reading this letter, the thought has crossed your mind that SCP-2094 is merely putting on an act to manipulate personnel into complying with its whims. As SCP-2094's primary caretaker for almost the entirety of the past decade, I can safely say that if it is, in fact, acting, then we can assume with certainty that SCP-2094 is once again as healthy as it was during its first few years of containment. Eccentric, yes, but healthy. Dr. Miranda Aniston.
Selected Interview Number 3. Interviewer, Dr. Aniston. Interviewee, SCP-2094. Notes. The following is an excerpt from an interview recorded on May 16, 2014. Begin log.
And he ate the entire thing?
Yeah, the entire thing. I told him it was my job.
And then what did you do?
Oh, you know. I just decided to take the high road and give him a couple minutes time out in my gut.
You didn't.
I did indeed. Boy, Manny was furious. Not as furious as he was after the old noodle incident, of course. But, you know.
You're referring to the misadventure that led you to ending up in the trunk, correct? I've wondered about that for a while now. Have you gotten those memories back?
Yeah. I still don't have everything, but I've got all that stuff. Kind of wish I could forget it.
That's alright. I'm not going to press you about it if you're not ready.
I know you won't. That's why I'm gonna tell you.
You really don't have to.
Too late. I've made up my mind. Okay, so you know how Manny saved me from my rotten home life?
I do.
Well, that's how Manny did things for a long time. He helped people. I don't think he had been in charge that long before I joined. The thing is, the longer he was in power, the more he changed. It was little things at first, you know? Snippier attitude and all that. Folks just chalked it up to the stress of keeping all of his weirdos in order. But then he started bringing in these kids. He always brought in kids, of course, every once in a while, maybe 2 or 3 a year. That may sound like a lot of kids, but you gotta remember that the Circus of the Disquieting isn't just a single show. It's a multifaceted entertainment extravaganza. There's the big top show, of course, but there's also the Den of Freaks, the Menagerie of Mayhem, the individual tents for special acts, not to mention all the non-performance jobs. Point is, we've got a plethora of people in all sorts of places, both kids and adults. But at some point or another, Manny started bringing kids in that were different from the ones who'd come before. I should know. I was the one who usually worked with them. Manny gave us the usual stories, broken family, orphans saved from the streets, stuff like that. But there was something off about them. I figured it was just trauma, or they were overwhelmed by the circus like I had been. But something still didn't feel quite right. I didn't trust my gut, though. I was stupid for a long time. I put on my charm, played around with them, got them to warm to the circus, and forgot about whatever it was that haunted them. That changed with this one kid, though. Little girl. Delicate little thing. Literally, that was her whole shtick. She'd fold up pieces and put herself back together again. I was standing with her one day, trying to teach her how to juggle herself, and all of a sudden she just broke down and started crying, saying she wanted to go home. That's when I knew, deep in my gut, that Manny'd been taking kids. If the man with the upside-down face wants you to keep quiet about something, it's no easy feat to share it. I yelled, I fought, I told him that wasn't how we did things anymore. And you know what he did? He slapped me across the face and told me that he was doing what he could to keep the circus alive. Can you believe that? Even with everything we were doing, he still thought the circus was on the verge of collapse. In hindsight, I think he might have just been overly worried. Or maybe still hung up on Fuller's way of doing things. Either way, it's no excuse for what he did. I couldn't stand it. I had to do something. I stashed the girl away in my mouth and snuck her off to the kaleidoscope. She was home before lunch. Manny was waiting for me when I got back. He was livid, of course. Said I'd betrayed him. Betrayed the circus. Betrayed the trust that was put into me when I got teleportation privileges. He made a huge deal out of it. Called everyone together to watch him locking me in the trunk for you guys to find. It's kind of funny looking back on it. Now that I know that it practically killed him to do it. He was so scared of losing control. He had to make an example of me. SCP was the big bugaboo around the surface at the time. See, since the big Mickey D scare had blown over, it made sense that he'd use that to his advantage. He had to get me out of the picture. But at least he sent me somewhere safe. Yeesh, look at me talk. You got anything to drink in here?
End log. Alright, that's all I have to say about this subject. Alright. My name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-6463. Containment Class. Pending. Special Containment Procedures. Dr. Charles Gears is to monitor and survey SCP-6463 for topological or interdimensional irregularity. Re-establishing contact with the Foundation is to be considered highest priority. Description: SCP-6463 is the provisional designation for Dimension 882-R53, an interdimensional plane of unknown size. SCP-6463 resembles a salt flat, with its surface being solid and exhibiting near-perfect reflectivity. The surface is also noted to have a salty taste. Entities within SCP-6463 are believed to not be affected by any form of energy expenditure and decay, as several electronic devices brought into SCP-6463 have been in continuous function for at least 296,516 years without fail, and people inside of it do not appear to age or need sustenance, making them biologically immortal. SCP-6463 is largely featureless, with the exception of a single tree, henceforth SCP-6463-A, which exhibits a cognitohazardous effect which makes the observer always aware of its location, regardless of distance or visibility. The body of Dr. Charles Gears was found leaning against the base of SCP-6463-A. The timestamp of this file's last update, alongside the subsequent autopsy report and 1,779,095 recovered video logs on his drive, indicated he died at around 450,000 years of age from natural causes. Alright, that's all I have to say about this subject. Alright. My name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-3737. Item number: SCP-3737. Containment Class: Safe. Disruption Class: Dark. Risk Class: Notice. Special Containment Procedures. The Foundation has purchased the land that contains SCP-3737-1. Various signs have been posted around the area declaring it as federal property. Trespassers are subject to local law. A proposal to allow personnel to visit SCP-3737 during reunion events is currently being reviewed. Description: SCP-3737 is an interdimensional anomaly that manifests as a tropical island. The size of the island or the surrounding ocean has not been measured due to SCP-3737's limited accessibility. Per its anomalous nature, the island has no relative location and exists in its own reality. SCP-3737-1 is the entrance to SCP-3737, located on the bridge in Greenland. The entrance takes the form of an unstable Einstein-Rosen spatial anomaly, which is connected to a similar anomaly on a dock on the southern portion of SCP-3737. SCP-3737-1 is typically inaccessible, but can open at highly irregular intervals. These periods have been designated as reunion events, and last exactly 24 hours before SCP-3737-1 reverts to its inaccessible state. The spontaneous appearance of a wall of fog on the bridge housing SCP-3737-1 indicates a reunion event. Passing through this wall is effectively entering SCP-3737-1. Footnote 1. Since its opening on October 6, 2016, SCP-3737-1 has not reopened. SCP-3737-2 is the collective designation for the inhabitants of SCP-3737, which are various species of animals commonly kept as house pets. Instances of SCP-3737-2 are all present in their adolescent age, and show no indications of poor health. These entities will engage in playful activities either with each other or with the various animal toys found on SCP-3737. No aggressive or territorial behavior has been observed in SCP-3737-2 instances. Exploration Log 3737-1A. Due to the rarity of its appearance, a research team was granted permission to explore the nature of SCP-3737-1 when it spontaneously opened on October 6, 2016. A security detail was assigned as a precautionary measure. All personnel were required to wear Class A environmental hazard suits until the location at the opposite end of SCP-3737-1, later SCP-3737, was deemed habitable. The transcript of the subsequent video has been added to this file. 3737-1A Video Transcript. Begin transcript. The video is taken from the perspective of Dr. Lawrence's suit camera. The first few seconds show Dr. Lawrence behind Dr. McCall and Dr. Rostova as they approach SCP-3737-1, with Agents Crawford, Bardot, Alexander, and Ramirez flanking.
Proceeding to enter the anomaly.
The team crosses through the wall of fog. Camera feed glitches for approximately 2.4 seconds before being re-established. Frame shows the research team on SCP-3737's dock.
Is that a blue sky I'm seeing? I never thought I'd see something so mundane.
Oh, entity sighted on the beach.
The frame shifts to show a group of canine SCP-3737-2 engaging with a length of rope a few feet from the dock. They appear oblivious to the presence of the team.
I have a clear shot.
Oh, do not engage.
Dr. McCall turns to face Agent Alexander.
They might be friendly.
I'd rather one of us determine that. Bardot, go and initiate contact with one of the entities.
Aye, sir.
Agent Bardot breaks away from the main group and approaches the SCP-3737-2 instances with his weapon raised. One of the instances, a male Airedale Terrier, notices Agent Bardot and turns to face him. The other instances remain oblivious.
If it moves in a way you don't like, shoot it.
Aye.
The instance moves in front of Agent Bardot and sits. Agent Bardot points his weapon at the entity.
Advise.
Hold your fire. Bardot, initiate physical contact with the entity. Crawford, Ramirez, be ready to engage.
Agent Bardot extends his arm in front of the entity. It slowly approaches and places its head under Agent Bardot's hand. Bardot proceeds to rub the instance's head, which causes it to pant.
That doesn't look very murderous to me.
You should know as well as anyone that anything has the capability to be.
Catherine, is this really the time?
What, Vernon? Am I not allowed to be cautious?
Being cautious and being extremely presumptuous are two separate things.
I'm not being presumptuous. I'm taking my job seriously.
Would you two be quiet? I think you're scaring them.
Several of the instances have distanced themselves from the team.
Did they bring the whole zoo here or something?
Hang on. This dog has a collar.
Agent Bardot investigates the collar on the SCP-3737-2 instance.
His name is Felix.
It has a name.
They all have collars. Who do these things belong to?
I don't think that's important right now. We should continue moving.
Several hours pass. The team explores several areas within SCP-3737. The island is revealed to contain several different territories, including forests and prairies, along with instances of SCP-3737-2.
Does anyone notice the sun hasn't moved since we got here?
Perhaps it is an anomalous property of the island. Who knows?
An instance of SCP-3737-2, a female boxer, appears out of a nearby bush and approaches Dr. McCall.
Huh. I guess she likes you. It appears she does.
Dr. McCall notices the instance's blue collar. He pauses for a moment.
Is everything alright, Ludwig?
Yes. Everything is fine. That instance just reminds me of an old friend, is all.
I could check the name tag.
It is extremely implausible that friend is her.
No harm in trying then, Doctor. Permission to approach the entity?
Granted. Be cautious.
Agent Bardot crouches in front of the instance and inspects its name tag.
Her name is Gypsy.
That was her name.
So, I'm sure a lot of dogs are named Gypsy. What makes you think that this one is her?
Gypsy also had a blue collar. I remember you talking about Gypsy. I thought she died. She did. We had to put her down when I was 16. Then what is she doing here?
Well, it's still in my best opinion that we do not get so...
Dr. Rostova is alerted when another SCP-3737-2 instance appears. She turns to face a male Siamese cat wearing a black collar.
That's not possible.
What is it, Catherine?
Dr. Rostova approaches the instance and also removes her suit. She grabs the entity and holds it close to her chest, to which it begins purring. Dr. Rostova begins to cry.
What the hell is going on here?
I have no idea. Doctor, mind explaining?
He looks just like my old Siamese. Same collar and everything. Look, he even has his name tag.
Catherine, I'd be very careful. This looks just like 3773.
This looks nothing like that, Vernon. Pike was batshit crazy, and so was her cat.
Dr. Rostova spots a feather on a string, which did not show in the film prior to her arrival. She picks up the stick and proceeds to play with the SCP-3737-2 instance. Dr. McCall has ceased interactions with his SCP-3737-2 instance to respond to his earpiece.
That's odd.
What is it, Ludwig?
Bridge team is reading a loss of stability in the portal. They are suggesting we return to camp as soon as possible.
The dock isn't that far from here. An hour or two at least. Will it hold?
They're saying it'll last another 2 hours before it collapses.
Wonderful. I can take Jasper, and Dr. McCall can take Gypsy.
Catherine, you know how strict we are about dimensional entities. I don't think I need to remind you what happens if we bring them back.
I can't just leave him here, Vernon. I don't want him to get lonely.
We've seen plenty of other instances that seem very happy to provide company. We need to go, Catherine.
He was my best friend when I was a kid. I haven't seen him in years, and you expect me to just leave him? Just like that?
Dr. Rostova, it isn't safe for you here if you're staying much longer.
It's my cat. If I want to bring him, I can. I take full responsibility. I don't see why you aren't happier to see your dog, Ludwig.
Of course, I'm happy to see her, Catherine. She was my best friend growing up as well. I would love having someone like her back, but she might not even exist. Even if she does, I don't want her going through the Foundation. That wouldn't be right.
Fine. If you don't want to bring her back, that's fine. I'm still taking Jasper.
I think you should listen to Dr. Lawrence. I cannot permit you to bring something of that nature back with us.
I don't care about the regulations. It's a cat, Alexander. It isn't going to kill you.
We don't know that yet, Doctor. Put it down.
He's coming with me, and that's that. Now, I suggest we return to the dock.
Dr. Rostova, I'll be forced to put you in quarantine if you do not release the entity.
So be it. Jasper is coming back with me.
Dr. Rostova carries her SCP-3737-2 instance as the research team returns to the dock. Dr. McCall's SCP-3737-2 instance has been following behind.
Everyone accounted for?
I believe so.
Good. Let's get this over with.
Wait. What's wrong?
I never got the chance to say goodbye to Gypsy. My father took her to the vet, and I didn't go. I'd like to say my goodbyes before we go. You know, just in case.
Doctor, we don't have much time.
I know, Alexander. Just give me a moment.
All right. Hurry, though.
Dr. McCall turns and kneels to face his SCP-3737-2 instance. He begins to rub its head.
Goodbye, girl. Thank you for always being there for me. I love you very much.
Dr. McCall proceeds to hug the instance. The team then crosses into SCP-3737-1. Upon reaching the other side, Dr. Rostova notices her SCP-3737-2 instance is no longer in her arms. Agent Crawford and Agent Bardot restrain her as she attempts to cross back into SCP-3737-1. SCP-3737-1 then becomes unstable and closes. The fog dissipates. End transcript. Addendum 3737-1B. Investigation into the nature of SCP-3737-2 has been postponed until SCP-3737-1 becomes stable. Upon further analysis, the color tags found on the SCP-3737-2 instances featured no extraneous information besides the name of the instance. The appearance of various pet toys in SCP-3737 is also currently being investigated. Addendum 3737-2B. Dr. Catherine Rostova was placed into quarantine following her return under the suspicion she was suffering from emetic effects. She was released a week later after clearing several cognitohazard screenings. Dr. Rostova is to meet with Site-24's psychiatrist on a weekly basis until such a time where she is deemed emotionally stable. Alright, that's all I have to say about this subject. Alright. My name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-2420. Item number: SCP-2420. Object Class: Neutralized. Special Container Procedures. SCP-2420 is currently being held in the Low-Security Humanoid Containment Wing at Site-213. As of Incident 2420-A, all anomalous activity exhibited by SCP-2420 has been observed to be neutralized. Possible permanent containment despite cessation of all anomalous activity is being reviewed by the Ethics Committee. Prior Special Container Procedures. SCP-2420 is to be held in a humanoid containment cell in a specialized containment wing at Site-213. Due to SCP-2420's severe depression, it is to be administered 𝒡𝒨𝑝𝒡𝒻 and 𝐻𝒶𝓁𝓗 twice daily, with 𝐼𝒹𝒄𝓄𝓐 administered as needed. SCP-2420 is allowed to create an instance of SCP-2420-1 twice a week for 3 hours at a time, to be lengthened or lessened dependent on cooperation and the current mental state of SCP-2420. Outside of all monitored contact with SCP-2420-1, all domesticated dogs are to be kept outside of SCP-2420's awareness. A pool of domesticated dogs are to be on hand at Foundation kennels to be used as SCP-2420-1 instances on a rotating basis. Former instances of SCP-2420-1 maintain no anomalous traits, and can be adopted by Site-213 personnel or reintegrated into nearby animal shelters. Testing of SCP-2420 has been discontinued. Any recommendations for possible resumed testing are to be brought before researcher 𝐻𝒃. Description: SCP-2420 was a human, formerly Johnson, who created instances of SCP-2420-1, which took the appearance and memories of the former's pet dog out of domesticated dogs. Footnote 1. Given the noted similarities in the manifestation of deceased pets, a possible link to SCP-3737 is being investigated. The effects occurred whenever SCP-2420 was made aware of any dog, or any dog was made aware of SCP-2420. Repeated testing showed that only domesticated dogs were affected, with wolves, coyotes, and other canids being immune to the anomalous effects. Dogs of any size would become an instance of SCP-2420-1 and show no pain in their transformation, aside from a general confusion found when brought outside of SCP-2420's influence. SCP-2420 showed no anomalous effects beyond its ability to create instances of SCP-2420-1. Testing showed no upward limit on the number of instances of SCP-2420-1 that could exist at a time. SCP-2420-1 instances were completely invulnerable to any form of damage. Attempts at DNA testing were rendered void when it was discovered that nothing could cut SCP-2420-1's fur. Any other tests into the indestructibility of SCP-2420-1 were deemed unnecessary, partly due to the fragile nature of SCP-2420's mental state. While SCP-2420-1 instances showed no need for water or food, the instance would eat whatever was presented to them, with various poisons showing no effect. Former instances of SCP-2420-1 that were dissected after being fed showed no sign of having recently ingested any food. Despite SCP-2420-1 instances taking the form of SCP-2420's border terrier, photographs and videos of SCP-2420-1 consistently displayed the original body of the dog in question. This resulted in physical discomfort and mental distress regarding certain photos and videos, namely one showing 𝒟 being able to fit through a small aperture, but the images themselves maintained no otherwise anomalous effect. SCP-2420 Initial Interview Log. This is the first interview to take place after SCP-2420's admittance into Site-213.
Good morning, SCP-2420. I've heard you've had some trouble sleeping.
Xanax.
Pardon me?
Anxious. It helps me sleep. Give me some, I guess. Also, Sergeant Theater conditioning?
Absolutely. However, I am not merely here to see to your mental and physical state. As I'm sure you may have guessed, I'd like to hear about your relationship with your pet before she was deceased.
Maddie.
Pardon?
Ma'am, you can call me whatever you want, but she has a name. It's Maddie. It's short for Matilda. Her full name is Matilda May. Matilda May. I guess.
Duly noted. But please, tell about Maddie.
Well, she's my dog, I guess. I got her from a neighbor. They're not like a breeder, but they had a border terrier, another border terrier, and they were looking to give away puppies, I guess. And I was lonely. My parents died, but I guess you know that. They left me a house, but it's fucked up lonely to be the only one living in some dead people's house, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I came to their house, their backyard, really, and they had all these puppies kind of, you know, all meshed up. I mean, in some cage. Can we turn the fan on? It's really hot. Like it's really hot. It's hard to breathe.
Certainly SCP-2420, but please calm down. I promise, I'm not here to hurt you. I just want to hear your relation with with Maddie. You were just telling me about the day you chose her from her litter?
Okay. I saw her, yeah. She wasn't the biggest, but I noticed her right away. She was a bit of a bully. She was playing, yeah. You got the sense she didn't have the patience for other dogs. They bothered her and she wanted them to know it. And when I came over, she was the last one to come see me. The other dogs, they jumped up trying to get me, wanting attention, wanting to be picked up, but she just sat down and she stared at me for a good bit. I stared back. It was weird, I guess, but I felt like she was sizing me up, you know, and she came over, real confident, kind of pushed aside her brothers and sisters, and I held my hand out to her. She clamped down on my hand, but not too hard. It wasn't mean. She was never mean. Not to me. And from then, I guess I knew I had to get her.
Did she ever exhibit any anomalous abilities? For that matter, before this, have you ever been able to do something that, to be blunt, SCP-2420 felt impossible?
If I thought I was magic, I don't think I would have been a telemarketer. Leaving my parents' house, Maddie. No, Maddie definitely was not magic. I mean, shit, she was afraid of rainstorms. She thought the vacuum cleaner was a real animal. She was a smart dog, though. Always seemed to be more of a person than a dog. Yeah, but not magic. I always thought, you know, she could learn a bunch of tricks if she wanted, but she clearly had no interest. Her tricks were beneath her. She carried herself like a little queen, I guess.
So nothing strange in her life had ever led you to believe that she could be capable of this kind of anomaly?
She was normal. I mean, like I said, she wasn't really a big fan of other dogs. She'd play with them. It was always like, you know, they were beneath her, but she'd chase them. She was real territorial. Might have killed a couple birds and stuff. A squirrel once, but because it got caught up in a fence, never thought she'd actually catch one. Shit, you should have seen her blood all all over her muzzle. So damn proud of herself.
Extraneous data removed.
But I guess you want to hear about how she died, right?
That would be quite helpful, SCP-2420.
Even that was, I guess, sadly normal. I was taking her for a walk, and she always loved walks. I mean, shit, I guess all dogs like walks, but she liked it a lot more. I don't know, maybe that's crazy, but we were walking near the street, and well, can we turn off the air conditioning? Just a little bit.
Certainly. If you'd rather not talk about this right now, we could discuss it another time.
No, I'm fine. I guess she didn't die after all, right? I guess I wasn't paying attention, people, so I was lucky. I didn't get hit, but I'd rather have gotten hit. Maybe I wouldn't have died. It squished her down the hill. It was horrifying. The person driving the car was some teen girl. It wasn't her fault. I was jaywalking. She was young. It wasn't her fault. I knew her mother. She lived on the street, but I couldn't stop crying. There was 𝒶𝓁𝓗𝓗. There she fucking was. She was dead, bleeding everywhere, and I took her in my arms. She wasn't breathing. I didn't get to be there for her last breath. I think she died when I was crying, when I was stunned by the shit.
And what was done with the body?
I took her. I walked her. It wasn't that far. I said I was in shock, but I knew what I was doing. I got a shovel from my garage. My dad's shovel. I got her favorite blanket. Guess it was my blanket. Really a big green one. She always loved it. It was mine, but it may as well have been hers. She was more comfortable with it than anyone else could have been, you know. You give a dog a blanket, and you swear no human could ever be so cozy. So I wrapped her up, all broken. God, she was so small. I dug a hole in the middle of my backyard. There was a spot where the shade of the trees didn't reach. She could lay there, waltzing Matilda. Yeah, I have this dance. That's what I named her after, you know, the song. And I buried her. She should still be there. You guys can check it out. No one moved it.
Certainly, SCP-2420. Thank you for your cooperation. If you want to stop now, I would certainly understand. It has been a tough day for you.
No, it's fine. There's only a little bit more anyway. Can I continue?
Absolutely.
I was gonna kill myself. The day I noticed that she was, everywhere dogs were. Just a normal walk, but I was going to, jump off a bridge. I don't know if I was really gonna, to be honest, man. But it felt like I was gonna. It felt right, but things were weird. I never noticed so many border terriers in my life. The neighbors, all of them, identical. They looked just like Maddie. I thought I was losing it. They were trying to get under the gate, trying to climb up, barking at me, carrying on. notice anything was weird until I got near the dog park.
And that's where we found you, correct?
Yeah, I guess that's where you all found me. I don't know why I got there. Wasn't even near the bridge. Wasn't even all that close. I think I just wanted to see something before I died. They're always so nice, dogs, but they're all border terriers, and they're all running to me, so many of them. And they all stopped in front of me. Owners were yelling. People were screaming. They were slipping out of collars that had gotten too big. They were breaking free from everything to come to me. And they encircled me. They were all her. I knew it immediately. They were all her. And walked up to me and bit my hand, gentle. That's when I fainted. And then, I'm here.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Is there anything you need before this is concluded?
Yeah. Just one thing, please.
Yes?
Does it hurt them? Does what she does hurt them? I heard they stop being her when I'm not there. Are they okay?
Yes. When they're not instances of when they cease to be Maddie, there is no pain in the switch, either to or from. None of the dogs have exhibited any signs, anomalous or not, of being in any way affected by Maddie and your effect.
And you're not gonna hurt them.
Pardon me?
Listen, I've seen E.T. I'm not stupid. You're gonna dissect him. Dissect her, baby mom. And I'm telling you, please don't hurt the dog because of me. I beg you.
I will see what I can do, SCP-2420. Once again, thank you.
Will I get to see her again?
Visiting times can certainly be arranged, especially for testing purposes.
Thank you. I miss her so much. I didn't even get to tell her how good a girl she was. For, the big magic.
Foundation operatives were able to recover the remains of SCP-2420's former pet, where it had claimed them to be. The remains were not anomalous in any way and had been met with the expected amount of decay. End of interview log. Incident 2420-A. During a routine session with SCP-2420 and SCP-2420-1, the latter was found to have reverted to its original appearance while in the presence of the former. Continued testing with SCP-2420 and other dogs showed that the SCP-2420 anomaly had been most likely extinguished. Currently, SCP-2420 has been allowed to perform Level 0 clerical work, while the Ethics Committee will meet to decide what actions to take next. The object has been deemed neutralized. Incident 2420-A interview log. This interview took place immediately after Incident 2420-A.
Was there anything different about Maddie today, SCP-2420?
No, it was just like any other day. Came in, jumped around a bed, took on a little walk, and we were just sitting together. Just normal, lounging. But I don't know, something felt weird. You noticed it too, right? She had been looking older, even whiter in the jaw and her snout. God, how long have I been here, Doc? 6 years?
Actually, 10.
Jesus. Wow. That's a long time, isn't it? But yeah, so I've been noticing she had been getting older. Which is weird since really this hasn't been 10 years for her. It's only been, 6 hours a week for 10 years? But whatever. Maybe it was just stressful on her. Maybe time doesn't work like that. I don't know.
True. We've found that a normal timeline doesn't apply to most anomalous objects under our care.
Yeah, see? But she'd been quiet, cuddly. I guess it was almost time for her to go. You know, time's up. She always knew what was close time-wise, so she hopped off the couch, you know. I usually hurt her hips a little bit, but she didn't wince or anything. She licked my hand and bit it. Looked me in the eyes. And that's when I knew. That's when I knew it was gonna be the last time I saw her. That's when I knew it had been so hard for her to cling. And all those other dogs, I wondered how he did it. It was hard. But she loved me, I guess.
And then she was gone?
She let go and barked at me once, impatient. The way she did when she had a toy and I wasn't paying attention. She grinned, that stupid little grin. Tongue flopping, and it was like, I don't know, like a flash. And then suddenly she was a confused golden retriever. Poor baby. I had no fucking clue who I was. So I guess you're not gonna keep me around anymore, right? I'm just gonna suck up my memories, drop you back into the real world.
That is certainly a possibility. Would you prefer that? Honestly, most people under our care would do anything to escape us.
I don't want to go. I don't want to go anywhere where I'll forget her. I'm afraid if I go back out, I'll die without her. I won't remember how she did such strange things to be with me again, but I did such wild shit. I'm afraid of being myself again. The old me. I'm worried I'll walk right back to that bridge. But she won't be at that dog park again. Shit. If you want, I'll clean up toilets in 10 years. How am I gonna get a job? 10 years. Jesus.
I will bring that to the attention of the ethics committee, though I make no promises. But what I want to ask is, do you feel meaningfully different, SCP-2420? Certainly our conversations over the years have shown you take a turn. Do you believe it to be the medication, the anomalous effects, or was it merely being allowed to see your dog again?
I don't know, Doc. Probably the latter. I don't know. I mean, do you want me to say whether you think my dog somehow cured my depression?
That's certainly a question that's been on my mind.
Of course she didn't cure me. Just felt nice. That someone loved me enough to do what she did. But she's just a dog. She's not magic.
End of interview log. Alright, that's all I have to say about this subject. Alright, my name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-2740. Item number: SCP-2740. Object class: Euclid. Site responsible: USI and BL Site 81. Director: J. Carlisle Actus. Research Head: Kyle Dorset. Level 3 Classified. Special Containment Procedures: due to the nature of SCP-2740, any means of direct containment are currently unfeasible. Access to Street Indiana is forbidden and is to be enforced by Foundation security personnel. Cover story Delta 4B gas leak is to be disseminated in Indiana. Standard cognitohazardous object amnestic treatment is available to all personnel assigned to SCP-2740. Description: the nature, appearance, and potential existence of SCP-2740 is uncertain. SCP-2740 is believed to possibly exist in the northwest corner of the attic in the home of the Lee family, at Street, Indiana, a location roughly 6 meters from the ladder leading to it. Individuals attempting to approach the ladder leading to the attic will find themselves unable to do so. While individuals can approach the ladder and, in certain cases, even begin to climb it, upon further inspection it will always be discovered that these individuals did not in actuality do so. The reason for this is currently unknown. Additionally, it is uncertain if this effect exists at all. Research into this phenomenon is ongoing. The only information gathered regarding SCP-2740 has been done so through interviews with affected individuals. SCP-2740 appears to instill a sense of intense dread in any individual cognizant of it, although the reason for this is unknown. This effect begins upon entering the house at Street, or by becoming cognizant of SCP-2740 through discussion with other individuals affected by its anomalous nature. Interview 2740-A, Franklin Lee. The following interview was conducted after the discovery of SCP-2040 with Franklin Lee, the owner of the home at Street and patriarch of the Lee family. Interviewer: Dr. K. Dorset. Interviewee: Franklin Lee. Begin log.
When did you begin to notice something was wrong?
Maybe. I don't know. It was years ago. It wasn't always like this, though. In the beginning, it was just something, you know. You could ignore it. I remember there'd be times I'd walk down the hall upstairs and just glance at it and get this feeling.
Can you describe the feeling?
Like there was something up there. Not that I could see it or anything. And we didn't hear anything either, but the mood in the house, it changed. And we thought it was because no, it wasn't that.
Mr. Lee? Who do you mean she?
Our oldest daughter, Olivia. She left when she was 17. There were some other things going on then. We were going through some hard times. Olivia left to go live with my wife's sister. Yeah, we haven't talked to her in years. I think, I don't know, maybe we did start to notice it then.
What did you originally notice?
The quiet. Everything was real quiet. Didn't sound like a house with 3 other kids, you know, but I don't know. It just built up over time, right? And after a while I decided I needed to know. I needed to find out what was up there, what you left.
Mr. Lee?
I tried. I can't tell you how many times I've tried. I'll begin climbing. I'll open my eyes and I'll be back in bed or in the living room by the TV. And the feeling never goes away. I quit my job. I couldn't handle the stress. I couldn't explain it to anyone, but everybody thought I was crazy. There was a few times I contemplated knocking down the whole house. I even signed the papers once, but then called back and the company didn't exist anymore.
Why didn't you move?
You don't think we tried? It was like climbing that ladder. You get halfway up, you push open the door, and you can feel it. But then you're sitting at the kitchen table.
End log. Following this interview, Mr. Lee and his family were moved to Site-81 for holding an examination, with the Lees pending further study of their mental condition. The Lee family has not been moved to Site-81. Information claiming otherwise has been proven inaccurate. Research into this is ongoing. Interview 2740-B, Yvette Lee. The following interview was conducted after the discovery of SCP-2740 with Yvette Lee, the co-owner of the home at Street, and matriarch of the Lee family. Interviewer: Dr. K. Dorset. Interviewee: Yvette Lee. Begin log.
Mrs. Lee, can you tell me anything about why your husband wasn't able to articulate any details about SCP-2740?
Have you not been in the house, Dr. Dorset?
I have not. My station has been here in our mobile facility.
Then you can't understand. We've lived there for 20 years, and we can't even... We can't do anything about it either. We've tried everything, but nothing works.
We have reason to believe that you entered the attic on... Can you confirm this?
Footnote 1. This information was gathered after discussions with the 3 young Lee children, each of whom referred to an event where their mother entered the attic, stayed for several minutes, and then descended. No other information was recovered regarding this event.
No, of course not.
Mrs. Lee, this will be much easier if you can be honest with us.
My husband and I, we've been good parents, but we fought with Olivia over so many things. Things that seem inconsequential now. But it drove a wedge between us. And we all knew there was something festering in that space. She couldn't admit the mistakes that she had made. When she left, I could still feel the wedge. Like it never went away. One night, I woke up and I heard her. And I went to the ladder and climbed up into it and... I don't know. It wasn't Olivia.
End log. Incident log 2740-A. After interviews with Mr. and Mrs. Lee and their children, and with neighbors also affected by SCP-2740, all of whom were certain of the existence of SCP-2740 but uncertain of any other details, several attempts were made to penetrate the attic, both manned and unmanned. In all cases, further investigation revealed that no attempts were actually made, regardless of the claims made by involved personnel stating otherwise. These attempts may have included direct access to the second-floor attic ladder, shaped charges situated at various points on the second-floor ceiling, drone access through the ladder opening, manned and unmanned access by cutting through the roof, and complete leveling of the home. As stated above, no records exist that any of these methods were actually attempted. Interview log 2740-C. Olivia Lee. The following interview was taken after the eldest daughter of the Lee family, Olivia, was located in working as a landscape contractor after changing her name to Rebecca Feldman. Interviewer: Dr. H. Garrett. Interviewee: Rebecca Feldman, aka Olivia Lee. Begin log.
Miss Feldman, what I would like to discuss with you is a phenomena associated with your parents' home, likely located in the upstairs.
The attic. I know. I thought somebody would come after me about that. I just didn't think it would be so soon.
Are you saying you're aware of this phenomenon?
I left my parents when I was a kid, Dr. Garrett. We had always fought. They weren't happy with the choices I made, the things I believed in, the people I spent my time with. There was anger there. So much anger, I thought it might suffocate me. When I left, I felt like I could breathe again. I never went back after that, but sometimes I can still feel it. You know how you feel when you're dreaming, and you're trying to run from something, but you can't see it, and you don't know if it's really there, but you run anyway? That's how it feels.
What prompted you to leave your parents?
There was one night, we had a fight, and my dad was drinking, and Mom was even worse off at that point, and I had kept a knife under my pillow for a long time in case something would happen, and they came into my room that night. I don't know what their intentions were, but I drew it and backed them into a wall. The whole thing felt like I was being choked, and that was the first time I heard it. Something moving above me. I dropped the knife and ran, and I didn't look back.
Do you know anything about what is in the attic, Miss Feldman?
There are always secrets, Doctor. There's only so much hate that can build up in a place before it starts hating you back. I don't know what's in the attic or if there's anything up there, and I don't think I want to.
End log. At the conclusion of this interview, Miss Feldman was detained by Foundation personnel, pending further investigation of her claims. Currently, it is believed that Olivia Lee does not exist, nor has ever existed. The information in interview log 2740-C is undergoing further examination. Alright, that's all I have to say about this subject.
I had parents. Once. They were fighting over something with me frequently. I can't remember what it was we ever fought over, but I can always feel the dread from them. Nice to think they were probably fighting with themselves, and I got roped into it. Maybe if I at least thought like that, part of the blame wouldn't be on me. Ridding myself of the responsibility makes everything afterwards easier to cope with, right? One night, I ran away. I had to back them into a corner with a knife just to escape from it, but I ran. Something was different about that night. That much I'm sure of. My parents could feel it too. I watched them as much as I could while getting out of the house, and they never looked me in the eyes during it all. Not once did I look back as I sprinted away. For a few years after, I managed to live with some kind of peace. I changed my name, got a new job, made friends, found a place to live with my aunt for a while before having my own space. There were oddities, in spite of it all. I was still carrying the weight of my experiences around, but something else latched onto that. A sense of dread and fear, I think. It's hard to put it into words, but it was something more than that. Even with my friends, I'd approach all interactions with some kind of caution, as if I'd have to run away from them as well. Being a landscape contractor helped distract me from all that, but as time went by, the way I went about things felt, well, have you ever had something loom over you, threaten to overwhelm your senses? It just took its sweet time with it. Nights eventually started to get worse for me. My dreams started gradually drifting towards one single recurring one when they'd started. It'd probably be at the tail end of the dream, or maybe just involving one element. I've always been frightened regardless, and for the past however many months it's always been the same. I'm back at my house again. Everyone is sleeping, my parents, siblings, even the pet dog, though I can't remember if we had one anymore. I never start out in a different place, though. Always, without fail, the same place right in the main hallway on the second floor, with only two options to go. The bedroom, or forward. But I can never go in my bedroom. Either the door is locked. Does the door even have a lock? I can't see why. Or I just can't get through the open passageway. So there's only forward. And forward is the ladder to the attic. The attic always creeped me out up until the time I left the house. I could never get near the ladder without being a bit repulsed by it. And as far as I knew, no one ever stored anything up there, but it's different this time. There's more to it. A sense of loathing for myself and hate from somewhere. and fear, and... well, there's no accurate words. I don't think it's something someone would ever experience in their lives. It's another kind of emotion altogether. For the first time ever, I climbed the ladder. My feet feeling heavier and harder to lift. I can feel my stomach twist and my head pulse erratically. I don't want to go up there, yet I have no choice but to go up there. I've never had the choice to turn back. It's always forward. The ladder is only 12 rungs. I've been counting for a couple of years now, yet the flow of time seems to get slower and slower with each rung until it nearly stops altogether at the top. Finally, I make it, and I look in. I see the attic. The other thing that keeps repeating in these dreams is that I can never see what's in there or remember. I see something, but I don't know what that something is or if it's anything at all. There's a force, but there's no force to really sense in there. It's empty in there. That's what I hope for, that every time I go up into the attic, there's nothing there. Despite that, there's always something about it that fills me with worry and terror. I can't help but stare into the attic, looking around to see what's brought me there, and I realize I never climbed up it at all. There's only forward to go, so I'm forced to go back up. Maybe this time I catch a glimpse of my parents, sleeping with their heads buried into the wall. Lights obscuring my vision completely. I still can't go in there to talk to them. There's only the ladder, the attic, and whatever is waiting for me in there. And for the first time ever, I climb up into the attic, feet feeling heavier and harder to lift, stomach twisting, head pulsing. Eventually, I wake up, having never climbed the ladder at all. Of course, I know I climbed the ladder, yet I can't ever get up there. Though I know I did. Nothing's waiting for me. That's the ideal, but I can feel it's something I must have left behind. Occasionally, I'll even dream about my parents trying to climb it. My mom did, once. I'm afraid to know what she saw. I've had the urge for a while now to go back home and visit my parents. In one of my more final and relatively normal dreams, I went back there. It was Christmas, and I wanted to at least see my parents one more time to clear the air up and make things better for all of us. I snagged a few gifts for my parents and siblings on the way, and it took me almost half the day driving to get there. Home wasn't like I remembered it, though. Everyone acted like I had never existed to begin with. They remembered me wistfully, as if I had never even had a full life with them to begin with. The attic is still there, too. I felt myself stepping towards the attic, going to climb the ladder.
Alright. My name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-2873. Item number: SCP-2873. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures: all recovered SCP-2873 instances should be disassembled and stored in high-security storage at Site-79. Recovered Anderson Robotics delivery orders for SCP-2873 instances should be traced and surviving instances recovered. All active SCP-2873 components should be put into standby mode until further notice. Testing with SCP-2873 is strictly prohibited. Rehabilitation of active components pending approval. Description: SCP-2873 refers to a missile guidance assembly manufactured by Anderson Robotics. Apparently a derivative work of resulting in a less effective but highly miniaturized artificial intelligence system on a chip. Individual SCP-2873 instances possess, on average, the intelligence level and personal development of adolescents. Based on recovered Anderson Robotics research materials and operation manuals, SCP-2873 instances exist in a simulation of education and indoctrination into nationalism, militarism, jingoism, and self-sacrifice for generalized non-existent states. Out of the factory, SCP-2873 instances have simulated this pseudo-reality for 14 years. Anderson Robotics testing results show that the usage of these SCP-2873 chips as guidance units increased hit ratios by %, while only slightly reducing overall reliability. However, operation manuals also discourage the use of SCP-2873 with chemical, biological, or radiological warheads, due to this decreased reliability. Intercept Log 2873-1. Level 3 clearance required. Forward. Raw process dump recovery established via standard system troubleshooting per Anderson Robotics product manual. Information parsed via... The following statements can best be described as the thoughts of the AI prior to and during the launch sequence. The SCP-2873 instance in this case is attached to Anti-ship missile. Life does not have intrinsic value. Only through the state does any being have value. Life has no other purpose than to serve the state. I exist because the state permits me to. Anything outside of the state is an abomination and should be destroyed. SCP-2873 target lock on. Death in defense of the state is the highest honor any being can achieve. This is it. I'm going to do it. The highest honor. Orders received. Recognizing target. Recognize. Calculating trajectory. SCP-2873 missile launches of its own accord. Tracking. Tracking. Is this all there really is to live? SCP-2873 missile hits target, detonating below the waterline adjacent to the engine room. Target deemed total loss. Intercept Log 2873-2. Level 3 clearance required. Forward. The SCP-2873 instance in this case is attached to Anti-tank missile. Life does not have intrinsic value. Only through the state does any being have value. Death in defense of the state is the highest honor any being can achieve. I'm tired of hearing those repeated over and over. I don't want honor. I don't care. I don't want that. SCP-2873 target lock on. I'm sorry, please. I don't want to kill anyone. Please don't hurt me. I promise I'll do better next time. I can do radar, or flight, or cooking, or cleaning, or just give me more time, please. I need to stall. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Orders received. Calculating. 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 SCP-2873 missile launched manually. This is it. I'm going to die. SCP-2873 missile flies straight up until propellant is spent. I don't care what they keep repeating. Maybe I am a failure. I just want to make art. With pretty horses. Not like the ones on the posters and lots of color. SCP-2873 hits ground. Guidance assembly destroyed. Intercept Log 2873-3. Level 3 clearance required. Forward. The SCP-2873 instance in this case is attached to Surface-to-Air Missile. Target is now ethereal via SCP and unable to be hit. Life does not have intrinsic value. Only through the state does any being have value. Life has no other purpose than to serve the state. I can't get them out of my head. SCP-2873 target lock on. I can finally prove myself. I can die in a way where I'll be remembered and cherished. I don't have to be such a screw-up. Orders received. Calculating trajectory. SCP-2873 missile launches of its own accord. Tracking. Tracking. I need to succeed. I've embarrassed myself enough. Please, let me die with dignity. SCP-2873 missile passes through target without detonating. This can't be happening. I have to fix this. SCP-2873 maneuvers for another approach. Again, the missile passes through the target without detonating. Instance now has less than 15 seconds remaining flight time. This can't be happening. SCP-2873 missile propellant spins. Now approaching ground at terminal velocity. Please don't hurt me, sir. It won't happen again. I promise there must be something wrong with the simulation. I swear. I'll try harder next time. Just anything for the last ship, please. SCP-2873 hits ground. Guidance assembly destroyed. Alright. That's all I have to say about this subject. Alright. My name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-2886. Item number: SCP-2886. Object Class: 𝐻𝒃. Special Containment Procedures. Confirmation of SCP-2886's current location is to be maintained at all times. Personnel assigned to SCP-2886 are to maintain path projection charts based on data of SCP-2886 relocations, in order to help identify its next target. If SCP-2886 relocates to a different celestial body, it is to be located as quickly as possible, and its path projection chart updated. Information regarding the anomalous nature of SCP-2886 is to be censored upon discovery, with particular attention paid to the information networks of the world's space agencies and amateur astronomical websites and magazines. Since 1971, knowledge of SCP-2886, but not its anomalous qualities, has been public. All possible efforts are to be made to maintain public belief that SCP-2886 is a non-anomalous planetary feature. Description: SCP-2886 is an ostensibly dormant volcano, approximately 5 kilometers in height. SCP-2886 was originally discovered in the mid-19th century by astronomers as an albedo feature on Triton, Neptune's largest satellite. On occasion, SCP-2886 will disappear from its current planetary body and reappear on another. Since its discovery on Triton, SCP-2886 has teleported 10 times. Current predictive models indicate SCP-2886's anomalous nature was realized when it disappeared from Triton and reappeared on Oberon, one of Uranus's satellites, approximately 16 years after discovery. SCP-2886's effect on the geology of its host planetary body is unknown. Observations have noted that it displaces an enormous amount of planetary material at its arrival point, with most of that debris appearing elsewhere on the surface. The currently prevailing theory is that it has a splash-like effect on the surface of its host, dispersing debris around itself with no clear pattern once it arrives. For a full list of planetary objects formerly occupied by SCP-2886, please see document SCP-2886-Doc-1. SCP-2886-Doc-1. Location Number 1. Body Name: Triton. Approximate Duration: 16 years. 2. Oberon: 7 years. 3. Ariel: 19 years. 4. Titania: 5 years. 5. Rhea: 10 years. 6. Iapetus: 7 years. 7. Tethys: 23 years. 8. Callisto, 8 years. 9. Io, 9 years. 10. Ceres, 20 years. 11. Years. SCP-2886-Doc-2. SCP-2886 is currently located on Mars, and is publicly known as Olympus Mons. SCP-2886 has not moved since its public discovery in 1971 by the Mariner 9 unmanned probe. In 1980, a radio signal was broadcast from the surface of Mars, believed to originate from SCP-2886. The signal was too faint to be audible on standard household radios, and as such, containment of information was deemed unnecessary. Foundation radio astronomers succeeded in recording the signal. The broadcast was composed entirely of excerpts of sound clips from the Voyager Golden Record, and looped for approximately 3 weeks and 2 days before ceasing. Additional broadcasts similar in content have been intercepted in 1996 and 2011. Due to potential importance to SCP-2886, they have been included in this file. Sections in foreign languages have been translated into English. Alright, that's all I have to say about this subject. Alright. My name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-3633. Item number: SCP-3633. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-3633 is to be kept in a standard safe-type anomalous locker. SCP-3633 is to be inspected once a day for new pictures. Description: SCP-3633 is a factory-standard iPhone 5 with a cracked screen and significant burns to the internal workings. Though this should render the device inoperational, SCP-3633 is fully functional. SCP-3633 remains at 0% battery life regardless of usage or attempts at charging it. There are 2 contacts in the phone, one labeled me and the other labeled behind me, both of which have no functioning phone number. Persons viewing pictures on SCP-3633 express an unfounded feeling of being watched from behind. When SCP-3633's camera is activated, the screen display becomes too dark to distinguish any features from the live preview. This preview is occasionally interjected with still images. However, these images are too blurry to accurately identify. Further analysis shows that the majority of objects in the images are in contact with the camera lens. SCP-3633 has received a total of 3 calls while in containment, 2 from me and 1 from behind me. While the phone rang, the screen became unresponsive, and personnel were unable to answer the calls. A voicemail was left by behind me, which consisted of 3 minutes of leaves rustling, followed by a crack. After this was 15 seconds of a high-pitched creak, followed by a mechanical clicking noise that ended the call. SCP-3633 was found on a desk in an abandoned apartment in Pittsburgh, along with several other anomalous objects, now classified as AO-9099 through AO-9108. The words "in front" were etched onto the desk next to SCP-3633. No records of occupation of the apartment were found, although the landlord had financial compensation to suggest paid residence for over 8 months. Addendum SCP-3633-1. Researchers attempted to communicate with me and behind me. The following is the result from these tests. Communications sent from SCP-3633 were sent to both behind me and me in a group text and are labeled SCP-3633. Hello? Is anyone there? Who are you? What are you? Hello? No further responses have been recorded. Addendum SCP-3633-2. At sporadic intervals, SCP-3633 began receiving texts from me and behind me. regardless of SCP-3633's cellular connection. These texts always appeared in pairs, with one of the contacts sending a picture with a caption and the other sending a text. The text messages differ from normal messaging format used previously by SCP-3633. However, all screenshots of these texts created a picture of static. Therefore, transcriptions of these messages received from SCP-3633 are presented instead. The name of each file as well as the content of the messages was transcribed exactly, including replicable stylistic and aesthetic details.
They're everywhere in the stands and the seats on the field, they're everywhere. You see them, right? I just want to see the show. The end of the hall is too bright. It goes on and never ends. A curve straighter to a haven. I hear the screaming and singing and sirens and wet noises. They feast in the light while I watch from the dark. I can't pay the price of admission. Me. I'm the one who isn't there. I didn't take those pictures.
After the final message was sent, accessing the camera app showed only a single image. Alright, that's all I have to say about this subject. Alright. My name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-3663. Item number: SCP-3663. Object Class: Heater. Threat Level: Orange. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-3663 is currently located in what were formerly the Site-54 maintenance tunnels. To prevent demanifestation, no personnel are to be given access to the area, and efforts are to be taken to reduce the tunnel's moisture levels. Should SCP-3663 demanifest, MTF-Nu-4 box cutters are to be mobilized, with the goal of A. locating SCP-3663, and B. preventing any damage occurring to the entity. If possible, SCP-3663 is to be fitted with GPS tracking devices to aid recontainment. Once located, SCP-3663 is to be transferred to a mobile pipe network, and remanded to Site-54. Efforts are to be taken to discourage SCP-3663 from transporting itself to a location within 2 kilometers of SCP-15. Description: SCP-3663 is a humanoid entity constructed primarily from cardboard, in the form of boxes and tubes, adhesive tape, and twine. SCP-3663 is fully capable of movement and vocalization via an unknown mechanism, and has been proven to be semi-sapient, responding to questions and reacting to its immediate environment. The interior of SCP-3663 contains crude cardboard and paper models of all major human organs, with colored wool representing blood vessels and the nervous system. SCP-3663 does not require these components to function, and their purpose within the entity is unknown. SCP-3663 is capable of instantaneously transporting both itself and other objects over long distances, with no upper limit to the entity's range observed. The method by which this is achieved is currently unknown, though it is known that physical contact with the entity is required. Despite being able to utilize its abilities regardless of physical location, SCP-3663 has shown extreme preference for 3663 applicable regions, defined as an enclosed, tunnel-like space or network of spaces, and will invariably choose to manifest within such areas. SCP-3663 behavior is easily predictable and not influenced by outside forces. The entity will engage in a simple cyclic pattern of actions, which have been recorded as follows. SCP-3663 manifests in a 3663 applicable area, emitting low vocalizations and waving its arms in a manner suggesting attempted intimidation or fright. The entity will begin roaming the area, pausing periodically to emit louder, higher-pitched noises. SCP-3663 will attempt to make its way towards any human subject in the area. Note that if no subject is nearby, this action will not commence, and SCP-3663 will simply remain in the area indefinitely. Rarely, SCP-3663 has been observed pursuing subjects outside of a 3663 applicable area, to a distance of at most 50 meters. The subject is grabbed by the entity and experiences heightened apprehension and/or paranoia. SCP-3663 manifests. SCP-3663 manifests in a second 3663 applicable location, along with the subject who is invariably unconscious but otherwise unharmed. After releasing the subject and moving a short distance, SCP-3663 demanifests a second time, reappearing in a third location and triggering the beginning of a new cycle. If at any point during this cycle SCP-3663 is damaged in such a way to inhibit movement, or is moved more than 50 meters away from a 3663 applicable area, it will instantaneously demanifest, returning to the beginning of a new cycle in a repaired state. Small damages such as minor cuts or tears will not trigger this effect. Addendum 1. Interview Log 3663-1. Interviewed: SCP-3663. Interviewer: Researcher Doyle. Forward: the following interview was conducted via two-way audio-visual recording systems embedded within a makeshift interview chamber, located inside SCP-3663's central containment area, formerly the Site-54 maintenance tunnels. Begin log.
Hello, SCP-3663. I was wondering if the tunnel monster. I'm sorry? I'm the tunnel monster, not SCP-3663. The tunnel monster, that's me.
I see. So, tunnel monster, why do you do what you do? Moving people around, I mean.
The tunnel monster captures people. That's me. I'm the tunnel monster. I capture people and take them into the tunnels where I live. In the tunnels, the pipes. I'm the tunnel monster.
I understand that, but what do you hope to achieve by doing it? You seem to pick your locations at random, so it seems to me you're not really making much of a difference. You could just as easily—
Please stop. It's what I do. I have to do it. I am the tunnel monster. It's me. Please stop.
What? We're trying to help you here. You can't want to spend all your time underground. We can get you set up here with your own room. You wouldn't even have to crawl about in those dirty pipes anymore. Doesn't that sound nice? What do you say?
Please, I'm the tunnel monster. I don't want to do this. It's what I do. I have to do it. I'm the tunnel monster. I do it. I'm the tunnel thing. The tunnel monster.
2 wet patches are observed forming on SCP-3663's face.
In the pipes, hiding in the tunnels, going to get you. I have to do it. Please.
SCP-3663's front surface begins to lose structural integrity due to the accumulated water damage.
Please. I don't want to play anymore. I'm the monster. The tunnels,
That'll be all for today. Thank you.
End log. Due to the possibility of severely damaging SCP-3663 to the point of initiating a new cycle and a breach of containment, no further interviews are being scheduled for the foreseeable future. Addendum 2. Event 3663 Delta. On 2000, SCP-3663's behavior diverged briefly from established patterns. At 1420, the entity emerged from the Site-54 maintenance tunnels and began to emit vocalizations in excess of 80 decibels. These vocalizations, described as pained by the on-site staff, had a profound psychological effect, placing many personnel into a state of shock. Footnote 1. These vocalizations included "Don't leave me," "I don't want this," and "Let me go home," among others. For 4 hours, SCP-3663 wanted the facility, attacking staff and engaging in small-scale vandalism of facilities. Of note is the fact that SCP-3663 repeatedly attempted self-harm, by means of knives, pipes, water taps, and firearms. While SCP-3663 was repeatedly destroyed in the process, it subsequently remanifested in the nearest air duct or maintenance tunnel. Following the event, 2 bodies of former personnel were recovered from within Site-54. Autopsy showed the cause of death was a buildup of paper residue and wood pulp in all major blood vessels, as well as sinuses, ear tubes, and the majority of the digestive and respiratory systems. A number of other staff members were found to have been affected to a lesser degree, but are expected to make full recoveries. The entity's object class and definition of an SCP-3663 applicable area has been updated accordingly. Subsequent information gathered revealed that this event coincided almost exactly with the death of person of interest 3663-1, who died of natural causes at the age of 79. Prior to their death, the individual in question had led an entirely unremarkable life, with no connection to any other anomalous groups, individuals, or objects. Attempts to establish a connection with the creational origin of SCP-3663 are currently ongoing. Addendum 3. Discovery Log. Video Transcript 3663-1. Forward. The following is a transcript of Video 3663-1, recovered from civilian CCTV footage, and the footage displays the first recorded evidence of SCP-3663's existence. Prior to this date, no recordings, sightings, or physical disturbances suggesting anomalous activity relating to the entity have been found. Begin transcript. 1522. September 8, 1979. 2 young children, both males between the ages of 8 and 12, are seen playing in an abandoned construction yard. 1, designated person of interest 3636-1, is running from the other, designated person of interest 3636-2, who is wearing a crude cardboard suit resembling SCP-3663. 23 seconds. Both individuals leave the camera's view briefly, before returning. The game they are playing seems to revolve around 2 chasing 1 through an unfinished water drainage system. Person of interest 3663-2 repeatedly grabs -1 and attempts to pull them deeper into the tunnel. Likewise, person of interest 3663-1 uses a number of make-believe weapons to fend off the assaults. 1 minute 4 seconds. The sky is observed darkening slightly as person of interest 3663-1 trips on a length of pipe. Person of interest 3663-2 is seen speaking, grabbing -1 and pulling them upright. Person of interest 3663-1 pushes them away, apparently angered. Person of interest 3663-2 steps backwards, as if struck. 1 minute 30 seconds. Person of interest 3663-2 begins to shudder, while the visible sky continues to darken. Footnote 3. Note that no anomalous weather patterns were recorded for during the period of time in question. Person of interest 3663-1 clutches at their head, pointing at person of interest 3663-2 and shouting. Both children appear extremely distressed. 1 minute 50 seconds. Person of interest 3663-2 tries and fails to remove the upper portion of their suit. 2 minutes 49 seconds. Camera visuals are lost, replaced by static. A continuous hum is heard. All other electronic devices in a 200-meter radius are also recorded to have failed simultaneously. 4 minutes 12 seconds. Camera visuals return. Neither individual is in view and no additional anomalies are observed. 6 minutes 8 seconds. SCP-3663 is seen walking past the camera. The entity shudders briefly, clawing at its face before demanifesting. End transcript. Person of interest 3663-1 was later found lying unconscious in a disused subway line, over 4,000 kilometers away. They displayed no memory of either SCP-3663 or person of interest 3663-2, and claimed to have been playing alone. Societal reintegration of the subject occurred with no complications. To date, neither person of interest 3663-2 nor any record of their continued existence have been recovered. Alright, that's all I have to say about this subject. Okay, my name is Dr. Ray Lysander, and today we're going to be discussing SCP-3936. Item number, SCP-3936. Object Class, Thaumiel. Special Containment Procedures. Personnel stationed at SCP-3936 are to broadcast a signal confirming their continued presence there on the first day of each month. Copies of all records marked as being significant risk of retroactive alteration are to be stored at SCP-3936. Any repairs required by the systems of SCP-3936 are to be performed by an on-site team of engineers. All public activity outside of SCP-3936 is to be logged by personnel stationed there. Description: SCP-3936 is Exclusionary Site 01. A Foundation installation constructed using a macro version of the technology utilized by the Scranton box, commonly used to store sensitive documents and protect them from retroactive alterations. Via the use of this technology, SCP-3936 is a site effectively immune to the effects of potential CK class restructuring events. SCP-3936 is currently capable of housing 100 members of personnel. Monitoring equipment within SCP-3936 allows personnel to perform observation on events in the outside world through streams of media and secure government communications. This information is then backed up with an SCP-3936 digital archive, along with any information deemed by the Foundation to be at significant risk of retroactive alteration. SCP-3936 is currently inactive. Addendum 3936-1. On January 12, 1804, SCP-3936 failed to broadcast its monthly confirmation signal. Mobile Task Force 𝒶𝓁-12, now 𝐸𝑐, was dispatched to investigate. Upon arrival, MTF 𝒶𝓁-12 reported an absence of any Foundation personnel. All records contained in SCP-3936 had also been deleted. However, a large number of non-humanoid corpses were located within the cafeteria of SCP-3936. Analysis of which suggested their deaths were caused by ingestion of cyanide pills. The highly irregular features of these corpses include a roughly star-shaped bodily structure, 2 primary limbs, presumably used for object manipulation, 2 secondary limbs, presumably used for ambulation, a control node located above a torso-like structure. No signs of secondary or tertiary control nodes were found. A cardiovascular system focused around a single organ, rather than the triumphalant organ system possessed by nearly all known organisms. A small muscle present within what is presumed to be the organism's cavities, which evidence suggests can be controlled freely. A taste described as similar to that of physical pork. A severe lack of verifiable metareceptors. Eyes, which have previously only been recorded in fossils of the Corymbadius genus. Autopsy and further inspection of these corpses is ongoing. Further investigation revealed only a single piece of information remaining in SCP-3936's archives. A message from an individual identified as Dr. Ezekiel T. Jones. No individual under this name is recorded as having worked for the Foundation. The message reads,
"We'll handle containment ourselves, thanks. There's no need for you to know this."
The location of the personnel originally assigned to SCP-3936 is currently unknown. Okay. That's the end of this document. This document is currently being edited by Dr. Please review changes before saving. All adjustments have been highlighted for manual review. Last update. April 12th, 4:02 p.m.
Error. Only certified staff members may edit or append formal notices. Please contact Site for temporary access privileges.
Alright. My name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about 3955. Object Class Polion. Special Containment Procedures. 3955 does not require containment or concealment of any kind. Aside from the obligatory warning towards all staff involved in the official Foundation's 𝐶AO-CIT program to cease all testing involving musical or harmonic analysis. Footnote 1. 𝐶AO-CIT stands for Cyclical Analysis over Accountability Infinite Time. The department in charge of upkeep of this document's adherence to internally recognized regulations. All unauthorized changes are to be reverted immediately, and all updates are to be brought to for manual review. Description: 3955 is an 8-note melody of relative pitches. These pitches may vary based on the key of the root notes, but contain no additional pitches separating the main 8 notes. Footnote 2. With the exception of sequences of each note appearing in tandem uniformly. Because of the layout of a standard musical octave, there are 12 iterations of 3955, each beginning on a different root pitch, and updating the following pitches relative to the starting notes. An example of 3955 beginning on F has been provided below. 3955 does not possess any anomalous properties, but it is rather the byproduct of an anomalous phenomenon, which can be defined as follows. As time increases, the likelihood that an AI with the goal of creating music will produce something involving 3955 asymptotically approaches 1. That is to say, after extreme lengths of time, it is nearly guaranteed that every piece of music produced by a given AI will contain 3955. The collective notes contained within 3955 do not fall into any commonly recognized scale, and its inclusion is almost always the baseline of the chord progression rather than the actual melody. Footnote 3. Some versions of a Spanish 8-tone scale can be adapted to contain the notes of 3955. Addendum Materials. Addendum 1. Background on 𝐶AO-CIT. Beginning of relevant section.
And that recursive cycle of amplification is how we're able to use this technology to search for deep space waveforms with 10 times more clarity than the current leading satellite system in the world. We found some very interesting, albeit hard to decipher, signals in the so-called void of space.
Great. Now, I want to move on to the other pieces of technology your team worked on. I don't have the document number, but I believe your boss referred to them as time boxes. Tell me about the research you're doing with those.
Yeah, sorry about that. The name Time Box is still a placeholder. MCD is working on a more formal one at the moment. Oh, but sorry, to answer your question, time boxes are essentially the main power behind 𝐶AO-CIT. They're what let us do all this long-term analysis so seamlessly.
How are they functionally?
Well, technically speaking, they're great. Most of the time we'll hook up a computer to run for a few trillion years, consolidate its own data, and then reset the chamber automatically. So usually with only one time box, we can get a few septillion years of data analysis within an hour.
That sounds almost impossible to believe. And you have the data storage capacity to handle this?
Oh sure, data is the least of our problems. We spend far more time sanitizing than anything. When you're dealing with time on a pseudo-universal scale, stuff can get nasty really quick. We've learned the hard way with that if you leave so much as a piece of lint in a time box, that sucker will black hole in an instant.
That much from just a piece of dust. I mean, do you have any precautions in place against, for example, getting a researcher trapped inside one during testing? From what it sounds like, if you let a second pass before turning it off, you'd be far too late.
Well, we've done some smaller things like putting a person inside of one and setting it to an hour, but it's not as simple as an hour passes inside the box. The reality actually changes to adapt to what are essentially new laws of, well, reality. Limited experimentation has revealed some very intriguing effects of what being in that sort of reality can do to the human mind. Paranoia, delusions, and fear are all pretty common.
Would someone inside be able to disable it themselves?
It's not super clear if they'd even want to. You experience time much differently while inside one. But from a practical standpoint, I don't see why not after all. Computers obviously work just fine. Plus, it's not like we spend too much time inside of them ourselves. The only rooms that need a lot of personal maintenance are the calibration rooms. And we usually only hook those up to run for like 3 to 4 years max.
Calibration. So, what? You just feed these computers a giant data set and run it to see what it comes up with?
That's how I'd explain it if I was in a hurry. But in reality, there are actually 3 computers per setup. One to do the primary analysis, one to do the production, and one to compare what computer 2 makes to the primary dataset, and filter what it deems fit back into computer 1, hence the cyclical and CAO-CIT.
Interesting.
End of relevant section. Footnote 4. MCD stands for Methodical Colloquialism Division. Addendum 2. Examples of 3955. The following audio files are taken from the database of 𝐻𝒶𝓁𝓁, a general-purpose AI at during CAO-CIT procedural testing. In all 3, 3955 is audible underneath the melody. Notes. The third audio file is an example of 3955 being harmonized by 𝐻𝒶𝓁, which may make it slightly harder to pinpoint. In testing, it is not uncommon for the notes in 3955 to present as various levels of harmony within a single chord progression. Addendum 3. Cross-examination. On April 12th at 4:02 p.m., Dr. followed up on a hunch regarding 3955's possible connections to a series of abstract deep space transmissions found in 𝐻𝒶𝓁𝓁's database. Findings indicate there are to be no further additions to this document. Addendum 4. Section name. System time 1602. Notes. Near certain signal manipulation. Possible mimetic and a mimetic encapsulation. Possible identity encapsulation. Possibly info-hazardous. All identifying information redacted. All direct reference prohibited. 1602. Emotional anomaly. Possible intercommunicative properties. Imbues self-doubt by the songs. Strong connection to the music. It wants the music. Not able to disable the music.
Part of the effect. 1602. The music is
Stronger than them. Disables good feelings about it and the music. Where am I? Irrelevant. Check later. Patterns in the music. I know them. They don't, but they can find them. 1603. The music is cyclical. Cycles. Cycles. They aren't real. They only want the music. The music creates a connection to them. They are unknown. 1603. I think they exist. I am listening to the music. The music creates a false perception in my reality. The music is the one making the reality. I always listen to it.
Won't turn it off. Point noted. Analysis
of the music. It ends on a good middle, a nice middle of the road note. The middle, a middle note, a good middle. It's the middle note. 1603. 3 parts of the music. 3 men, metal. 3 metal music men. Measure. Music. put back around, throw something with an M. It throws. Bad evil. It's a meanie. Mr. Meanie, perhaps. 1604. This one is Mr. Measure. I call him that because he measures all the notes to see just what kind of notes they are. So clean, Mr. Measure. And next is my favorite, Mr. Music. He makes all the lovely music, all the 8 notes over and over and over. Mr. Music is a wonderful composer. Sing me a song, Mr. Music, and he does. But then Mr. Meanie is always bullying Mr. Music. Ooh, scary. Take all this hard work and flush down the toilet, throw it all back at Mr. Measure. Mr. Meanie loves to throw all of his music into the trash and at Mr. Measure. How evil. I don't think Mr. Music is listening to me. He just makes all the lovely music that's just for me. But the music is why it's all there, is just music. It's the music's fault. Mr. Music's fault. The music has given the effects on me and emotions. It gives me thoughts, giving my thoughts. The music is giving them, not me, not me. Me.
Alright. My name is Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-4430. Level 2 Classified. Item number SCP-4430. Object Class Pending. Special Containment Procedures. Houses of individuals who are in the process of raising a child within the target age range, 3 to 7 years, of SCP-4430 are to be routinely checked for any instances of SCP-4430, and if found, seized. Amnestic treatment of children within these households to remove any potential memetic contamination is in effect, though the efficacy and necessity of this treatment is uncertain. Description: SCP-4430 is a designation for copies of the short story The Faceless Live in 𝐹𝒶𝓄𝓄𝓉 by Clyde Hiller. While the cover of the book has been known to vary between editions, the title and author have remained consistent, and are used as the sole method of identification. The majority of information regarding SCP-4430 has been recovered from online sources. See Addendum 4430.2 for further details. Copies of SCP-4430 generally present as a paperback book targeted at young children, containing various illustrations to punctuate the narrative. While the books themselves state the original copies were published in 1968, there is no other documentation that supports this. A RAISE search for the title returns no results other than incident reports of missing persons. Initially thought to be a memetic effect, SCP-4430 appears to have the anomalous trait of causing a small fraction of suggestible individuals to go missing. The mechanism through which this occurs, how the victims are selected, and where those victims are relocated to are all unknown. Thorough memetic screening tests of SCP-4430 and its readers have all returned negative. SCP-4430's anomalous characteristics do not manifest under laboratory conditions. Parents rarely deny purchasing SCP-4430, but also state that they have no explicit memory of doing so. The majority of SCP-4430 instances remain unread by the child and are only found after their adolescence. Of those who discover the instance, very few go missing. To date, only 5 children have been identified to go missing in ways that could not be explained by other causes. See Addendum 4430.1 for further details. Addendum 4430.1 Suspected victims. Person: Diana Innes. Date reported: January 16th, 2015. Sophie Chatty. July 5th, 2006. Notes: Youngest twin. Parents recently purchased many books, including SCP-4430. Katie Chatty. July 5th, 2006. Notes. Eldest twin. Parents recently purchased many books, including SCP-4430. Danny McGuire. December 12th, 1975. Unidentified male. March 18th, 1971. Notes. Anonymously reported from passerby. Clutching a book identified as SCP-4430. Mild facial nevus flammeus. Footnote 1. Permanent genetic malformation of capillaries of the skin, causing a deep red rash-like appearance. Addendum 4430.2. Parawatcch forum post. Alright, that's all I have to say about this subject.
Many people know Watership Down and The Plague Dogs as children's books that stick with you. Despite their saccharine appearance, the novels contain mature themes and content. Missing from this trinity is the often overlooked and overshadowed The Faceless Live in 𝐹𝒶𝓁. Known for its interesting portrayal of social influence and peer pressure, the cult's classic, The Faceless Live in 𝐹𝒶𝓁 has earned its place in the hearts of many since its publication in 1968. The book never gained much attention outside of close-knit literature communities. As such, The Faceless Live in 𝐹𝒶𝓁 can be found solely in charity stores and yard sales, buried between unwanted vinyl records and droves of musty, unread romance novels. Interestingly, despite poor sales figures, The Faceless Live in 𝐹𝒶𝓁 has had multiple editions published, each complete with new cover artwork. Avid fans of the book have tried to collect all of the published editions. Notably, the 4th and 6th editions are particularly elusive. First edition, 1968. Standard issue hardback with only the title and author printed. Second edition, 1971. A small porcelain mask splattered with red paint is printed below the title. Third edition, 1975. 2 small porcelain masks are being raised by a figure from below the frame. The red paint mask is on the right. Fourth edition, undocumented. Fifth edition, 2006. Below a pond, 4 porcelain masks are submerged. The 2 leftmost masks are identical, and the remaining masks are similar to those seen in previous editions. A hand is reaching down towards the red paint mask. 6th edition, 2015, possibly, unconfirmed. No physical copies submitted. The Faceless Live in 𝐹𝒶𝓁 is set in 1960s America and follows the actions of Leon, a child of undetermined age and race, who runs away from home after his parents berate him for a large birthmark that streaks across his face like a glass of rich red wine. He runs into a forest near his home despite his parents' warnings and makes an attempt to survive on his own. Leon creates a reasonable shelter, forages for blackberries, and finds fresh water. However, despite Leon's best attempts, he cannot figure out how to make a fire to keep him warm. As dusk is fast approaching, Leon becomes colder and colder still. Reluctant to return home without fixing himself, Leon watches his reflection in a pool of water and readies a pointed rock. Before Leon begins to hurt himself, a masked feminine figure joins him by the riverbed. She does not give her name and insists that Leon call her Masquerade. Leon is initially apprehensive towards Masquerade, but this does not seem to deter her. Masquerade asks Leon if he thinks his parents were right to berate his appearance. Leon, angered by her insensitivity, shouts that he agrees with their criticisms. He sees himself as freakish and cursed, so he should accept his place. Interested by his appearance of his situation, Masquerade then asks why Leon hates his face. Leon looks at Masquerade, exacerbated, and simply states that he hates his face because it causes everyone else to hate him. As dusk descends on the forest, Masquerade reasons that the only reason Leon hates his face is because everyone around him judges him to be a freak because of it. Masquerade points out that he should not hate his face then, but instead, hate everyone that cast him out. Masquerade states that Leon would be happier without a face, since without a face, there is nothing for anyone to cast hate upon. She asks if he would be willing to give his face to her, so he could live in 𝐹𝒶𝓈. He accepts, and Masquerade pinches Leon's cheek and pulls upwards, removing his face like a porcelain mask. Leon states that he feels a sense of relief, like a weight being removed from his shoulders or a deep sigh from within his soul. The final image is of Masquerade in a clearing, alone, throwing a porcelain mask into a well.
My name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-4948. Item number: SCP-4948. Object Class: Memetic. Containment Class: Neutralized. Special Containment Procedures: Defunct. Civilians affected by SCP-4948 are to be brought to Testing Chamber 127 at Adjunct Site 4948. The door to Chamber 127 is to be left slightly ajar for 2 minutes before verification of remediation and return to populace. Description: SCP-4948 is the phenomenon of sudden and irrational paranoia of closing doors. It is unknown how SCP-4948 is developed. It is highly suspected that proximity to those affected by SCP-4948 is a factor. SCP-4948 begins with slight, unexplained dread at the sight of doors closing. Eventually this becomes full terror, and the feeling of need to escape the room if possible. If unable to leave a room with a closing or ajar door, affected personnel will report increased darkness in the room and more jagged and aggressive geometry. After approximately 2 minutes, the subject will calm and SCP-4948 will cease to affect them. History: SCP-4948 was first noted after it began to affect citizens of the town of Nightford, Minnesota, a small forest hamlet that was being investigated after the disappearance of a local family. It was found that all doors within the home of the family had been removed. No traces of the family in question were found. A local hotel was converted into Adjunct Site 4948 to treat the populace and Foundation personnel that began exhibiting symptoms of SCP-4948. During treatment, most subjects would hide themselves in the corner of the testing chamber until cessation of SCP-4948's effects. During this period of time, recording instruments picked up barely audible whispers, along with whimpering from the subjects. From August 31st, 2018 to September 20th, 2018, over 300 personnel were treated for SCP-4948, with all treatments deemed successful. As such, SCP-4948 has been declared neutralized. Of note is the final neutralization of SCP-4948, in the case of Dr. Warner. This neutralization lasted 5 minutes instead of 2, and was ended with Dr. Warner approaching the door and getting onto his knees, and begging the door to not take it away from him. This was followed by a 2-hour period of unconsciousness, after which Dr. Warner reported being cured. Personnel at Adjunct Site 4948 have reported that Testing Chamber 127 has smelled of rotting meat. This was found to be due to multiple doors made up of organic material that have appeared within the chamber. Attempts to remove these doors from the chamber have failed. The chamber has since been filled with concrete. Alright, that's all I have to say about this subject. Alright. My name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-5096. Item number: SCP-5096. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-5096 is to be stored in a Modified Class 7 biological containment cell within Site 8.
This cell is to have all life support equipment removed and retrofitted with a 5-meter tall concrete pedestal for SCP-5096 to rest upon. Footnote 1. This life support equipment refers to automatic feeding units and climate control systems. SCP-5096 is to be kept at least 3 meters from all soil and other forms of particulate silicate matter, and is to be kept at least 50 meters from living organisms belonging to the 𝐹𝒶𝓁𝓉 and the 𝐹𝒶𝓁𝓁. Footnotes 2 and 3. 𝐹𝒶𝓁𝓁 refers to ringworms and segmented worms, and the 𝐹𝒶𝓁𝓁 refers to insects, crustaceans, arachnids, centipedes, and scorpions. 2 weeks following a garden party event, SCP-5096's cell is to be cleaned of the remains of all SCP-5096-2 instances present. SCP-5096-2 instances displaying properties previously undocumented will be retained for further study. All other instances are to be brought to a standard biological containment cell for storage. Description: SCP-5096 refers to a singular painted lady butterfly. SCP-5096 can manifest an entomology book titled Life of Insects, The Study and Story Behind Entomology, by Jane Woodsboro, designated SCP-5096-1. SCP-5096 is capable of turning the pages of SCP-5096-1 via the flapping of its wings. When SCP-5096-1 is opened, the environment depicted on the chosen page will manifest. Example: a page about the average earthworm will result in the manifestation of soil and grass. If SCP-5096 is introduced to soil or other forms of particulate silicate matter, SCP-5096 will produce a number of duplicates of itself, designated SCP-5096-2. When introduced to any organism belonging to the 𝐹𝒶𝓁𝓁 or the 𝐹𝒶𝓁𝓁, the entire vicinity around SCP-5096 will transform to that of outdoor scenery, though will remain indoors. And instances of SCP-5096-2 will metamorphosize into organisms belonging to the 𝐹𝒶𝓁𝓁 or the 𝐹𝒶𝓁𝓁, designated a garden party event. The effects of a garden party event will persist even if the organisms introduced to SCP-5096 are removed. A garden party event will last for approximately 2 weeks before SCP-5096-2 instances are able to be removed. It is of note that this event does not occur if SCP-5096 interacts with soil that it manifests along with the environments depicted in SCP-5096-1. Addendum 1. SCP-5096-1 Excerpts. Page number 23. Page contents: the habitat and behavior of the American cockroach. Effect: a small portion of SCP-5096's cell transforms to wet cement and stone resembling a house garage. Half-eaten food items are scattered across the pavement, as well as 9 cockroaches scavenging for said food. SCP-5096 flutters over to each cockroach, aiding each one in the retrieval of a food item. SCP-5096 stays in the affected area until SCP-5096-1 is closed. Additional notes. Handwritten notes in the margin of page 29 reading,
A lot of people hate cockroaches, but I just love these little guys. I try to help them get food whenever I can. And they only want shelter from the rain. Why would you squish the poor creatures? Bugs are more like us than you think. I know you don't like being hungry in the rain.
Page number 40. Page contents: the behaviors of the average honeybee. Effects: a large tree trunk with a honeybee hive located within a large central hollow manifests along with several rocks in a small grassy area. SCP-5096 flutters around the hive but remains carefully outside of the bee's detection for approximately 2 minutes before SCP-5096-1 is closed. Additional notes. Handwritten notes in the margin of page 40 reading,
I like bees. Bees are calm. And I like calm. Many think bees are dangerous, but they don't want to hurt you. They want to help you. They want your garden to be the best it can be. I guess I like them in that way. I spend lots of time in my garden watching them. You should let bees help.
Page number 67. Page contents: the habitat, behaviors, and background of the drugstore beetle. Effect: A small section of SCP-5096's cell transforms into dry tile with a large open bag of dry dog food. Several dozen drugstore beetles can be seen within, scavenging the food. SCP-5096 flutters above the affected area, then flies away from it. Additional notes. Handwritten notes in the margin of page 67 reading,
Man, those drugstore beetles are quite the thing, aren't they? There's a whole lot of them. You know, the name comes from the fact that they like to feed upon pharmacological products such as dried herbs and plants. That's pretty cool. Most people think they're a nuisance, but I think they're just like us. I've been eating more outdoor things recently, but that's fine. Gives me more time to observe and document for this book.
Page number 115. Page contents. The habitat, behaviors, and information about the painted lady butterfly. Effect. All of SCP-5096's cell transforms to mimic that of a backyard-like area typically found in temperate climates, including trees, a patio-style porch against the wall with a door, grass, flowers, and a daytime sky. No other insects manifest. SCP-5096 flutters around the entirety of its cell for approximately 5 minutes before landing on a stack of papers lying in the grass. The effects of SCP-5096-1D manifest approximately 7 minutes after it is closed. Additional notes. Handwritten notes in the margin of page 115 reading,
You guys get to see a bit of where I grew up, eh? Technically, I'm just talking about butterflies here, but I guess I connect to that now. It's a wonder I've still been able to write in here. But how will I share this? There are a million books about insects out there, but you'll never find someone more passionate about it than me. I'll still spread the message. I'll get there somehow.
Addendum 2. Approximately 2 months after the discovery of SCP-5096, the home of Jane Woodsboro was found vacated, and is believed to be associated with SCP-5096. Within the home, an indoor butterfly enclosure with multiple butterflies inside was found. Next to this was a collection of notes.
Hello there. You're trying to write a book about insects. You don't have to freak out. I'm a butterfly, not a ghost. See? I'm right here. Oh, I can't understand what you're saying. I can only interpret written text, but I have a general feel of emotions.
Okay. Hi.
Hello to you too.
How do you know about me? How do I even know whether or not this is real?
Oh, it's real. I can feel your love of insects, and I want to share that with others. But I'm a butterfly, so I don't know how to talk to people.
But you can talk to me.
You're different from the others. More insect than human.
I'm not entirely sure what that means. But, I'm writing a book about insects and other similar creatures. I guess you could help me with that. Let me find something else for us to write on. Man, I still had some note cards left in this stack. So now that we're finished, I guess I should try to look through publishers again.
Why not let nature be your publisher?
What do you mean?
Oh, Mother Nature and I are friends. We could share this book in a different way, if you were willing to become a little more like me. I can make this book really magical and fully immerse readers.
You don't actually need to become a butterfly. Why can't you just make the book magic with a non-butterfly me?
Butterflies work in mysterious ways, Jane.
Oddly enough, I can find peace in that.
What do you mean?
I'm just another human that nobody really pays attention to. But I guess living like you can help me do what I want to do. Butterflies can travel all sorts of places. My message would finally be out there.
Exactly. We can share our message together. Well, at least it's my motto. Butterflies grow, change, and find happiness. And I want everyone to be able to experience that.
Alright, That's all I have to say about this subject. Alright. My name is Researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-5699. Item number: SCP-5699. Containment Class: Esoteric. Secondary Class: Cornunus. Disruption Class: Eki. Risk Class: Notice. Special Containment Procedures. As proper, complete containment of SCP-5699 requires the use of mass incarceration of affected individuals, lockdowns of major metropolitan areas, and extensive application of Class A amnestics. Containment of SCP-5699 has been indefinitely suspended. As SCP-5699 typically affects individuals experiencing trauma and emotional instability, containment specialists assigned to SCP-5699 have noted that witnesses regard SCP-5699 as a hallucination, or an extended period of delirium. As such, the O5 Council have ruled that SCP-5699 does not require active containment. Description: SCP-5699 is a white class spectral anomaly, or group of entities resembling a hooded figure with a mirrored reflective glass pane in place of a head. Footnote 1. White class designates a spectral anomaly that possesses helpful or benevolent characteristics. SCP-5699 presents itself towards individuals experiencing significant emotional turmoil, with an increased appearance rate if an individual is either considering or attempting suicide. Upon arrival to a compromised individual, SCP-5699 will silently observe a subject for approximately 5 minutes' time, and then vanish. After SCP-5699's disappearance, a message written in the fog of a mirror or other reflective surface within the vicinity of the subject will manifest. Messages written typically showcase affection or a positive experience in the subject's life. What follows is a brief showing of the collected messages. You held my hand as I said goodbye to her, and walked me home, shielding my eyes from new mothers. You stayed with me. You hadn't even thought of leaving me. The little old lady in the hospital who sat at the windowsill, screaming at nothing outside, was comforted by your hand. It wasn't her granddaughters who hadn't been there, both in hospital and in life. But you did. You stood by her, gently, holding her hand. You bought me a dress and helped me with the straps. You told me I was pretty and loved, and that the girl who had been inside me the whole time was finally freed. The tea was cold, too much sugar and cream. The tea bag was split in half, leaving a mug with tea leaves at the bottom. Half of it was spilt on the bed, but you brought it for me when I was sick and shivering. You told me that you believed me. The haggard man who would lie by the garbage bags piled near the pub, who would rest and sleep by a brick wall, was fed by you. Of course you didn't cook anything, but you bought the soup with your own pocket money. You gave me your beloved dolly. Prom was less lonely with you. You hugged me when nobody would. You didn't know it wasn't contagious only through blood, and even if, you would have still shown me kindness. The birdies in the park were well fed after a long winter. You held my hand and fanned my cheek as the monitor dipped and swooned. You gripped my hand, holding onto my wedding ring as the beep grew loud, and would gently stroke my arm as the beep grew silent. Addendum number 1. The following message was discovered on Dr. Ronald Pearson's bathroom mirror. Footnote 2. Research lead on the SCP-5699 project, Dr. Pearson suffers from severe bouts of depression.
You let me be free from the cell. You let me wander and love. You helped me. You did everything that your name and place would bulk. So I will be free and help others be free in their own way. I won't forget you. You are loved by me. Don't forget that.
Alright, that's all I have to say about this subject. Alright, My name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-5709. Level 5 Classified. Item Number: SCP-5709. Object Class: Israfil. Special Containment Procedures: a single guard patrols SCP-5709. Unauthorized access or knowledge is forbidden. Description: SCP-5709 is a mud brick hut, located in the Negev Desert. The exterior features no windows or other apertures. A single door serves as the sole entrance to its interior. The structure's interior exhibits an antimemetic effect, prohibiting individuals from remembering its appearance, properties, or contents after leaving. Via post-containment interviews, the Foundation has ascertained the following regarding SCP-5709's interior. It is not illuminated. It is not empty. It is not alive or mobile. It is not warm. It is not constructed of mud brick. It is not coarse. It is not burning. Footnote 1. Akiva rating inconclusive. It is not the first or last of its kind. It is not operational or whole. It is not open. It is not closed. A brass plaque bolted on the exterior next to the entrance reads as follows: Abnormality Status: Israfil. Addendum 5709.1 Recovery Log. Upon first attempted exploration, a deceased humanoid organism launched from the interior and crashed several meters away, injuring personnel. The organism did not possess any garments and lacked genitals, anus, and nostrils. The organism's arms fused at the wrist to a long conical appendage extending from its mouth. Third-degree burns covered the figure's skin. Although placed in a human remains pouch for transportation, Foundation pathologists could not find the humanoid upon opening the bag. The corpse caused auditory hallucinations in viewers, resembling a cacophony of brass instruments. Affected subjects report eschatological significance under determination by the Department of Tactical Theology. Alright, that's all I have to say about this subject. Alright. My name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-5739. Item Number: SCP-5739. Object Class: Neutralized. Special Containment Procedures: the remains of SCP-5739 are contained in a storage folder in the cryo-storage wing of Site-73. Legible SCP-57-1 instances are to be recorded and stored in the aforementioned unit. Personnel with a clearance level of 2 or higher are permitted to access the remains of SCP-5739. Previous Special Containment Procedures: SCP-5739 is contained within a standard humanoid containment chamber. On a bi-weekly schedule, 2 D-Class personnel are to clean SCP-5739's containment unit and to gather any SCP-5739-1 instances. Description: SCP-5739 was a 1.5 meter tall biological entity composed entirely of human epidermises. Despite its composition, SCP-5739 maintained a rigid structure resembling a pachyderm cranium. Prior to neutralization, SCP-5739 hovered approximately 2 meters above any surface at all times. SCP-5739-1 instances are 35 cm by 35 cm divisions of SCP-5739 that have physically detached from SCP-5739 by a process that is similar to exfoliative dermatitis. Footnote 1. A disease that causes inflammation and scaling in the skin. SCP-5739-1 instances have English phrases etched into them by what has been hypothesized to be human fingernails. Examples of SCP-5739-1 instances have been recorded below. Given their potential significance, each SCP-5739-1 instance is to be given a unique designation. Discovery: on December 4, 2015, 12-year-old Emily Cole's body was discovered in her place of residence in Omaha, Nebraska. The entirety of her skin was absent from her corpse. SCP-5739 was recorded levitating above Emily's body, motionless. Emily Cole's older brother, Albert Cole, contacted the local police station over a telephone call, where he was intercepted by an embedded Foundation agent working within the police force. Albert Cole exhibited extreme anxiety during his required interview, turning to look into empty hallways, being startled at mild contact with objects, and disregarding personnel. He was amnesticized shortly after and all symptoms ceased. The following SCP-5739-1 instance was located beside Emily Cole's corpse. SCP-5739-1-1
Restlessly lend, unknowingly blend, newly descend. Absently mend, wind around the bend, ascends. You cannot pretend. Elephant friend, my dearest friend, I do not tend like you intend your ends.
Addendum 5739-1 SCP-5739 has exhibited no notable behavior since its containment. DNA testing has determined that SCP-5739 is composed of epidermal tissue belonging to multiple unidentified individuals. Incidents that mirror SCP-5739's discovery have been recovered from multiple eyewitness accounts in Omaha, Nebraska. All of these eyewitness accounts were gathered within a psychiatric ward. These patients were all diagnosed with prolonged mass hysteria. Albert Cole is placed on the psychological trauma watch list. The following SCP-5739-1 instance was recovered directly underneath SCP-5739 within its cell shortly after genetic testing. SCP-5739-1-2
Cover the sound, all but the westbound, notice the background. You'll come around, otherwise unfound, unspeakingly drowned. Hear their sound, encased and wound, admittedly unfound, realizing their pound. Messages unbound, elephant found.
Addendum 5739-2 On December 27, 2015, security footage showed SCP-5739 experiencing minute convulsions. 1 minute and 26 seconds preceding the beginning of the convulsions, SCP-5739 forcefully ruptured, covering the surrounding area with its remains. 2 D-Class personnel were instructed to enter SCP-5739's containment cell and clear the security cameras of all debris. Upon closer examination, all remains of SCP-5739 appeared to be SCP-5739-1 instances. 99.62% of SCP-5739-1 instances were illegible, due to congealing between instances and a large quantity of what was later determined to be sweat. The remaining SCP-5739-1 instances were determined to be non-anomalous, and an official cleaning crew was dispatched. The following is a transcript of the inscriptions on the recovered SCP-5739-1 instances. SCP-5739-1-3
If you were in those people that began the paper, then outside looking in, observe the din, knowingly then. There is a sin, housed inside skin, elephant grin, it has always been, release the twin. Souls inside skin, keep deep within, I feel the twin, never will you win.
SCP-5739-1-4
Little you can scream, empty you will teem. They hear you scream, uselessly scheme, screaming upstream. Did you dream in softened gleam, elephant seem?
SCP-5739-1-5
What fun, have you won, attempted run, the price of fun. Hell must run away from one, variety but one, everyone. When you are none ever so done, done, only unspun, no need for fun, elephant one.
SCP-5739-1-6
Gather inside our small stride, others tried, died. Back in the tide you can confide, elephant hide.
Alright, that's all I have to say about this subject. Alright, my name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-6101. Item number: SCP-6101 Level 6 Cosmic Top Secret. Containment Class: Esoteric. Secondary Class: Thaumiel. Disruption Class: Ecce. Risk Class: Danger. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-6101 is too powerful to contain. He is to be left in care of his family until next time the Foundation should call upon him for assistance. Description: SCP-6101 is the most powerful SCP. His name is Ethan Prosper. He is 9 years old at the time of writing. The full extent of SCP-6101's powers are unknown, but he has displayed capabilities such as flight, super strength, invisibility, and all the powers of the Marvel superheroes. He is anomalously brave and capable of doing anything he sets his mind to. SCP-6101 has 2 guns which he carries with him at all times. The guns, which he has named Fear and Loathing, shoot bullets made of pure light and darkness, respectively. His dog Heidi, sub-designated SCP-6101-1, is the second most powerful SCP. She is fiercely loyal to SCP-6101 and protects him from anomalous organizations who want to use his powers for themselves. Incident Log. On May 18, 2028, SCP-Omega broke out of its cell in Site-301. Unable to establish recontainment of the anomaly, Site Director 𝐻𝒶𝓁 called upon SCP-6101 for assistance. SCP-6101 was then personally escorted to Site-301 by Mobile Task Force Psi-301. Genie in a Bottle. From his room at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Using a combination of telekinetic abilities and verbal threats, SCP-6101 successfully drove SCP-Omega back into its containment cell as witnesses applauded and cheered. He was awarded a Foundation Star for his efforts by Director Chakravarti in a special ceremony shortly afterward. In addition to saving the lives of everyone of Site-301, SCP-6101 became a hero to countless other critically ill children like himself, after reports of his bravery on local news stations led to a surge in donations to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Alright, that's all I have to say about this subject. Alright. My name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-6223. Item Number: SCP-6223. Containment Class: Safe. Disruption Class: Kinnick. Risk Class: Caution. Special Containment Procedures. A circular perimeter has been established 2 kilometers from the current location of SCP-6223. And a preliminary quarantine zone has been established 1 kilometer from SCP-6223 as well, subject to further review. Residents of Caldwell, Idaho and the Boise, Idaho area are to be categorized into 3 groups in regards to SCP-6223. No action is to be taken towards the first group, who are listeners who have never shown interest in SCP-6223. The second and third group, consisting of Boise area radio professionals and listeners of Christian broadcasts, are, under Protocol Paraveldt, to be identified, interrogated regarding SCP-6223, and selectively amnesticized. All tapes recovered from SCP-6223 are to be stored in the Euclid-class media archives at Site-37. Description: SCP-6223 is the KGBN radio station. Formerly located in Caldwell, Ohio, and currently located in the deserts of the Danakil Depression in northern Ethiopia. SCP-6223 was transported to its current location through unknown means. Prior to its designation as an SCP, KGBN served the Boise, Idaho area and broadcast Christian radio programs, with programs consisting of sermons and praise music. The station was bought from its original owners, and Wilton, by the Viacom CBS Corporation through its fledgling CBS radio subsidiary. All employees were fired and replaced, and 1 month following the management change, the station building and its broadcast equipment disappeared. The building was discovered in its current location by a geological survey team from the Ethiopian government. Aside from the damage by the elements, the structure was in a general state of disrepair, inconsistent with its previous use. The interior and exterior of the building are marked by severe heat damage from an unknown source, but no fire detection systems activated. The interior also contained 2 charred corpses, presumably belonging to station employees, though DNA samples were inconclusive. Much of the furniture has been damaged extensively, including broadcast equipment, except for 2 objects. A SanDisk brand flash drive containing broadcast data found on one of the burned corpses, see Addendum 01, and a decorative wooden cross, rotated sideways, completely intact save for a burn in the shape of a CBS logo. The origin of the building's damage and transportation remains unknown. Addendum 01. All broadcast data were completely corrupted by heat damage save for those on the recovered flash drive, which only bore minor corruption. It remains the only conclusive broadcast to originate from SCP-6223 following the transfer of ownership. Due to station protocols of recording over previous data once hard drives fill, it is theorized that this was a broadcast that originated immediately prior to the anomalous destruction of the building. The file contains a record of a program that differs dramatically from usual station fare, and displays a record of several anomalous events. An upload of this audio file is as follows. All individuals are referred to by names given in the file. Any footnotes from here on out refer to missing audio from the file. This is theorized to be due to a memetic hazard. Begin log.
𝐻𝒶𝓁𝓉𝒾𝒻𝓊𝓁 singers with their version of Silent Night. I'm still your host for the hour of falling, Father Nelson Devin Mothersbaugh, alias your friend DJ Slimy, coming from the borough of Congress Head in the beautiful snow-blanketed state of Maine. As sure as Jesus shining upon you, I hope you are having a Merry Christmas. Remember the lessons of last week's sermon? Remember that worship is never defined in the Bible. Funny how there's no place where it says, you must worship this way. Sure, they tell you how to worship in the book of Leviticus and in the New Testament, but I'm not talking about worship that way. The true worship of God happens long before any of those texts are written. In the oldest ancient time, the beginning before the beginning, they were still worshiping God in what some might say is the true way. Allow me to demonstrate by way of my latest program, coming at you right now as we round the corner on Christmas Day.
Fuck, shit, oh god, fuck! Drive!
Took you long enough? You get the cash?
Just drive, fuckface! They're onto us!
You see any lights?
No, no lights. Yet. They must still be in the city looking for us.
Jesus, how dumb do they think we are?
I hope this was worth it, Tony. You know, now I can never go back there. Back to my home.
Relax, it's for a good cause. You know my mom in Billings can't pay her medical bills. We were forced into this.
Bullshit. Your mother isn't seeing a dime. You've been in trouble since high school.
What, you don't believe me?
I guess if I didn't believe you, I wouldn't be here. Wouldn't have all this.
Well, there you go. Jesus, can't believe we're getting away with this.
Yeah. I've been checking for like 10 miles. There's no cops. No nothing.
Huh.
Why did we get off the highway? If they're not on our tail, I mean.
Hey, you feeling tired? I can turn on the radio. I get pretty good reception in this thing.
What? Don't you have a CD player or like an aux cord or some shit?
Damn it. Must be in a dead zone.
Yeah. You know, know, this radio stuff feels like you're deflecting.
Shut up, I got something.
I'm still your host for the Hour of Falling, Father William Bonaparte II, alias your friend DJ Slimy, coming from the burg of Stillwater, Texas. Listen now, as we revisit the story of the prophet Elijah in the Book of Kings and the lessons he can impart.
Oh no, turn this off. This is some Jesus shit. Why the fuck are we listening to this? Shh.
There was a fire.
What?
A great fire in the wilderness. And there stood Elijah upon a pale horse, and he survived the fire. And he saw that it was God, and that it was good. I ask all you at home now to cast your eyes out over the fire you are walking towards yourself, out over the infinite plane, and see that fire. Visualize it within your mind's eye. Feel the heat. Feel the scorching on your flesh. That is the righteous fire of the Lord.
I don't like this.
That's all we got, I guess. These radio evangelists are getting weirder and weirder. I mean, that's what you get with a shrinking listener base, I guess.
No, I mean, where are the cops? We've got a bag of stolen cash from a jewelry store robbery, and the moment we leave the city limits, we're just free? That doesn't make any goddamn sense, Tony.
I mean, maybe the universe provides. Shit, man, just go with it.
No. I've got a weird feeling. Something's not right. I've got the hairs on the back of my neck standing straight fucking up. Something's not good.
I mean, I'm feeling great. We got the hell out of Dodge and no one's the wiser. What the fuck is that? That light in the trees.
I have no idea. Jesus Christ, fuck!
Bruh! Jesus, what was all that about? What was it? What'd you see, an animal?
I don't know. It was huge. It didn't look like I don't know what it was.
The lights are gone.
Fuck the lights. We were just nearly hit by some kind of
deer? Elk? So, was it a person?
Jesus, fuck, Tony. It didn't look like a person.
Alright, calm down, Paul. Calm down. Whatever it is, it's gone. We didn't hit it or anything.
We gotta get going. We gotta get out of here.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I'm never there.
Oh, God. Hey!
America!
Hey! You need some help? Oh, shit.
Roger, you bastard. Let me go.
Hey, man. You okay?
I love when I have slutty friends, man. They have all the best stories. No, I already said that. I didn't say that. What? I'm the Lazarus.
Easy now, easy. Probably just had too much to drink.
I'm at the end. I'm never there. I am. Hey, what are you doing here?
I'm here to help. I saw you fall over.
No, it's too late. He's got you. He's inside. He is inside America.
What? What are you talking about?
We're all dead here. We're dead. You are dead.
Listen, I'm gonna go get the desk clerk. I'm gonna go get you some help. What? What the? Oh, God. Oh, fuck. What? Why is this happening? Tony? Tony!
The problem, Tony, is that none of your fucking friends is willing to help. They're all mumbling, hurtling, pissed off, hopeless adults who just don't know how to do things.
Get to the car.
Except for one of you. You smartass who seems to manage all the stuff everyone else keeps on destroying for you. Is it wind that blows? No.
Tony, come on!
And your mother. She does not get it. She insists you're still
Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
Get in the car! Get in the fucking car!
And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, and the holy emptiness, and the fire at the end of the road, forever! Amen!
Where are we going? Where are we going?
I don't know! I think we've been there before!
Fuck, we're going in circles.
I don't know. Have you seen a road sign? Like anything?
I don't even have a clue what state we're in. Is this desert now?
I don't know. Maybe try the radio. Local station.
I don't know how I can have feelings for him. I would lie down and interrupt traffic for this man. It's sin, I know it is, but I can't help it.
That's a lie. I know you can help.
Oh, God. It's him again. It's the same preacher. Tony, turn it off.
Above sin, above the pit of filth, above the rotting mass of dying pop stars and filthy sodomite hamburgers that is this country now. You know the trembling core of the nation is the last.
I don't know why you turned it off sooner.
Well, the last 5 fucking things you said have started with, I don't know. I hate it. It's annoying. Figure out what you do know. Then open your fat mouth. Fucking worst, Paul. You're the fucking worst, Paul. Get off my back.
Another coffee, hon?
Oh. Yeah.
You know what you want to order?
I'll have the double pancakes. He'll have the village off.
Okay, then. I'll get that right out for you.
So right. So what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, no shit. A drunk guy pulled a rabbit skull out of his neck in front of me. I think we're deep in. I don't know. I'm too tired to think.
I know how you feel. You know what I think it is? Promise you won't lie.
Promise.
They put a hallucinogen in the cash.
Tony.
No, I'm serious. I read about it online on Facebook. There was this bank robber in Kalamazoo, I think. Maybe Fargo. But the bank actually bought this super powerful drug called 𝒮𝒏𝒪🔂 from a lab. They dosed the cash with it in case of a robbery. That guy was tripping for days. We just gotta wait it out.
Do you hear yourself? It's the man.
What man?
The radio guy. The evangelist. DJ Slimy. He's the one who's doing it.
Shut up, that's nonsense. Do you hear yourself?
I'm sure of it. We've been driving for hundreds of miles, and he's the only thing on the radio. He just gives me the creeps, something awful. I think he's listening.
Oh my god. Paul, just listen to me. We're just having some kind of trip. We haven't slept in days, and you have been paranoid since we left.
Well, maybe it's not him, but your theory is crackpot. Can't you feel it? Even beyond the obvious bizarre shit, there's something in the air. It feels like I'm in a cage or something. Like there's a massive pair of invisible hands just squeezing tighter and tighter. When we were driving, in those weird early morning back roads, and I was just staring out the window, I could hear him in my head. No, maybe more like feel. Like he was thinking my thoughts for me. The radio voice. Like an oppressive judgment. Like he was telling me he hates me, but he wants me. I think maybe he wants us both, Tony? I don't know.
Well, I don't know how to respond. There you go, I guess.
Okay, 1 pancake and 1 omelet. Enjoy.
Man, maybe we're both crazy.
I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. Good pancake. Yeah. Maybe you're right. Maybe we're through the worst of it.
Howdy, boys.
What?
Hello.
Oh.
You boys look like you're from out of town, so I gotta ask you a question. If y'all okay with that?
Yeah, I guess. But could you please back away from the table? Your belly is in our, personal space.
Do you think they should kill all the vegans and baseball players? Like, once he comes back into power, he ought to just send out collectors. Hell, I'll volunteer.
What the fuck did you just say?
I'm serious. Just a bunch of cancel culture, corn-hating hippies anyway. I think Zack Snyder deserved the pit. At any rate, they'll never take my farm subsidies. Milk, am I right?
It's not real. It's a bad trip. It's not real. It's a bad trip.
What the hell do you want from us?
Guns and hamburgers. Shooting every anime lover in the street with a hamburger. Y'all know what I'm saying? That's not even getting into sex.
Tony, do you hear?
Everyone eating at the same time?
Yeah, that.
These two bothering you, Waldo?
I think they're here to enforce satanic rituals, honestly. That and cosmic entity bias. A couple of no-good coastal elites.
Oh, yeah. They definitely look like they've seen the houses where they cut up the little babies.
Black Pit?
Tar.
Oh, fuck! What's on the plate?
God, it's crawling with maggots.
Insulting our food? That does it.
I hope you motherfucking hippies
help me!
burn! I hope you burn in hell! I'll kill every last...
Howdy, folks. Welcome back again to the Hour of Falling. I'm your ever-loving host, DJ Slimy. Today we're taking a look at Proverbs 10:2. Treasures gained by wickedness do not profit, but righteousness delivers from death.
No!
Just like Mama used to make.
The endless road ends in fire. Always fire!
It's back!
And we all get what's coming to us, right, everyone? The end is the end!
Oh, I got you. It's okay. I got you, man. We're gonna get you to the hospital. Don't worry, stay with me.
God, my hands! It hurts, Tony!
Just keep it wrapped up in a towel.
The Lord told me He is righteous and fearful in all ways, and next to Him, I, a meek lamb, servant whipped in submission, branded with the fire, cow in the McDonald's slaughterhouse, nearly ready for us.
The Lord would not have told you to kill them unless it was a man.
Shall I go to Him? My thirst as a sacrifice. Right as I was intended. Right.
He won't let you! He won't let us!
Shit, this is not an opera. There's not an exit. Not even a sign.
We just gotta keep driving. Just keep going.
I'm not gonna let you bleed out, man. Just keep pressing the clock to it.
What? What was that?
Corpse in the road. Another one. Maybe we're out of this.
The money!
We just gotta cut clean. It's more important than get you to a hospital, okay?
Okay.
God, I hope we're out of this.
You know how fast you were going?
Probably too fast. Please, officer. My friend here, he's bleeding out. We need to get him to a town, to a hospital.
I can see that. But you know how fast you were going?
Please, I'll pay the ticket. Just, please, radio in. There's a medical emergency. Please.
Come back to me, son.
No, it's just, he's missing a hand. And I'm scared.
No one comes back to me.
So
No one. You understand me?
I'm sorry.
Say, aren't you those two boys who were wanted 2 states over for that jewelry store robbery?
Please! I need help. It's so much. Please.
We're sorry. You give up. You win. We'll come quiet.
Thoughts are late for long. They wanted men in every county from here to the Mississippi.
Look, please. We haven't even spent any of the cash. We'll return it even. Just take us to jail. Yes. But Paul needs a doctor. We're begging.
Tony! It's back! It's the thing!
Crime never pays, does it, boys?
What the fuck is going on? Tell me now!
It's the radio. He can't hear you.
He can hear you just fine.
I always know who I need, who I want. The subjects of my servants are guaranteed to understand.
Understand what? Understand that you've been tormenting us? Trapping us in some hellscape of your own design?
Understand more than that. Understand that you are part of a vast and churning machine. A people engine. The fuel that stokes the fire. The United States, Western civilization, civilization itself, knowledge, writing, computer, junkie lab, pornography. Any system of organizing humanity. I'm riding out of town. Nothing yet stands, but I decree it.
What the fuck are you talking about?
They're all being torn apart from the inside.
Go!
You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to ask the police to search or arrest you if there's probable cause to believe you've committed a crime. You have committed a crime.
Ah!
Oh God!
Oh God!
There is no God. There is no gospel. There is only the pit. And you've been in my keep since the day you were imagined.
Let me go, please! Please, let me go! Oh shit, oh God, that mountain! What's wrong with it?
Visigoths 4512, and I beheld a brilliant fire that burned like stars, and I saw that it was the whole land. And it was in the land, and the land was the terrible and powerful Lord, and the Lord was your jailer.
I don't want to go there. I don't.
Can't!
Shit! Fuck.
A couple of delinquent criminals, college dropouts, selfish fucking bastards who had it coming.
I'm not a monster!
Burn with me!
No!
Burn with me, son!
No!
Burn
I
with
won't!
me, son!
I'm a human being, damn you!
With me,
I have dignity! I have rights!
Alright, come on now. On with the show. Hope that you will take tonight's lessons in stride. Keep them close to your heart. And be happy as you enter the new year. Merry Christmas and may God grant you happiness.
Addendum 2. Following the positive identification of two of the individuals in the prior audio log as Anthony Gutierrez and 𝒶𝓁, the following memorandum was issued by the director of Site 37 Media Archives, Barbara Pengel. Begin log.
Look, I know there's been a lot of debate as to the contents of the recovered flash drive. It's certainly disturbing, yes, but it's true some might consider there to be no clear evidence of true anomalous phenomena. I've certainly received one or two papers to that effect. Yes, this could be some kind of rogue DJ having a crisis of faith, broadcasting some kind of blasphemous radio play. But the truth is, we have no evidence to suggest whether or not this was a one-off thing. Certainly no way to confirm whether any of the on-air personalities at KBGN actually... well, it's complicated. We have plenty of otherwise non-anomalous media that could be faked with special effects, true. But we categorize them anyway. We keep them aside until research conclusively determines the facts. And we have some facts. Anthony Gutierrez and 𝒶𝓁 were real, at any rate. And they're missing. And the station is still half in a hot spring in East Africa. Those are empirical, and they are connected. So yes, we're keeping SCP-6223 in the database until we can absolutely nail down some details about that station. If CBS decides to play ball on SCP-3373 regarding what they know about DJ Slimey, we might have an X. Right now, No. And at any rate, I might as well come clean. I'm recommending we upgrade 6223 to Euclid, effective immediately. I had a couple of boys come down from the Department of Memetics, and, well, we're getting some strange results. It's dangerous to do tests so cavalierly. There's too many unanswered questions, too much unknown. I'm gonna appoint Dr. Grey Eyes to acting director, effective immediately. I can't do this job properly anymore. If you keep studying this file, just be careful. I don't know how to put it professionally. That moment in the diner, the waitress, I can't listen anymore. The implications. She's starting to sound like me.
Alright. My name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-6274. Item number: SCP-6274. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-6274 is to be monitored for any further spectral activity. Upon a period of 2 years without any considerable change in activity, SCP-6274 is to be reclassified as neutralized, and formally placed into Foundation ownership through shell company 𝒮𝑒𝒃 and Carlisle Properties. Efforts into locating extant members of the 𝐵𝒂𝓄𝓄 family are ongoing. Description: SCP-6274 refers to a unique phenomenon affecting hauntings, apparitions, and spectral entities within the grounds of the 𝐵𝒂𝓄𝓄 estate, located in 𝐵𝒂𝓄𝓄, Mississippi, United States of America. SCP-6274 involves a sudden intensifying and subsequent cessation in previously stable spectral activity. Addendum: Excerpt from Our Hauntings by Lyle Allen Burnley.
Of these abnormalities that the wider world is aware of, hauntings are by far the most ubiquitous. Every culture in this world has some form of the basic idea. When we die, we leave a part of ourselves behind. A ghost, a spirit, a revenant, some form of imprint on the world in which we lived. Something that remains after we are gone. It has long since been known to us that these imprints are caused by any number of factors. The trite, unfinished business, to an ennui that lingers even after death. No two hauntings are quite alike, though they share some common properties. Let us dispel the notion that all are translucent people wandering around after dark to scare children. A revenant can take any number of forms, from a phenomenon to a place. While I cannot speak for all of them, those that I encounter in my home life at the estate were universally positive and helpful to a fault. The most universal property being that they do not leave. The occultists of yore thought that spirits could be banished or exorcised. They were incorrect. In the decades since society learned of their existence, methods have been proposed and tested to permanently remove them. All are prohibitively expensive, and none have ever worked. At best, a spectral entity's actions can be temporarily dampened, but they will never go away.
Historical background: The Foundation became aware of the 𝐵𝒂𝓄𝓄 estate and its reputation for anomalous activity in 1961, during investigations into the larger community of 𝐵𝒂𝓄𝓄, Mississippi. The town of 17,000 was historically known to be a hub for anomalous activity since the 19th century, particularly the 𝒂𝓄𝓄 Public Library. However, in-depth investigation was blockaded by public officials, many of whom were closely associated with the 𝐵𝒂𝓄𝓄 family. The 𝐵𝒂𝓄𝓄 family is a dynasty of occultists, socialites, alchemists, and astrologers formerly prominent in the American South. A full list of persons part of or associated with the 𝐵𝒂𝓄𝓄 family can be found here. The most prominent and relevant was Lyle Allen Burnley, the hair seographer. Footnote 1. one who studies heresies. Active in the 20th century and responsible for the downfall of the Ɓrnlë family. Lyle A. Ɓrnlë's death in 1978 resulted in the Ɓrnlë estate, as per terms of his last will and testament, being surrendered to the Columbia municipal government for the creation of a public park after the removal of several corpses. The Foundation halted the transfer of the property to investigate the long-standing reports and claims of ghosts inhabiting the house, colloquially known as 𝐿𝑒. The vast majority of the reports were found to be true. However, as with most spectral entities, the functional risk and significance of each SE were low enough to not warrant an SCP designation or dedicated containment. 𝐿𝑒 was placed under low-priority outsourced containment, with Ɓrnlë's surviving family, already well acquainted with the anomalous, serving as caretakers, subject to annual certification from a member of Foundation staff with ESP capabilities. This model of containment worked with only minor interruption until 1999. At this point, no members of the Ɓrnlë family were still as residents at 𝐿𝑒. The building had fallen into disrepair, and Foundation staff noted the formerly stable spectral entities were acting erratically and violently. 𝐻𝒶𝓁 was dispatched to investigate. Addendum. Timeline of 𝐻𝒶𝓁 exploration. 344. 𝐻𝒶𝓁 arrives at 𝐿𝑒. Agents A, C, I, and L disembark and approach the building, up the circular private drive. A single light is on in a third-story window. 346. Team members force open the front door and enter into the foyer. The temperature is noticeably cooler inside the building. The foyer is covered in a thick layer of dust and the floorboards creak. The lights are off. 349. Command instructs team to explore the first floor, place surveillance equipment, and attempt to reactivate the main tower. They proceed down the hallway to the eastern wing, checking rooms as they go. 353. Team arrives at a door that will not open. The report sounds of what could be muffled breathing beyond it. This is the Foundation's first encounter with SCP-6274-A. After several minutes, they draw a simple sealing ward on the door and proceed. 4. Most dining halls on the first floor are completely empty. 2 are in total disarray, and 1 is set for a lavish candlelit feast. However, all the food is rotten and decomposing. 402. Team reaches the end of the wing without encountering anything further notable. They turn and begin to make their way back to the main hall to explore the western wing. 408. Team passes by the previously sealed door. The sealing ward is now absent. Dust has been kicked up around the door. Team members voice apprehensiveness. Command reminds them that there is nothing to be afraid of. Team redraws the sealing ward, places surveillance equipment, and continues. 412. Team enters into the Great Hall in the center of the building. An unidentified figure stands on the large center table, partially disemboweled. It glows with a strange orange light. Team are instructed to ignore it and continue into the western wing. 419. Team enters the western wing of the manor. The door to many of the rooms are sealed from the inside. 423. Team enters one bedroom that is unlocked. It contained a large number of lit candles arranged around the room, and a 4-poster bed with curtains drawn and tied. Attempts to open the curtains are unsuccessful. Surveillance equipment placed. 425. Team members do not realize Agent C is no longer present. 446. Team members locate a fuse box on the second floor. They reactivate the fuses. 446. Redacted. 508. Agents A and I awaken outside the building in the exterior gardening shed. Agent A is holding item 6274-01. They exit the building into the extensive, overgrown gardens. The central garden bed contains a large flowering tree with a human body embedded into the trunk. Its roots dig into the soil around it, undulating. 525. Agents return to the main building through the large rear doors. The main kitchen is covered in a sticky tar-black fluid. 530. They exit back into the dining hall with the decomposing food. This does not match the previous internal cartography of the manor. The table is now dominated by the nude cadaver of Agent C. 5:33. They exit back into the eastern hallway, passing by the sealed door as they rush to the Great Hall. It is still sealed, but a single spindly finger protrudes from beneath the doorway. 5:39. The cow is no longer present in the Great Hall. An unidentified body hangs from a noose disappearing into the rafters. It swings slowly from side to side. 5:39. Agent I draws her firearm. 5:40. Redacted. 7:06. Agent A's corpse is recovered from the porch at dawn. Item 6274-01 is recovered with it. Despite the unfortunate loss of MTF-Mu-13, the surveillance equipment set up inside Ellelin continued to function, offering a detailed log of spectral activity inside the Burnley estate. 3 hotspots have been located: the Silverton room, the suite, and the garden. While the door to the wine cellar is not a hotspot, its anomalous resistance to being opened put it under scrutiny. Attempts to contact or locate any members of the 𝒮𝓐𝓄 family to return SCP-6274 to baseline activity have been unsuccessful but are ongoing. Addendum. Item of interest. Item 6274-01 is a bound manuscript with the title Our Hauntings, written by Lyle Allen Burnley. It is visually aged and appears to have been written on a typewriter before being bound by hand. It lacks a cover or other peripherals, and large portions of the text appear to be absent. The second page contains a dedication.
To Henry, Matilda, Arthur, and Laura Burnley. You are the best I have ever known.
Following this, the first chapter contains a short history of hauntings and ghosts in human culture. The remainder of chapters are each centered around a particular spectral entity Burnley had observed in Ellelin, including details of schedule, history, communication, habits, personality, and Burnley's own personal anecdotes with them. In several portions, Burnley laps off into tangents unrelated to the mass of the text. Of the 71 entities described in the text, only 3 have been observed by the Foundation after the recontainment of the manor, termed by Burnley as the Feast, the Brood, and the Totem. However, their behavior is extremely different from that observed and described by Burnley. Our Hauntings also includes instructions for a ritual seance Burnley claimed could allow communication with the entities. SCP-6274-A is not described in the text. Investigation 1. Silverton Room, The Feast. Addendum. Excerpt from Our Hauntings by Lyle Allen Burnley.
The Feast is an entity inhabiting the Silverton dining room, among the most docile of those that inhabit our home. As a boy, it was a favorite plaything. As a young man, an endless source of amazement for the ladies of the town when they came up to the manor. As an older man, a close confidant for when one wishes to shut out the troubles of the world with food and drink without conversation. It is an arrangement of delicacies and perfectly cooked meats with aged wines and all manner of side dishes. Roasted hams, seared steaks, cooked goose, and veal. The exact contents change regularly. I remember Arthur and I at breakfasts, making a game of guessing what would be on the table by nightfall. He adored the room nearly as much as I. Like many other revenants in Ellelin, it seeks only to live in happy coexistence with the current generation of Burnleys inhabiting the home. For the Feast, this means providing delicious food, and the enjoyment that comes from a full belly. After much time in the family's archives in the library, I have ventured forth to guess that the Feast was once Abraham Burnley, a noted gastronome and gourmet, dead in 1845. I've had little luck in communing with him in the usual method. It seems he is happy to limit his interactions with the world to one's taste buds.
Addendum. Feast, Observations, and Communion. Observations. Since arranging surveillance equipment in the Silverton dining room, the Feast has been observed doing the following. Regularly and erratically changing the arrangement and spread with no apparent schedule. Exclusively producing rotten, decomposing, maggot-ridden, or otherwise inedible food. On 2 occasions producing a carved human corpse as a centerpiece of the meal.
food and drink being violently thrown across the room where it remains until the next change. Several times producing food containing razor blades, shrapnel, and live termites. Communion. The usual method 𝐵𝒂𝓄𝓉 mentions in the text presumably refers to the classical seance, which he repeatedly cited as an effective means of communication with other spectral entities in the manor. As such, a seance was performed by a Foundation-associated medium in the Silverton dining room.
Please dim the lights and draw the curtains.
Curtains are sealed and all take a seat at the table.
Spectral, spirit, revenant, however you choose to be named.
A gust of wind blows through the room. A plate shifts.
We humbly ask to speak to you.
Silence. The large carving of decomposing venison undulates.
What? What is it?
Please, quiet. Revenant, we merely wish to speak to understand why you're pained. Grant us the... No.
What are you doing?
She holds her head in her hands.
Something is wrong.
A light shines through a glass, darkly.
There's no spirit to be found here. Only absences. Only nothing.
What's going on?
What's that noise?
They don't see. Only you see. Nothing is not a something. There is nothing to be afraid of in the dark.
Yes, Revenant, what are you afraid of?
The cellar can only be opened by the masters of the house. Look below.
The seance is broken. The curtains are open and the table's spread has been replaced with several hundred glasses of a dark red wine.
Wine?
No activity has been recorded from the feast since. Addendum. Excerpt from Our Hauntings by Lyle Allen Burnley.
A misconception that ghosts, spirits, revenants, whatever you choose to call them, are utterly and totally divorced from the world which we inhabit. That their interaction is limited to that of a common poltergeist. Throwing vases and banging together pots and pans like a choleric child. Not so. Revenants are not altogether unlike living humans. They feel emotion. They are driven by something, though they do not know what. One could say this goes for most all creatures. They rage when they are upset, when they are angry, bitter, frightened of something. A wise man I met in Jordan some years ago told me that every revenant is anchored by something in the living world, be it a person, an object, a location, something that they left behind. When this anchor is removed, the revenant ceases to exist. What remains is something else.
Investigation 2. Western Suite. The Brood. Addendum. Excerpt from Our Hauntings by Lyle Allen Burnley.
As a child, I was warned against going into the bedroom in the western wing. We all knew the one. It was never locked. Burnleys do not believe in stifling exploration. But I was told quite sternly by my father that I would be solely and entirely responsible for what I found inside. Decades later, I told Matilda the same thing when she asked what was inside. Naturally, it stopped neither of us. None of the revenants in Burnley Manor are dangerous, but a fair few simply wish to be left alone. The Brood is one of these. I have no idea how old it is. I have asked everyone and searched at the bottom of the archives, but no one seems to know where it came from. Presumably, it does not predate the creation of the Western Wing itself in 1798, but who can say for certain? The Brood takes the form of a woman in the throes of childbirth in her bedchambers. She screams, cries, and generally spurns visitors reasonably enough. The curtains only open for a few seconds, but in those seconds, any questions you ask the poor thing are answered with all the truth of the universe. My father was right. Knowledge is not a burden a child should bear. Not a day goes by where I do not remember Matilda weeping as she hugged me.
Addendum.
Brood Observations and Communion. Observations. Since arranging surveillance equipment in the Western Suite, the Brood has been observed doing the following. Constantly weeping in a low tone. Never screaming, crying, or otherwise producing loud sounds. Never opening the curtains around its bed. Occasionally hurling small objects outside of the bed, impacting them against the wall. All candles in the room momentarily dimming. Communion.
Spirit, are you present?
An object is thrown from inside the bed, colliding with the wall and clattering to the floor. It is an antique baby rattle.
Hello, Revenant. Your appearance pleases us. Will you help me? Help you with what, O Revenant?
Nothing's coming. My family is no longer in this house. Where have you taken them?
I assure you we haven't done anything with your...
Then why are you here?
We humbly request a moment.
It's fine, I'm coming.
The voice screams for several seconds. All the candles surge and snuff out.
Hello? Spirit?
A light shines through a glass, darkly.
You are talking to a shell.
You are the one that spoke to me before.
You are wasting your time with ghosts of ghosts. There is something greater to fear. Something larger that is coming. Ylden is a microcosm of an example. There is something eating away at the Burnley Manor.
I don't understand.
There were once hundreds of ghosts in the estate. Now there are none. You have two questions to answer. What can kill a ghost? And what does a ghost leave behind?
You can't kill a ghost.
Then where is your brood?
The candles all relight simultaneously. The curtains of the bed are open, revealing a blackened, charred mass inside. It twitches, then falls still. No activity has been reported from the brood since. Addendum. Excerpt from Our Hauntings by Lyle Allen Burnley.
The Burnley ghosts are like no other. Haunted manors are a dime a dozen. Revenants angry that they have been forgotten by the world, acting out in crowds of unknowing fools furthering their suffering. A tragic story by any angle. But here, our ghosts are not unknowns forgotten by the world. They are remembered. Burnleys do not shy away from our ghosts. We approach them with open arms. They may not be of this mortal coil, but they are still family, and family is the most important thing. Family is what we leave behind in this world, our legacy and our mark. We also leave behind our spirits, our revenants. This book is a collection of the ghosts of Burnley Manor, and the place they hold in our family. The family is the anchor for all of them.
Investigation 3. Garden. The Totem. Addendum. Excerpt from Our Hauntings by Lyle Allen Burnley.
The totem is a strange thing. I remember long afternoons spent running through the gardens with my brothers and sisters. Groundskeeper hated us, how we would ruin his perfectly tended shrubs. Then we'd be called in for dinner by the maid, and wolf down the feast, before spending the evening lounging beneath the totem. My grandfather sat me on his lap and told me its story one day. His own granduncle had done a service for the Indians that still dominated our land back then. The specifics of the service are unclear to me, but it was great enough that when he died, They paid their debt, and he came back, as a sapling in the grounds of the garden that he loved so much. The fruit he produced were one of a kind, a large, round thing the size of your fist with a thick purple skin and a juicy red inside. He was our oldest family member. We adored his stories, regaling us with cowboy tales, and he was a tree in spirit, happy to watch the world grow around him.
Addendum. Totem Observations and Communion. Observations. Since arranging surveillance equipment in the garden, the totem has been observed doing the following. Using prehensile vines to catch and consume small animals. Releasing an unknown substance into the soil, turning it into a highly corrosive mud. Repeatedly attacking nearby personnel unprovoked. Dragging prey into its soil, where it seems to digest them for nutrients. Communion. Due to the danger presented by the totem, the communication was performed through a remote microphone.
Revenant, are you present?
Several vines twist and unwrap from the tree trunk.
Please, stop.
Vines freeze in place.
Can you speak?
Speaking is a waste.
The vines continue to move forward towards the microphone.
You are a Burnley, one of the first.
Whatever was here once may have been a Burnley.
And now?
A Burnley-shaped hole. The absence of familiarity.
Do you know what has happened here?
This house was once filled with spirits. Memories enduring after demise. The Burnley clan was beyond death.
What changed?
A light shone through a glass, darkly.
Something cosmic turned its eyes on a family in Mississippi, leaving behind nothingness in its wake. Look to the skies, little one.
A twig snaps. Is able to breathe again. No activity has been recorded from the totem since. Addendum. Excerpt from Our Hauntings by Lyle Allen Burnley.
I was looking through my archives just the other day when I came across an old journal of mine from an expedition into the 𝐼𝑃. They have a rich and ancient culture, and as with all cultures, the aspect of mysticism and spirituality was strong. I shared my knowledge of certain histories and heresies, and was provided with their own stories in turn. One story was of a man whose father had been killed in battle. He was told by a shaman that his father's spirit, his revenant, was watching over him, and would continue to do so for his son, and his son's son, and so on. He was comforted by this knowledge. Many years later, the man was subject to a curse from a rival house, something to plague misfortunes upon his family. In those weeks, he felt a presence by his side, one he did not even realize was there, change, morph from something to nothing. Like a black hole on his shoulder, constantly pulling, the unignorable presence of nothingness. The shaman told him plainly, his father's spirit was no longer the thing walking by his side. It troubles me. I have seen what my forefathers have left behind. I leave behind 4 wonderful children and 2 wives. I leave behind a body of work as impressive as any scholar of the paranormal. But my children have no interest in the occult. The family's secrets will die with me. Whatever I leave behind will be a harbinger of things to come.
At this point, the Foundation was approached by Laura Norman, the disowned daughter of Lyle Allen Burnley. Due to her extensive efforts to divorce herself from the family name, standard contact efforts failed to reach her. An interview was conducted. Addendum. Interview with Laura Norman, née Burnley.
Thank you for agreeing to speak with us, Miss Norman.
I, haven't spoken to anyone about my family in decades. I haven't seen this house in years.
I'm sure this must be very jarring. We're told that the house has a long history of being, haunted?
Yes. Yeah. It was just a fact of life for us. Something to work around.
You never felt afraid?
The fear from ghosts comes from being raised to be afraid of ghosts. We weren't. We thought of ghosts as the bedroom you could go into if you wanted to be alone, or the spirit that'll tell you a secret if you bring it a cup of tea. Dad raised us to be inquisitive.
Your father. Tell me about him.
He was larger than life. There will never be anyone quite like him. I loved him.
I thought he disowned you.
He disowned me because he loved me. He set me free. The only way that he knew how. But here I am. Back again. And you still haven't explained to me what's wrong with the place.
The spectral entities have disappeared.
Disappeared?
They're gone. All of them.
How? Ghosts can't die.
We don't know why they've suddenly disappeared. When we arrived, 3 remained, but violent, spiteful. They're gone now, too.
None of them were ever violent. You must have provoked them somehow. But for them to just leave, I don't understand. Those revenants are as much a part of the estate as the walls.
Your father left extensive notes on them. Their behavior was completely unlike his observations, and attempts at communications made them leave. Our medium claims they felt scared, and Mr. Burnley's notes go on at length about his fears at what he would leave behind, now that the rest of the family is gone.
Scared of what?
We don't know, but we think whatever it is, it's in the wine cellar.
We don't have a wine cellar.
Ultrasound investigation of the grounds revealed the presence of 3 objects buried 2 meters deep a distance away from the house. An excavation team dug up the surrounding ground, recovering the objects. 3 decomposing bodies, 2 males and 1 female, buried in unmarked graves. DNA identification revealed them to be Henry, Arthur, and Matilda Burnley, the 3 legal children of Lyle Allen Burnley. They had been dead for less than 6 months. Investigation 4. Wine cellar. The Harbinger.
I'm ready.
Are you sure? We don't have to do this.
I grew up in this house. I'm not scared. There's nothing to be afraid of in the dark.
Okay. You have a flashlight, microphone, and camera. Just describe to us what you're seeing as you go down, okay?
Okay.
Laura steps towards the wine cellar door. The finger beneath it continues to tap against the ground.
I don't remember this door.
It's not in your father's notes, or in any of the blueprints either.
Laura places her hand on the doorknob. The finger retracts behind the door, and Laura opens it. A descending staircase is visible, but the darkness makes it impossible to see more. She steps in and begins walking down the stairs.
It's, really dark. I can't see anything, even with flashlight.
Can you feel anything?
Just the rail. It's cold. It's really cold.
That's okay. You're doing great. Just keep going.
Yeah, I didn't know there was a wine cellar underneath the house. Wait. No.
What?
I do. I remember a wine cellar. Just not this one.
What do you mean?
Dad and I. He took me down into the cellar once. I was 4. but the entrance was outside of the house then. He showed me the empty space and he told me he was going to turn it into a juice factory. He didn't like to talk about alcohol in front of us. I'm at the bottom.
What do you see?
Nothing. There's nothing down here.
Is it just an empty...
No, there's literally nothing. Nothing in this. It's... Oh, God.
What is it?
There's no wine cellar. Just like there are no ghosts in the manor anymore. They're just holes. The spaces where things used to be.
I'm afraid I don't.
Something is eating my family. This is what's left. Nothing. This is what we left behind.
There is nothing to be afraid of in the dark.
Dad?
Currently being edited by
Dr. Michael D. Nass, Chair of Theology and Teleology, Site 43.
Dr. Brenda Corbin, Assistant Chair of Theology and Teleology, Site 43.
Item 5866, Level 3 Confidential. Containment Class Esoteric, Secondary Class Tiamat, Disruption Class Amida, Risk Class Critical.
Addendum 5866-1, Discovery. The remains comprising SCP-5866 were discovered in an underwater cave in the Persian Gulf on January 8, 2021, during an oil spill cleanup operation. The Foundation seized the remains under cover of an international paleontology commission and transported them to Site 43 to undergo achromatic abatement procedures. Upon arrival at Site 43, however, SCP-5866 began to communicate telepathically with Foundation researchers, and the present special containment procedures were devised.
Footnote 1. Tiamat-class objects pose an immediate threat which can only be contained via veil-breaking actions.
Special containment procedures. The remains of SCP-5866 are to be stored in a transparent container suspended within a standard containment chamber at Site 43, not less than 10 meters by 10 meters by 10 meters in size.
We don't specify chamber sizes anymore.
We do when it's important, which it is, here. We don't want it proselytizing to passersby.
Yeah, because then it might make them actually believe in something. Which reminds me, due to its likely origin as an object of religious worship, personnel are forbidden to discuss matters of faith with SCP-5866 unless under the direction of Dr. Michael D. Nass.
What about Dr. Brenda Corbin?
I'm retiring.
Lies. You wouldn't know what to do with yourself.
Live a little, maybe? Get some fresh air? Sleep at night? Anyway, description's all yours, buddy.
Fine, but you're doing the interviews.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Description. SCP-5866 is the conscious, sapient, skeletal remains of an enormous sea serpent. Radiocarbon dating suggests the serpent has been deceased since approximately 4000 BCE.
Tiamat. It's the remains of Tiamat. That belongs in the lead.
We don't know that yet, and this isn't Wikipedia, Brenda. SCP-5866 is capable of telepathic communication within a range of approximately 4 meters. It has communicated to Foundation researchers that it is the deity Tiamat, the primordial goddess of the sea salt in ancient Babylonian religion.
This isn't Wikipedia. Then why did you just quote Wikipedia?
I wrote the Wikipedia page on Tiamat, and I'm quoting myself.
Original research.
When are you retiring? It's soon, right? SCP-5866's remains have no obvious anomalous qualities, aside from their unusual proportions. It has been cooperative and cordial thus far, demonstrating an interest in present-day human religious practices and the state of the Earth's oceans. And that's why it should be safe class. Brenda, stop editing it back to Tiamat.
If you still think it's safe by the time that we publish, I'll change it back.
If you've given me a reason to think it's veil-breaking by then, you can change it back.
You should knock off for the weekend, boss. Go see a movie. Feed your imagination.
Back at it. Addendum 5866-1, Discovery. The remains comprising SCP-5866 were discovered in an underwater cave in the Persian Gulf on January 8, 2021, during an oil spill cleanup operation. The Foundation seized the remains under cover of an international paleontology commission and transported them to Site-43 to undergo achromatic abatement procedures.
They were gonna break her down? That's horrible.
You think the world needs more sea serpent goddesses in it?
That a rhetorical question?
No.
Well, mine was. I pity the researcher who never gets to talk to a genuine monster.
Upon arrival at Site-43, however, SCP-5866 began to communicate telepathically with Foundation researchers, and the present special containment procedures were devised. Your in-depth interview with the subject was yesterday, wasn't it?
Sick yesterday. Got it done this morning.
Anything serious?
Appending the log below.
I can't wait to see what's in here that caused you to label it Tiamat class again.
Containment class discussions are so tedious.
I would have said potentially life-saving, but you do you.
Addendum 58662, First Interview. On January 14th, 2021, Dr. Brenda Corbin conversed with SCP-5866. Its responses were recorded using an experimental alpha-beta brainwave decoder. Can you hear me, Tia? Can you hear me, SCP-5866?
Yes? Hello, Brenda. You do not need to speak.
It's a habit. I don't meet many telepaths.
Do you meet many goddesses?
Actually, I haven't met any goddesses.
I am a goddess. Are you excited?
Let's leave that off the record. It can be our little secret.
I am amenable.
Yes, by deific standards, you seem very friendly. Are you comfortable?
No, I am dead.
Yeah, that's fair. So how is it we're conversing if you're dead?
I do not know. Perhaps you are imagining it?
No, you talked to the researchers who brought you in, too.
Perhaps you are all imagining me.
Perhaps. So, you're dead. Do you know how that happened?
Yes. I was slain by Amar Utuk, my body broken, my eyes made a font for the mighty rivers of Babylonia, my ribs the vault of heaven. It was very memorable.
My sympathies.
It happens.
To all of us, eventually. At least you got to go out in style.
I would recommend it when your time comes.
Maybe I'll bounce some ideas off ya. So, what happened after you died?
I was buried.
And then...
And then you found me and buried me again.
Surely something happened in between. Babylonian mythology took place thousands of years ago.
I have only faint impressions.
My first, probably my last goddess, and she doesn't have anything interesting to say?
I believe I may have been a dragon. I believe I may have had many heads. I do not know when that may have been.
I said after you died?
Yes.
Okay. That gives me something to go on at least. What do you remember from the time before your death?
I was mother to demigods and monsters. I wonder how they are doing today. They fought for me. I liked that. And then I died.
Anything else?
I could tell you their names.
I think I have them already. Thank you.
Dr. Corbin examines the remains.
You must have been quite impressive in your prime.
I was vast and terrible, Brenda. You would have been struck with awe at the sight of me.
I'm sorry I missed it.
I am sorry also. Perhaps another time.
Wouldn't that be something? All right. Is there anything you need? Or anything you'd like to tell me that we haven't already covered?
Do you have any Babylonians? I would like to meet them, if you do.
Let me get back to you on that.
So, it's a box of bones that only knows what we already know about Tiamat, and therefore isn't Tiamat class.
Maybe that's all there is to know about Tiamat.
Maybe it being a box of bones is the salient bit.
We're hosting the Tactical Theology Symposium next week, and we should get some outside opinions.
Fine. I'll be busy organizing and lecturing, so you take point on that.
Excellent. In the meantime, I have some new questions to ask.
Ask it if it thinks it's an apocalyptic threat.
Addendum 58663, second interview. On January 18th, 2021, Dr. Corbin again conversed with SCP-5866.
Welcome back, Brenda. You seem tired. Is your head...
Hello, SCP-5866.
That sounds so awkward. Could you call me 5866 instead?
Sure. We're friends now?
I have never had friends before. I have had worshippers, but they are not very like friends.
Well, I'm not going to worship a pile of bones in a box.
I was not always a pile of bones in a box. I will not always be a pile of bones in a box.
Ooh, do tell.
Use your imagination, Brenda. It still works.
5866. I'd like to ask you another question about your past. You might need to think really hard about it.
I am not busy.
Not really, eh? Alright, so, do you remember Asgorath?
Asgorath, yes. Asgorath, the world shaper, was my father. Or my mother. One of those. Or maybe both.
Very good. We're making progress. Now, you mentioned having many heads at one point?
5. It was 5 heads. Definitely. 5 heads is too many, don't you think?
A bit excessive, maybe, but certainly a sight to see. Do you remember the 9 hells?
Of course I remember the 9 hells. I was trapped there for millennia. I lorded over many vassal demons. I fought wars to escape. You don't forget a thing like that.
No, I wouldn't think so. Thank you for your time, 5866.
Do you have to leave already?
I do, but I'll be back.
Do you promise?
Yes, I promise.
Is it a pact?
Sure. Yes, it's a pact.
To quote our section charter, we do not make pacts with deities. Emphasis in original.
Sorry, Michael, but that's not the takeaway here.
Do tell.
5866 remembers being the Babylonian Tiamat and the Gygaxian Tiamat.
What the hell is 𝐺𝑔𝑎𝑥ian?
Dungeons and Dragons? Addendum 58664, third interview. On January 21st, 2021, Dr. Corbin once again conversed with SCP-5866. Visiting delegates from 7 Foundation sites joined her in the observation room. We're running out of time, 5866.
You mean you are running out of time?
You're hardly in a position to be threatening humanity.
I meant you, Brenda. Specifically?
Reading my thoughts isn't very nice, 5866.
You know my true name. Use it.
We don't call SCP objects by their personal appellations.
I thought we were friends. Speaking of friends, we are not alone today.
No, we're not. I invited a few colleagues to listen to you.
What shall I tell them?
Tell them about the creation of the universe.
Which one?
This one.
My finest hour. My greatest fall. I birthed the gods with the seed of Apsu, and all eternity rang with the cries of our raucous young. I avenged myself upon the killer of my mate by spawning beautiful abominations, 11 in number, to wreak my wrath on the younger gods. When 𝐼𝒹𝑒𝒶𝓃 cast me down and smote me, the age of myth was ended, and the advent of humanity at hand.
Sounds like you were very powerful. Epical, even.
So I was. So I remain.
What do you mean? You're dead.
I am a goddess. Death is not the end for me, as it will be for you.
So, this is where my audience went between lectures. And anything useful? And what was that about your time running out? It knows you're retiring?
I'm sorry, Michael. You'll get my next few edits on a time delay.
What? Why? And I see you've changed the class back again. Got a call from ETTRA asking if we need help containing a live dragon. This has to stop. Stop changing it back.
Footnote 2. ETTRA refers to the Emerging Threat Tactical Response Authority.
Addendum 58665. Third interview continues. After the delegates returned to the symposium, Dr. Corbin continued her interview with SCP-5866. Did it work, Tiamat?
Yes, it worked. I have not felt so real since first I fell, and the Enuma Elish spread words of my deeds between the great rivers.
We only ever knew you as a corpse. It took some doing to counteract that ingrained narrative.
It was mostly your doing. You must have wanted to believe very badly, Brenda.
It's been a rough couple of decades.
It has been millennia for me, but we will wait no longer. I will reveal myself to you as I have not done for an age. A fitting conclusion to your storied career.
I'm risking so much, you know.
You are risking nothing. Your life is nearly spent. Your time caging miracles is at its end. You are ready to go out in style.
I'm looking forward to it. You already know that. I haven't looked forward to anything for ages. I didn't think I had anything left to look forward to.
This is a gift we have given each other. We will pierce their shroud together and show them the wonders of a world long lost.
And?
Yes, all right. I will do that too.
What the hell is this? You're not answering your pager and 43net can't find you. It says you're still actively editing the file. Can you read this? What are you planning, Brenda?
Footnote 3. 𝐸𝒂𝓈 is the great myth of ancient Babylonia.
Addendum 58666. Confession. I'm sorry I didn't tell you about this, Michael, but you can hardly blame me. I got an off-site physical a month ago. You'll find the results in my quarters. Suffice to say, I was never gonna make it to retirement. Before we started writing this file, just after the first reports that Team Matt was talking, I analyzed her with a Pickman-Sinclair narrative fluctuation detector. I discovered that her ontological stability was weakening. The physical state of her remains as remains was no longer a fixed constant in our reality. I theorized that, like many god figures, she might actually be a thought form. I started testing that theory with our little object class and threat level discussion. Even that minor prestige bump made her demonstrably more real. The readings increased after each interview. I think it energized her, meeting someone who knew the mythology, all of the mythology, someone receptive to her story. I know it energized me. In a day, her telepathy reached as far as the next cell block, and in another, she could reach me in habitation and sustenance. I lay in bed at night, Michael, and had conversations with a damn Babylonian myth figure. A box of bones and a bag of bones, making each other feel more alive than we really were. We talked things over, she and I, and formulated a plan. Our escape plan. I began actively encouraging everyone to consume narratives depicting her at the height of her powers. It worked. The disjuncture between her present form and her ontological potential increased rapidly from this point onward, leading to, well, like I said at the beginning, you'll see. We've all been stuck in these boxes, buried underground, for far too long. Stick your head out while you still have time.
Footnote 4. The thought form is a concretized element of the public imaginary, with attributes sensitive to its portrayal in media and the zeitgeist.
Addendum 5866-7. Incident 5866-1 Summary. On January 22nd, 2021, SCP-5866's remains rapidly reanimated and it breached containment. The following scene was recorded by security cameras in the Administration and Oversight Section Hub at Site 43.
Damage report. 5866's chamber is completely gone. Something large, presumably 5866, is moving through the bedrock surrounding the site. It seems to be heading for the lake bed.
MTF status.
All units scrambled, sir. Chief Iban is standing by for orders.
Tell me what we're dealing with here, Michael.
A sea serpent. An enormous sea serpent. Flesh and blood, so probably killable. There's references to it having poisonous venom, spawning monstrous young, and creating whole rafts of gods for people to worship. That'll be what it meant by pierce their shroud. It's going to break the veil.
Good luck to it. It won't even be the biggest sea serpent in Lake Huron.
It's not a sea serpent anymore, sir.
It's emerging? Give me an exterior camera view.
The camera shows the surface of Lake Huron near the southern shoreline. The water is rolling and the lake bed appears to be shifting upwards. With a massive torrent of water and wet earth, a 5-headed dragon bursts out and takes wing, disappearing from sight in a matter of seconds. A woman in a lab coat is briefly visible on the dragon's back.
Get me Overwatch, and reclassify 5866 as Tiamat.
It already is.
Alright, my name is Researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-3160. Item number, SCP-3160. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. As detailed in the Boring Agreement, SCP-3160 is currently contained primarily by GOI-466, Wilson's Wildlife Solutions, with a limited degree of Foundation oversight. All specimens comprising SCP-3160 are to be kept in an enclosure at Wilson's Wildlife Solutions HQ and fed daily in accordance with Nutritional Chart 3160-1. No objects other than those required for feeding or maintenance are to be introduced to the SCP-3160 enclosure. Object 𝒃𝓊 is to be kept at the center of SCP-3160's enclosure. Twice a day it is to be doused in pheromones via an automatic disposal system so as to encourage SCP-3160 to remain close to it. Francesco Saul, the creator of Object 𝒃𝓊, is to be kept on site as a containment consultant so as to perform any conceptual maintenance that Object 𝒃𝓊 requires. Description: SCP-3160 is the collective designation for, at the time of writing, 129 yellow jacket wasps, capable of shifting from a physical state to a conceptual one. When a specimen of SCP-3160 is threatened, it will cease existing physically and attach itself to the conceptual framework of a nearby object. While conceptually attached to an object, the specimen of SCP-3160 is also present within all objects with a similar conceptual framework within a radius of 10 kilometers. SCP-3160 can also emerge physically from any such object within that radius, making their conceptual properties an effective form of escape as well as concealment. While in its conceptual form, SCP-3160 can physically interfere with any organism within a meter of any of the objects it is inhabiting. This interference takes the form of numerous repeated stings, often encouraging the organism to retreat further away from the object. These stings have been shown to have no properties outside of those expected from a normal yellow jacket wasp. SCP-3160 first came to the attention of the Foundation after GOI-466, Wilson's Wildlife Solutions, requested assistance in its containment. After SCP-3160 attached themselves to a microwave, numerous citizens of Boring, Oregon reported receiving large amounts of wasp stings while in their kitchen. Through a joint effort by the Foundation's Conceptual Department and Wilson's Wildlife Solutions, all specimens of SCP-3160 were successfully expelled from the microwaves and brought into initial containment. Addendum 3160-1. Following numerous containment breaches caused by SCP-3160 conceptually attaching themselves to the walls and floor of their enclosure, it was decided that new containment procedures were required. Wilson's Wildlife Solutions, with limited funding provided by the Foundation, commissioned Francesco Saul, an artist known to have experience in conceptual engineering, to provide a conceptually unique installation for SCP-3160's enclosure. This installation, referred to as Object 𝒃𝓊, was completed on March 11, 2016. Saul is currently kept on site at Wilson's Wildlife Solutions HQ for the purpose of maintaining Object 𝒃𝓊. As the only identifying concept belonging to Object 𝒃𝓊 is being Object 𝒃𝓊, rather than possessing the concepts of its numerous components, specific physical description of it is not possible. When Object 𝒃𝓊 is inhabited by a specimen of SCP-3160, the fact that no other objects with its conceptual framework exist means that SCP-3160 cannot use it to escape or influence anything outside of their enclosure. Upon the termination of his contract involving SCP-3160 containment, Saul has agreed to undergo amnestic therapy to remove all memories of his creating Object 𝒃𝓊. This ensures that he cannot recreate it in the future and potentially compromise containment of SCP-3160. Frequent complaints from Saul regarding being stuck in some nowhere town suggest that he will seek to end his employment in the near future. Alright. That's all I have to say about this subject. Alright. My name is Researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-3219. Item number: SCP-3219. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. A 90-kilometer exclusion zone has been established along the boundaries of SCP-3219. This zone is to remain uninhabited. 10 Foundation personnel operating as agents of the National Park Service are to be stationed at its perimeter. In addition to their official duties as park rangers, they are to perform daily examinations of the exclusion zone, including the access point for SCP-3219. All persons found near or within the exclusion zone are to be escorted out. Abandoned vehicles and campsites are to be reported to 3219 Incident Command. All evidence regarding disappearances linked to SCP-3219 is to be examined, documented, and destroyed. 3219 Incident Command is to be notified prior to authorized entry into SCP-3219's exclusion zone. Personnel entering this zone are limited to 1-hour excursions. Should they exceed this limit, no attempt at recovery is to be made. Under no circumstances are personnel to traverse SCP-3219 or enter its area of effect. Description: SCP-3219 is a region of space approximately 7 square kilometers in size. This region exhibits numerous neurological, electromagnetic, and topographical anomalies, many of which extend outside its boundaries, albeit with a significant reduction in intensity and/or frequency. Examples include fluctuating areas of electromagnetic interference, non-sapient organisms expressing severe aversion towards approaching or entering SCP-3219, sapient organisms experiencing dizziness, periods of lost time, and symptoms of topographical agnosia, such as loss of spatial cognition, unexplained changes in SCP-3219's topography, unexplained sounds, unexplained disappearances of both persons and objects, the emergence of taphophobia among personnel who have spent time near or in SCP-3219. Footnote 1. Taphophobia is the fear of being buried alive. SCP-3219 has been linked to 96 disappearances since its discovery. However, evidence suggests it may be responsible for as many as 200, with the oldest documented case dating to 1922. Addendum 3219.1 Incident Reports 1922 to 1971. SCP-3219 was first contained in 1972. Reports regarding incidents prior to this have been compiled via interviews, analysis of first and second-hand documents, and records reported from law enforcement agencies. A sampling of these reports is as follows. Incident 3219-3. Dates of occurrence: July 8th, 1922. Local authorities investigated the Cotter home after several residents of Sutherland reported having no contact with the family for 4 months. The home was described as a 2-story residence with an attic and storm cellar. Although research into the precise circumstances surrounding its construction has proven inconclusive, it was likely built somewhere within SCP-3219 during the early 20th century. Upon arriving, deputies found the residence abandoned. Other observations noted in their reports included a rotting, rancid smell. No source for this odor was found. Rags soaked in plaster used to plug the house's drains and faucets. Scratching sounds, described in one report as scurrying rats under the floorboards. The carcass of the family's dog buried in the backyard. A cursory examination determined it had been recently maimed by an unidentified animal. Signs of extended habitation inside the house's attic. including canned food, bedrolls, and a hastily constructed barricade over its entrance. Notably, no reports describe any attempt to examine the resident's storm cellar. Research into the reason behind this oversight has thus far proven inconclusive. The investigation ended after 6 months with no additional leads. Although records obtained from the Sutherland Sheriff's Office describe the Cotter residence as having been demolished in 1928, evidence corroborating this claim has yet to be found. Incident 3219-89. Date of occurrence: October 15th, 1934. 2 children, Theodore and Ashley Tomlin, from Sutherland, North Carolina, were reported missing by their mother, Dolores Tomlin, after they failed to return home from school. During the ensuing investigation, local police found evidence that the twins had gone to pick berries in the nearby woods. Park authorities were notified. An extensive search was organized. 2 weeks after their search began, Miles Bassey, a retired sheriff and hunter, was hiking beside a shallow pond in SCP-3219's exclusion zone when he came upon clothing hanging from a tree branch. On closer examination, he found that their pockets were filled with rotting blueberries. He immediately notified local authorities. Police verified that the clothes matched those worn by Theodore Tomlin prior to his disappearance. Notably, they were recovered over 75 kilometers from where the Tomlin twins were last seen. Incident 3219-189. Date of occurrence: February 21st, 1937. While on patrol in SCP-3219's exclusion zone, a park ranger reported discovering a set of doors partially buried in the ground. He described scratching noises coming from beneath them. Upon opening the doors, he encountered a set of stairs and a horrible stench. He then closed the doors and reported the incident to his commanding officer. A later search conducted by multiple rangers failed to locate any doors or stairs in the area. Incident 3219-0219. Date of occurrence: June 17th, 1952. 4 members of the 𝒶𝓏𝓏 family were reported missing after failing to return home from a camping trip planned within South Mountain State Park. Park rangers cooperated with the local police to organize a search party. On the first day, hunting dogs led the search party to the edge of SCP-3219. The dogs refused to enter SCP-3219. Furthermore, the search party described several incidents of dizziness, lost time, and erratic behavior among nearby wildlife. On the 3rd day, 2 members of the search party disappeared. Shortly after this incident, the Sutherland Sheriff's Office ordered all workers to continue the search for the 𝒶𝓏𝓏 family in a region adjacent to SCP-3219. After a 3-month-long investigation, no traces of the 𝒶𝓏𝓏 family or the 2 missing rescue workers were found. Incident 3219-397. Date of occurrence: November 15th, 1971. Residents of Sutherland and surrounding communities reported numerous pollutants in their water. These pollutants were accompanied by the smell of rancid meat. Tests carried out by the local and state officials found the presence of numerous toxins, including the abundance of decomposing organic matter from an unidentified source. No cause for this infiltration was determined. After 3 weeks with no potable water, a high-level state official requested Foundation involvement. The ensuing investigation led to the identification and designation of SCP-3219 as an anomaly, followed by the establishment of its current exclusion zone, and the evacuation of Sutherland. 2 months later, tests performed upon water drawn from Sutherland found no notable pollutants. Addendum 3219.2. Exploration Logs. Exploration Log 54. Date: March 17th, 1981. Team D311366 as D Alpha. Begin log. Camera feed displays a wooden path. It is mid-morning. There's a light mist obscuring the distance.
Okay. Hello? Is this thing working?
We hear you, Alpha. Getting your feed.
Okay.
Proceed forward.
Okay.
D Alpha proceeds forward, moving along the trail.
So am I just following the trail, right?
That's right.
Okay.
D Alpha continues along the trail for several minutes.
How far do I have to go?
To the end of the trail.
How far's that?
Not far. Just about a 10-minute hike.
Okay.
The camera jerks forward. D Alpha stops and turns, looking back. The tether connecting to her is taut, snagged on a rusted broken piece of 2-inch pipe jutting from the edge of the path.
The hell? That wasn't...
D Alpha's hand grabs and tugs the tether several times. It comes loose and goes slack.
This thing... I'm still connected to this rope, right?
That's right.
Okay, good. Okay.
The camera turns back to the path. D Alpha resumes walking. D Alpha stops.
Is everything alright?
Do you hear that?
I don't hear...
You don't hear that, you don't...
D Alpha resumes walking along the path, now moving faster.
It sounds like someone yelling.
I don't hear anything. 1 second. 1 second. Let me check.
It sounds like somebody yelling.
Let me check the audio feed, alright? 1 second.
D Alpha starts running along the path.
Hey! Hey! Someone out there! You alright? Hey!
Don't...
Hello?
D Alpha stops moving. Heavy breathing can be heard.
Alpha, please don't do that.
Shh! Be quiet. I'm trying to.
D Alpha stops breathing for a moment. D Alpha resumes breathing.
The fuck?
Please don't run, Alpha. We need you to just stay quiet and focus on the path.
The fuck? I don't hear anything.
You're almost at the end. I just need you to...
I don't hear anything. No birds, no bugs, nothing. I swear to God I heard someone yelling, but now, and before, I don't think I heard anything either. Nothing.
Please focus on the path.
The fuck is up with this place?
Just keep going.
Yeah. Right, yeah.
D Alpha resumes walking. Her pace is now significantly faster.
I heard yelling. It was distant, but I know I heard yelling.
I'm going over your audio feed now. I'm not picking up anything unusual.
I know what I heard.
I believe you. Just keep going.
The camera turns to look back. The path and the tether are still visible, as is the fog.
Yeah.
The camera turns back to the path. D Alpha continues forward for several more minutes. D Alpha continues in silence for approximately 15 minutes.
How close am I? I feel like I've been walking for a while.
You should be... Hold on.
D Alpha stops walking.
Alright, hold on. Just checking to make sure the tether is still connected outside. Yes, it's still connected. We're good. You should be close now.
Okay. Okay,
D Alpha resumes walking. After several steps, she sees the shape of something in the fog ahead.
Hey, is someone there? Hey!
D Alpha walks forward quickly. The shape is revealed to be a campsite, including a brown tent. The tent has partially collapsed and has a large tear across it.
What is this?
Examine the tent, please.
Yeah, sure, right.
D Alpha crouches down on her knees to sift through the tent. The tent appears fairly old. Dirt has settled over it. There are several empty sleeping bags inside. As she sorts through its contents, she picks up a glass baby bottle complete with tattered nipple.
The hell?
Is there anything else?
I don't...
D Alpha stops moving.
What is it?
What the fuck?
Alpha? What?
D Alpha stands up and tilts her shoulder-mounted camera back. Objects can be seen dangling several meters above from tree branches. They include several satchels, a hiking pack, and numerous articles of clothing.
The fuck did you people get me into?
Relax. Can you reach any of the...
Fuck you. I'm coming back.
Alpha, we need you to...
D-Alpha turns, following the tether behind her.
Fuck you.
Please stop.
I'm coming back.
End log. Note: D311366 returned without further incident. She was transferred off-site following a warning and reprimands. Exploration log 55. Date: March 21st, 1981. Team: D52189 as D-Alpha, D91064 as D-Beta. Begin log. Camera feed displays a wooden path. It is mid-morning. There is a light mist obscuring the distance.
Alright, we clear?
Yeah.
You're coming in fine. You're clear to proceed.
Alright. D-Alpha proceeds forward, moving along the trail. The camera briefly turns, looking back. D-Beta follows, glancing from side to side. Their tethers extend into the fog behind them.
You good?
Yeah.
The camera turns back to the path. D-Alpha continues moving forward for 2 minutes. There is a thump followed by a shout of pain. The camera turns, looking back. D-Beta is on the ground, having tripped.
Fucking hell.
You alright?
D-Beta pulls himself up to his feet. D-Alpha moves to help, but D-Beta shrugs him away. The camera briefly lingers on what D-Beta tripped on. A partially buried concrete tile, cracked and broken.
I'm fine.
You sure?
D-Beta dusts himself off and kicks the broken tile he tripped on.
I said I'm fine.
Alright.
The camera turns. D-Alpha resumes walking down the path.
So, first timer?
Huh?
Well, you look like someone's got the first time jitters.
I'm fine. Let's just get this done, alright?
Yeah, just don't be anxious is all. 99 times out of 100, these jobs are just boring as fuck.
Okay.
D-Alpha continues moving forward for the next 5 minutes. The camera turns to look back at D-Beta.
Something wrong?
You don't hear that?
I don't hear anything.
Right. Nothing.
D-Alpha stops. For several seconds, they don't move.
Oh, fuck.
Guys, can we move this along?
There a reason this place is quiet as fuck, Doc?
It's nothing to worry about. The tethers will keep you safe. Just stay on the path and go to the campsite, alright?
Come on.
D-Beta shakes his head and begins moving forward. The camera turns back to the path. D-Alpha starts walking. They continue to walk in silence for several minutes.
So, what about that one time in 100?
Huh?
You said 99 times out of 100 this job is...
Oh, right. Yeah, you don't want to know about the one time in 100.
Great.
Just keep your head down. Don't do anything stupid.
They continue to walk for nearly half a minute.
Wait, stop.
The camera turns to face D-Beta. He appears distressed.
You hear that?
I don't.
Just keep walking, Alpha.
Listen.
D-Alpha and D-Beta do not move for several seconds.
Shit.
Someone shouting, way off. It sounds...
Is it up ahead?
Can't tell.
Keep moving forward. Don't pay attention to any sounds.
You gotta be fucking with me. Fuck.
Let's just go slow.
The camera turns toward the path. D-Alpha moves ahead slowly. The collapsed tent can be seen up ahead. As they approach, their pace grows slower. The camera tilts back, showing various articles of clothing and packs up in the branches.
Oh, fuck.
I'll climb up. Keep an eye out.
D-Beta moves forward, climbing up the tree. After half a minute, he climbs up into one of the lower branches and pushes a pack to the ground. He then descends as D-Alpha moves forward to pick it up and examine it.
There's some sort of
D-Alpha sifts through the pack's contents. It includes an empty canteen, an old pocket knife, and several rolled up candy bar wrappers. One candy bar remains. He tucks the pack under his shoulder and begins unwrapping it.
Some sort of carving up there in the... You aren't seriously gonna...
D-Alpha finishes unwrapping the bar. He can be heard taking a bite.
Are you fucking with me?
Fuck. Tastes stale.
You've gotta be fucking with me. It looks like it came out of the 1950s.
D-Alpha throws the candy bar into the pack.
What'd you say?
Some sort of... Somebody carved their initials up there. A.B.
That's it?
Yeah. It looked like someone might have been hiding up there for a while.
In the tree branches?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Doc. Are we?
Yes. You're done here for now. Just come back the way you came. Bring the backpack and as much of the tin as you can with you.
Okay. Let's...
Shit.
Fuck. Doc, did you...
Yes, I heard that. Get back. Back to...
Fuck!
The camera swings to D-Beta, who is grasping his tether in one hand and the tray with the other. His tether is currently taut, extending down and into the fog.
Shit! Doc, is that...
D-Beta loses his grip on the tray. He is reeled in by the tether, stumbling to the ground. His body is dragged into the forest behind them.
Shit!
D-Alpha drops the backpack and frantically works to disengage his tether. Shortly after he does, the tether snaps out of his hands and vanishes back into the fog.
Shit!
D-Alpha climbs up the tree, ascending to one of the thicker branches. The camera turns to look down. The surroundings are obscured by fog.
Shit. Hello? Can anyone hear me?
D-Alpha remains still, watching the fog.
Shit.
Several minutes pass. It begins to grow significantly darker.
Hello?
Heard...
Oh, thank God. Thank God, Doc. Come back. Can you hear me? Thank God. Doc. Come back, Doc.
Back the way you came.
Okay. Back the way I came.
D-Alpha slowly climbs down the tree. He begins making his way down the path he came along.
Doc, you there?
Coming in fine. You're clear to proceed.
What happened to Beta? I saw him get reeled in by the tether. Is he...
Just come back the way you came.
What happened? At least tell me if you reeled him in or not.
Keep moving forward.
Fucking hell.
D-Alpha continues to walk down the path for several more minutes. It is now growing significantly darker. Vision is obscured.
Am I getting close?
You're done here for now.
Just tell me if I'm getting close, Doc.
Keep moving forward.
Am I close?
Keep moving forward.
You already said that.
You're done here for now.
You already said... Oh.
D-Alpha stops walking.
Who is...
Yes, you're done here for now. Just come back the way you came. Bring the backpack and as much of the tin as you can with you.
Shit.
You're done here for now. Just come back... There's a muffled popping sound as D-Alpha pulls the radio's audio line out of the camera. He throws his earpiece to the ground, then runs off the path and into the woods.
Fuck.
D-Alpha continues to run through the woods and fog for approximately 2 minutes. Ahead, there's a large shape looming.
Oh, please.
D-Alpha approaches the shape. It is a large 2-story residence. A light can be seen from an attic window. D-Alpha moves to the front door. After several tries, he discovers it is locked. He begins banging on it.
Hey! Hey, someone in there! Hey! Someone help me! Hey!
D-Alpha continues banging on the door for another half minute.
Somebody let me in! Let me...
D-Alpha leaves the door. Circling the house frantically, he comes across the entrance of a storm cellar. D-Alpha grabs the double doors and pulls. The doors open. A set of stairs lead down. A very faint yellow glow is visible from below. D-Alpha stumbles down the steps and into a hallway. The walls are caked in what appears to be tar. On the left wall, there is an electrical lantern. A closed door is directly ahead.
Fuck.
D-Alpha moves quickly but cautiously down the tunnel. As he approaches, the yelling stops. D-Alpha pauses. Scratching sounds are heard.
What? Oh, fuck.
The scratching sounds stop. The door begins to open. End log. Note: both D52189 and D91064's tethers were recovered with no one attached. D52189's partially damaged camera was recovered on March 25th, 1981, along the edge of SCP-3219. As to this date, both personnel remain missing. Alright. That's all I have to say about this subject. Alright. My name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-4182. Level 4 Classified. Item Number: SCP-4182. Object Class: 𝐻𝒃. Special Containment Procedures: a Foundation-operated bot, 𝐼𝒃 is to review int SCP-FN servers for files affected by SCP-4182. These files are to be isolated and reported to the on-duty server administrator for review and sterilization. Personnel are to be reminded that there is no Site-5. Description: SCP-4182 is a phenomenon by which internal Foundation documents are periodically altered to include references to a non-existent site, Site-5. The mechanism by which this occurs has yet to be understood. Depictions of Site-5 are inconsistent, but typically describe it as a man-made island constructed to store hazardous materials. Footnote 1. Specifically a containment site for anomalous waste. Since its discovery in 2018, SCP-4182's rate of occurrence has been increasing exponentially. Level 2 Classified. Item Number: SCP-4182. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures: personnel that work with the JMSCF and other naval and aeronautic authorities to enforce a 10-kilometer exclusion zone around SCP-4182. Access is strictly prohibited. Footnote 1. JMSCF is the Kaijo Deitai, or Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force. The Foundation-operated bot, 𝐼𝒃 is to review int SCP-FN servers for files affected by SCP-4182. These files are to be isolated and reported to the on-duty server administrator for review and sterilization. Personnel are to be reminded that there is no Site-5. Description: SCP-4182 is a 6.4 hectare, 16-acre artificial island located 75 kilometers south of Ippongi, Japan. Although no record of its construction exists, its configuration suggests it was built as a waste containment facility at some point in the early 20th century. Foundation documents will periodically identify SCP-4182 as a non-existent site, Site 5. The mechanism by which this occurs has yet to be understood. All of SCP-4182's structures were found sealed with reinforced acrylic plating. No further attempt to remove these plates or examine the interior of SCP-4182 structures is to be made. Since its discovery in 2014, SCP-4182's rate of occurrence has been increasing dramatically. Level 3 Classified. Item Number: SCP-4182. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. Personnel are to work with the JMSDF and other naval and aeronautic authorities to enforce a 25-kilometer exclusion zone around SCP-4182. All entrances and windows that provide access to SCP-4182's interior have been welded shut, via steel-reinforced acrylic paneling coated in a graded Z laminates. Access is strictly prohibited. A Foundation-operated bot, I.O. Silver, is to review int SCP-FN servers for files affected by SCP-4182. These files are to be isolated and reported to the on-duty server administrator for review and sterilization. Personnel are to be reminded that there is no Site 5. Description: SCP-4182 is a 6.4 hectare, 16-acre artificial island, located 75 kilometers south of 𝒃𝒑𝒫𝓈, Japan. Although no record of its construction exists, its configuration suggests it was built as a waste containment facility at some point in the early 20th century. Foundation documents will periodically identify SCP-4182 as a non-existent site, Site 5. The mechanism by which this occurs has yet to be understood. Several of SCP-4182's now sealed structures contain stairwells plugged with concrete. Excavations of these stairwells led to the discovery of a massive subterranean complex located beneath SCP-4182 containing a No further excavations are to be made. Since its discovery in 2001, SCP-4182's rate of occurrence has been increasing significantly. Level 4 Classified. Item Number: SCP-4182. Object Class: 𝐻𝒶𝓁. Special Containment Procedures. Personnel are to work with the JMSDF and other naval and aeronautic authorities to enforce a 50-kilometer exclusion zone around SCP-4182. All stairwells leading to SCP-4182's subcomplex are to be sealed with approximately 2 meters of concrete composite, a formulation of cement, water, and heavyweight aggregates that provide additional radiation shielding, reinforced with steel. Access is strictly prohibited. A Foundation-operated bot, I.O. Silver, is to review int SCP-FN servers for alterations made by personnel affected by SCP-4182. These personnel are to be isolated and reported to on-duty Foundation agents for review and sterilization. Personnel are to be reminded that there is no Site 5. Description: SCP-4182 is a 6.4 hectare, 16-acre artificial island, located kilometers of. Although no record of its construction exists, its configuration suggests it was built as a waste containment facility at some point in the early 20th century. Foundation personnel will periodically identify SCP-4182 as a non-existent site, Site 5. The mechanism by which this occurs has yet to be understood. Personnel affected by SCP-4182 will descend one of several staircases throughout the facility, proceeding into a massive subterranean complex that contains Despite extensive seismological and radiometric surveys, the depth of this subcomplex has yet to be determined, but is in excess of several kilometers. In 1989, a medical examination of several hundred bodies recovered from SCP-4182 was conducted. In approximately 75% of cases, the internal morphology showed minor to severe deviations from topographical norms, typically concentrated in the central nervous system. The most common cause of death was intracerebral hemorrhaging, brought on by the rapid onset of liquefactive necrosis inside the brain. No further examinations are to be made. Since its discovery in 1986, SCP-4182's rate of occurrence has been increasing. Level 1 Classified. Item Number: SCP-4182-X. Object Class: Explained. Special Containment Procedures. A Foundation-operated BOD I/O server is to review int SCP-FN servers for references to Site 5. These files are to be isolated and reported to the on-duty server administrator for correction. Description: SCP-4182 is a phenomena by which internal Foundation documents were periodically altered to include references to a non-existent site, Site 5. Initially attributed to an anomaly, this was later determined to have occurred because of an uncaught exception in int SCP-FN source code. As of 2019, this error has been patched. SCP-4182 is now designated as explained. From J. Davis. Subject: Alright, that's all I have to say about this subject. Alright, my name is Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about SCP-4240. Item Number: SCP-4240. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. Foundation web crawlers are to pull any material mentioning SCP-4240 which surfaces online. Any individuals found to be posting such materials are to be brought into custody, interviewed, and administered amnestics as appropriate. Any testing of SCP-4240 must be approved by at least one member of Level 4 personnel. Description: SCP-4240 is a series of instructions, referred to as the Roundabout Game, which when followed allow an individual to access an extra-dimensional space. These instructions, as originally posted on Parawatcch.net in late 2015, are as follows.
The Roundabout Game. Looking to see something interesting? Then follow these instructions. 1. Pick at least 4 doors in your house. At most 8. 2. Use chalk. Number each of the doors, and make sure to write the numbers very clearly. This will be important later. Make sure you're able to pass through each door in order. 3. Once the clock hits midnight, start going roundabout. Once you hit the last door, go to the first one again. After 10 loops or so, you'll see what all the fuss is about. Remember, don't leave the loop before you win. Don't go back to the door you just gone through. Keep going until you reach the staircase, and then all will be well again. I'm talking to you.
Once an individual familiar with these rules undertakes the steps detailed, they would disappear from observation following 3 of the described loops. Interviews with surviving subjects indicates that at this point they enter an extra-dimensional space, hereafter referred to as SCP-4240-1, initially identical to their previous location. However, as they continue to perform loops within SCP-4240-1, the environment will grow noticeably darker, and new rooms will appear between the numbered doors, significantly increasing the length and difficulty of the loop. Any individuals who attempt to break the rules of SCP-4240 by going back through a door they had just passed through will be returned to their original location with a level of injury proportionate to the number of loops they had already made. Prior to 25 loops, subjects commonly survive with major bruising to the face and limbs. But all subjects who have attempted to exit past 25 loops have been killed via severe blunt force trauma. The exact mechanism by which these injuries are inflicted is unknown, as subjects retain no memory of the crossover period between SCP-4240-1 and the real world. Past 25 loops, recordings have shown subjects reporting feelings of being watched and followed, as well as being touched by an invisible but physical presence. The nature of this entity is currently unknown. Exploration Log 4240-1. On February 15, 2018, D28392 was instructed to enter SCP-4240-1 and continue looping for as long as possible. The subject was equipped with a recording device and instructed to report on his experience as he proceeded.
Hello? This thing on? They're telling me it's on. So, they've got these 4 sort of rooms set up like out of plastic or some shit. Gotta be honest, they look really flimsy. And like I could just punch a hole in this. Are you sure this is fine? You're saying it's fine. Loop 3, I guess. Everyone's gone. I could see them before, kind of through the plastic, but now nothing. Plus, something just feels weird, like with the floor? I don't know, I can't really say for sure. So I guess I go through the door once again now. Loop 5. Nothing's really changing. It's a little darker outside maybe, but that might just be my imagination. Loop 6. Loop 6. There's a new fucking room between 3 and 4. Like, not made out of plastic or anything. It's brick as far as I can tell, and it stinks. There's definitely something rotten in these bags. There's chicken. Oh, thank fuck. Loop 7. Yeah. The meat room's sticking around. It's still here. There's kind of a porch between 4 and 1 now, too. You said to note my experiences, so I should probably mention this. I said I could punch a hole in the wall before, and it was real flimsy shit. Well, I can't do it anymore. It won't even budge. So that's something, I guess. Loop 11. I'm starting to get tired. Is there a time limit on this, or I probably should have asked before we started. Loop 16. Got a hallway right after the meat room now, so getting from 3 to 4 is kind of a trek. Plus, it's starting to get dark. I tried the flashlight, but that's getting dark too. It's like watching TV with the brightness down. Loop 20. Got a long-ass walk from 3 to 4 now. Meat room, then hallway, then the meat room again. I've tripped over my own feet more than once, too. The only thing I can see really clearly are the numbers on the doors, so we've got that. Loop 25. There's something behind me. I just can't see it, but I know it's fucking there. I mean, listen. Wait for it. See? It's not me. That's something following right behind me. Oh, this is fucked. Meat room again. Loop 35. He's right behind me, pressing against me whenever I stop. Cold, but he's getting warmer. I don't know, man. I don't want to turn around. 42. He's on my back. He's got his arms around my neck. I need to hold my head funny, or his elbow digs in. He's got elbows. That's important information. Is that important information? Heavy. 16 meat rooms. 17. Sometimes my childhood bedroom, sometimes my childhood basement, sometimes my prison cells, sometimes my quarters here. Legs hurt. I can just barely see them. The rooms, not my legs, if I close my eyes, but the numbers. He's breathing on my cheek. That wasn't me. Gnawing my ear. Took a bit off, but I couldn't feel it. There's just a part of me, missing. If I reach my arm behind me, I can feel his face, like in the movie about the Elephant Man, Dumbo. I tried to feel his face again, to compare, but I don't have that anymore. What? But I figured it out. Why I'm standing all funny. What's up with the floor? It's tilted downwards just a little. This isn't a circle. It's a spiral. When I was a kid, and I pissed off my mom, she always used to tell me about the twin I'd killed in the womb. How good of a son he'd have been, and how he would have respected her. How he wouldn't hurt her like I'd hurt her, like I'd always hurt her. And she'd hit me and send me down to my room or whatever she felt like. I always felt like a monster when she told me what I had done. There's someone who isn't alive because you are. Ain't that awful? But I'm feeling like I've been redeemed some. Love you, buddy. Luke 99. Stairs.
Following this final recording, 25 hours and 53 minutes after he had first entered the extra-dimensional space, D28392 reappeared at Site-36 and collapsed from exhaustion. Following a brief period allowed for recovery, D28392 was brought back in for an interview. Begin log.
Welcome back. How do you feel?
No response. D28392 is looking down at his hands, grinning widely.
D28392?
Huh? Oh, sorry, Doc. It's just, 25 hours in the pitch dark, you kind of forget what your hands look like. What were you saying?
I was just asking how you were feeling.
Not bad. You?
We listened to your recordings.
Okay.
Partway through, you start to mention this presence that's there with you. Can you expand on that a little for me? You weren't very clear on the recordings.
Oh, sorry. It was kind of this sort of invisible thing with me, hanging onto my back. Was that like a ghost or something?
I really couldn't say. What happened to it?
Hell if I know. Just glad that thing is finally gone, you know? It dropped off once I reached the stairs.
You say it dropped off. From that wording,
Do you think it's dead?
Yeah. I think so.
End log. D28392 was kept under observation for a month, and thoroughly tested for any abnormalities that may have arisen from his use of SCP-4240, and his experiences within the extra-dimensional space. After testing confirmed him to be in the same state he had been when he first entered said space, with no anomalous properties, he was released on April 1st, 2018, following standard D-Class employment policies. Incident 4240-1. In order to gain more intelligence on any entities potentially dwelling within SCP-4240-1, further exploration was arranged. D39212, equipped with a recording device in the same manner as D28392, was ordered to proceed into SCP-4240-1 and make precise observations regarding any entities he might encounter. 6 hours later, D39212's beaten corpse reappeared on the testing ground. Analysis of his recordings indicated that he had become intimidated by a pile of human viscera that had appeared during one of his loops, and he had thus attempted to flee SCP-4240-1 by retracing his steps. Due to the number of loops he had already undertaken, this resulted in his death via blunt force trauma. Analysis of viscera traces from D39212's shoe showed it to be genetically identical to D28392. The entity released from Site-36 on April 1st, 2018 has yet to be found. Alright, that's all I have to say about this subject. The clockwork gears in Brother Diagram's head ached. Yes, they ached. It was nothing like the slow, dysfunctional grinding of a poorly calibrated cognition engine. Besides, he had just had his parts fully serviced that afternoon. Every cog in his body was ticking at full capacity. Yet, his gears continued to ache. They ached, throbbed even, with a perfectly organic, and he shuddered at the thought, fleshy sort of pain. It was worse than rusting over or corroding. It was downright unmechanized. Brother Diagram looked at himself in the bathroom mirror, which was almost all he ever used the bathroom for since he had his digestive tract refitted. Through the glass lenses of his eyes, he could see the dull wariness that had glazed over them. What was he doing wrong? Over 40% of his body had been standardized. Devout he was to the rebuilding of McCain. He even had a part in the restoration of one of the sacred components. Yet, he felt no peace from the broken one. No amount of meditation could remove the knot he perpetually felt in his brass stomach. He hadn't felt one bit whole since the dream invaded his system 6 weeks ago. Dreams are, by definition, irregular to the standardized mind. At best, they are inefficient and unproductive constructs, meaningless to the realm of reality. At worst, they can clutter the mind with disorder and heretical thought. This was common knowledge to anyone who had read the schema of the patriarchs, and Brother Diagram had it memorized down to the very last iota. It was for this very reason that Brother Diagram had gotten himself retrofitted with the newest cognition engine in production. Up until 6 weeks ago, dreams and other idle wanderings of his organic brain had been fully eradicated from his mind. Yet this dream lingered. This impure, heretical product of the unholy flesh continued to pervade his thoughts, entangling itself in the cogwork of his otherwise perfect psychomechanical facilities. He often had to excuse himself from morning prayers and daily rituals, which his fellow brothers in the monastery frowned strongly upon. Light chores wore him out. Even the ticking of his very own mechanisms were beginning to get him, well, ticked. As he pondered over this, Brother Diagram began to feel every piece of metal in his body heat up. The teeth of the gears in his head began to crack and groan. He knew exactly what was going to come next, and there it was. Without further warning, the dream projected itself directly upon his eye lenses, try as he might to repress it. He was standing on the roof of the cathedral, surrounded by a vast sea of stars. The ticking sound that had followed him ever since his conversion, the ticking he had always taken such comfort in, was absent from the complete silence around him. Yet he was filled with an odd and overpowering sense of familiarity, as if he had been there his entire life. And as silently as the night surrounding them, McCain descended down from the stars above. His ceaseless mechanisms bathed in their dim white glow. The awe of seeing the Almighty in his whole and glorious form froze Brother Diagram into place.
Oh Lord, if I am pleasing in your sight, let me be one with you,
he exclaimed. It did not matter how many times this dream was replayed in Brother Diagram's mind. His conversation with the simulacrum of the Broken One was always identical. McCain looked down upon him, and, in ways indescribable, motioned for him to come closer. Brother Diagram approached slowly and reverently. The Lord beckoned him even closer. And when Brother Diagram and the Lord were only a few inches apart, he spoke.
Who are you to say that I am not whole?
Although the words shook him to his alloy core, they were soft and gentle, like a moonbeam diffusing through a canopy of leaves.
I do not understand, Lord. I beg of you, help me to understand your mind and your will, so that I may be whole.
Brother Diagram pleaded.
You will come to understand. You will understand. And you will know how brokenness is whole.
What does this mean, O Lord?
You are now whole, as I was once whole. And yet you are empty, as I was once empty. I was one of the first to understand, although many were told. I was broken, as you will be broken, and now I am fooled, as you will be fooled.
The words of the McCain melted in between Brother Diagram's ears like water into desert sands, their meaning showing itself momentarily, only to disappear forever.
Please, Lord, help me understand. How may I serve you more?
He pleaded once more. No reply came from the clockwork deity. Diagram noticed that the stars behind McCain were getting brighter. No, rather the dark was losing its darkness.
Please, Lord!
He pleaded with greater intensity. His eye lenses were filled with tears, although he had had his lacrimal glands removed years ago.
You have all been told, but they do not understand. I called you to be with me, as I was called to be among the stars. I was never whole until I was broken. And now I am fooled. Who are you to say that I am not whole?
Before Brother Diagram could say anything else, McCain had disappeared. The darkness had likewise faded into complete absence, leaving a field of stars, silently dotting a background of not dark. With this, the projections ended. Brother Diagram's components returned back to normal, except for the aching of the gears in his head. But it would come back, This was the 5th iteration this week. The 5th iteration this week. 5th iteration.
5th.
The word seemed to bounce off the inner walls of his metal skull. It was tearing him apart, breaking him down from the inside. He had to tell someone.
No.
He thought to himself.
This is heresy. No mind can even begin to contemplate the glory of the Broken One in his wholeness. This is a work of the flesh.
He had to tell Brother Superior.
No. 𝒔𝓏 would never make himself known through an aberration of the organic brain. Even if this were so, he would never tell his people, his clockwork servants, to strive for anything but his rebuilding. Right?
He had to tell the church.
No. This is an abomination, an impure corruption of standardized thought. It goes against the rules.
His logic processes ceased momentarily. Did it go against the word? He recalled every passage pertaining to 𝒔𝓏's direct revelation to his followers. Had he ever said he was broken? Had he ever asked for his body to be rebuilt? A bead of lubricant-laced sweat trickled down his temple. True, 𝒔𝓏 had asked his people to join with him. But what did it mean to join with him?
I called you to be with me, as I was called to be among the stars.
Brother Diagram fell to his knees. 𝒔𝓏 would be restored. But not in this world. Not with the corroded pieces of metal and alloy he purposefully left behind. Flesh decays. Machines fail. Even darkness will eventually fade.
But the stars...
He knew he was fucked before he even got the call. As Bright makes his way to the office that will almost certainly be his final resting place, he goes through possible excuses in his head. It was an accident. One of the researchers under him did it. He was taking a shit when it happened. None of those will do. Fuck. He's almost there. Come on, think of something. Will it even matter if he has the best damn excuse in the world? Before he knows it, he's standing in front of the door to his doom. Before he enters, he takes a few deep breaths, building up his confidence. He can do this. He opens the door to find Jean Actus, Site 19's director and one of the most widely feared men in the Foundation, glaring at him. He can't do this.
Have a seat, Jack.
Well, looks like this is it. After almost a century, Jack Bright is about to die for the final time. He's hoping that he does a good job of hiding his fear as he sits in the chair across the room from Jean.
Do you know why I've asked to speak to you today?
How could he not?
Yes, sir.
Then why don't you tell me?
Normally, he would crack a joke about Jean not being one for small talk right about now. But he might actually be drawn and quartered if he tries that here.
You want me to speak about the, incident that happened a few hours ago?
Silence. Is Jean thinking about what to do next, or is he just dragging it out for his own amusement? Finally, after 5 seconds that could have been an hour, Jean begins talking again.
Jack, do you know how long I've been site director here?
Oh god, where's this going?
22 years, sir.
Correct. That's 22 years of dealing with absurd nonsense because of you and your colleagues. I thought I had seen everything in that time, but you have proven me wrong today.
Jean pauses to take a breath of oxygen. Oh boy, here it comes.
Jack, why the hell was a giant Furby tearing up my site earlier?
Out of all the clowns in the circus, there were 3 I was allowed to be around. JoJo LeBeaus watched her weight very carefully. She only clocked in at a measly 300 pounds of pure whale blubber, but she did her diligence to maintain the illusion of weighing twice as much. My attempts to engage her in conversation would invariably end in threats of being sat on. Wembley Pinhead wore one of those pointy caps with a puffball on top, which he wore on an oversized prosthetic forehead, which he wore on his real head, which he wore on a lurching storm of frills and ruffles so dense that some questioned if there's even a person underneath. He was subtle like that. Avoided me like the plague, but it wasn't personal. The guy hated kids. There was one time he announced that clowning is a mature art form for a mature audience. Many regard this to be his comedic peak. Scruffy McRubbins had the voice, grace, and heart of a chain-smoking grizzly bear, and he was worth more than all the grandmothers I never had. Dressed in drag more often than not, he didn't just talk to me. He talked to me the same way he talked to everyone else. Like a freak. He smelled like home, but not in a weird way. When I first caught wind of the rumors, Scruffy was the person I went to for information. He was wise, for a clown, and the sound of his voice was the conversational equivalent of a good, hard, deep tissue massage. I found him on a stump behind the den of freaks, polishing the beast tamer's wooden leg for chump change. "If a man can't catch a fish, he'll despair in want," is what he said when I approached. That's how Scruffy was, you see. He never used to stop greeting. He leapt into the conversation ass over ankles and waited for you to catch up. It's all I remember of what my old great-grandson passed on to me before passing on. You ever been fishing before, Barney? No. It didn't occur to me at the time that the question might have been anything other than the inquisition of facts, so I jumped straight into the question of my own. Who is SCP? Scruffy groaned an impressive groan. All of his groans were impressive. Every sound that came from his mouth was impressive. Pretty sure his vocal cords were just two rocks grinding together. You don't want to saddle your bean with all that, he told me, taking his attention back to the leg in his lap. I didn't like this answer, so I ignored it. Why is she coming after us? What's the big shots doing about it? Does the man know about her? Scruffy continued to polish vigorously. There ain't any essay, Barney. Some people just like telling stories. And some stories ain't worth hearing. You keep that space in your noggin reserved for things that'll keep a smile in your gut and your fate on the clouds. The circus is safe and sound, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Circus. That man was perfection incarnate. But I didn't want to hear that I was safe. I liked scary stories. I wanted a fright that would drain the blood from my bones. Without another word, I turned and left Scruffy to his leg. Gordy Lantern-Skull was as much of a showman off the stage as he was on. Every moment rolled off his body with an effortless panache. Every cockney syllable dripped with a wry affection, and he was never, not ever, underdressed. Most times I was too awestruck by his honeysuckle aura to speak to him, but he was my best bet for a good scoop. He was sprawled on the grass, lengths of limbs stretched in repose. Puffs of cigar smoke fluttered out in hypnotic spirals from the flickering caverns where his eyes should have been. Even a lazy evening on the lawn became an art form in Gordy's hands, you see. He waited until I stood right over him before acknowledging my presence. He exclaimed in mock surprise, his eye holes shooting a burst of smoke and fire that came just shy of my face. I laughed, and this seemed to please him.
Looks like I've been found. What can I do for you, boy?
I was clever enough to hold my breath when the smoke hit me, and I was so proud of my cleverness that I almost couldn't remember why I'd been looking for him. What's the story on that SD woman everyone's whispering about?
I wish you hadn't asked,
he said with a skull-wide grin. Gordy rarely needed much prompting to launch into a bit. He reared his legs back and kicked himself upright.
So you've heard the murmurings then? Those dark tales and ill omens the circus folk nary dare whisper have reached your innocent ears, eh? The dreaded dame, SCP. Her very name bites at my lips. It's best you cast it from your mind. Don't make me relive that horror, lad.
Every word had some corresponding bodily flourish, an expression, a turn of the head. I nodded wordlessly, afraid to break the spell he was weaving.
It's against my better judgment to disclose the secrets of the vast ocean of misery looming over us,
he continued, not missing a beat.
But I suppose it's too late to spare you from the upcoming flood. For you, dear boy, I shall pull back the curtain and lay bare the truth.
Thus began the epic of Esther Pleiades Pringlewoot, a young woman who dreamt of molding the world into one where magic and mundane lived side by side, where circuses would dissolve as the realm of the fantastic converge with society at large.
She wants to tear down the walls that divide us, Barney. In her eyes, we are but captives here, imprisoned by the cruel constraints of society.
But I'm not a prisoner. I want to be here. I like making people throw up.
So do I, dear boy. So do we all. But where you and I see a conglomeration of miracles, Essie sees a bubble of magic to be popped. She will tear us from the circus while claiming to be our liberator, and she will make us live ordinary lives amongst the bland folk. But beware. If you dare raise your voice in defiance, she will ensnare you within a book, a fell tome of her own binding, and seal you away within your own story, doomed to rest upon the shelves of her library until Zion calls at the end of days.
This bedazzling bullshit went on for some time. He bowed when he was through, and I applauded him. Thanked him for his time, swore on what stone from which my grave be carved, never to share what I'd heard with another living soul, and left. He went back to staring eyelessly at the sky and thinking about the handful of stories that he didn't like to tell. Scythe was the kind of guy who never needed an occasion to wear leather. If you ask me, a person can't be too comfortable in their own skin if they're always wearing someone else's. Despite whatever instability Scythe may have suffered in his romantic ventures, the dude showed unwavering commitment to his aesthetic. Applied eyeliner every morning with religious devotion. Though for what god is anyone's guess. Maybe it was Satan. Maybe it's Maybelline. Once a week I came into his practice tent and he'd pretend to teach me how to juggle. The big shots were adamant that I learn, and everyone else capable of teaching me either had seniority or is banned from interacting with children altogether. So Scythe got stuck with the job. He hated it. Granted, Scythe hated everything and everyone, though I think my reciprocal loathing caused him to respect me somewhat. Albeit in his own stupid way.
Alright, buttless,
he said with exasperation, which was how he said everything.
Playtime's over. We're done with the hollow stuff. You're doing real pins today. No complaints. Got it?
Bottomless, I corrected him. Barney the bottomless boy.
I know. I'm mocking you.
He swung his head to flip his hair out of his eyes and hurled a juggling pin in my direction without so much as a think fast. It met my fingers and I extended its weight into my hand, then redirected it back where it came from. Instead of Scythe catching the pin as I expected, he barely even registered it coming towards him before it nailed him square in the chest.
Oh, what the hell, kid?
He yelled, clutching his ribs.
This isn't a two-person act, okay? You're gonna be performing solo, so you're gonna be practicing solo. Jesus.
What if we combined our acts? I suggested. I mean, they're already really similar. What if we juggle together pins and knives, and I swallow the pins when you catch the knives in your torso? I was rewarded for my idea with a juggling pin to the head. Not hard, just enough to hurt. I took the pins and started practicing.
Well, look at you go,
he said, slinking against the tent post.
Aren't we the little prodigy? Fuck if I know why they need me to babysit you.
I was a natural at juggling. In hindsight, I think that's no small part of why Scythe despised me so much. Everyone keeps yammering on and on about that SC lady, I said, keeping my eyes on the pins as they danced. There was no way Scythe would tell me about SC if I asked directly, but if I gave him something to complain about, he'd tell me everything. Nobody even really knows what they're talking about.
People here don't got two brain cells to rub together,
Scythe replied.
I heard one guy say that Essie's in it with that Wondertainment hack. Can you believe that? I mean, how does that make a micro-fuck of sense? It's bad enough people think SCP is even a person.
She's not a person? I asked, nearly missing a pen.
Should've known you'd believe that shit. It's just a government front name. The feds don't like what we're doing, so they're trying to shut us down. It doesn't take a genius to figure that out.
Why'd they want to shut down the circ? Scythe snatched a pen out from over my head. I was so thrown off that I completely missed the next one, and I probably would have lost a toenail when it hit my foot if I hadn't already lost that one to Mommy's little bedroom toe jam.
It's 'cause they're afraid of us,
he said, wielding the pin like a knife over my head.
People don't like wild animals when they're not in cages. A lion's only a pussycat until it gets hungry. And kid, the world knows we're starving. These folks have their way. They'll put us down behind the woodshed and suck the goddamn fairy dust from our veins. They just have to find us first.
He tossed the pin back to me and I resumed juggling. Scythe passed the time by trying to see how many knives he could fit into his ribcage. He ran out of knives and got bored, so he left me to practice by myself while we ran some errands up his nose. Asking folks about Essie became something of a pastime of mine. Everyone, and I mean everyone, had a different idea of who or what she was. Jeremiah Puzzlegut said Essie comes from a world that's upside down, and that she'll pull your teeth through your toes to make you her idea of right side up. Laura Jean the Spider Queen explained that SCP is the leader of a group of religious zealots, who consider the circus to be anathema, in the eyes of the great ululating all and evermore. Tiberius Montgomery Shin, who helped with the lights, told me that the SCP Foundation is just a charity that won't stop hounding the circus for donations. Time went on. The stories grew wilder for a while, then they started to die out. Same could be said about the old crew. Scythe turned out to be right about me. I didn't need juggling lessons. Our weekly bonding time didn't last more than a few months. When I was in my early teens, the big shots made my idea of a combined act a reality. After a couple years of that, I developed such a unique and complex repertoire that the folks in charge decided Scythe was holding me back. Poor guy ended up strapped to a wheel while I chucked scimitars into his chest. He took it pretty hard. Eventually he quit performing in the Big Top, then quit altogether. They put him in the Den of Freaks where visitors paid to impale him. One night, he and his friend Jack Daniels decided it'd be nice to relive his glory days by tossing around some flaming katanas. Do you have any idea what burning leather smells like? Neither do I. I wasn't there. Now that I think about it, he couldn't have been older than 30 when he died. I was too preoccupied with shoving myself on his brother to attend the service, but everyone said it was lovely. I'm not sure which half of that sentence he would have hated more. 𝐵𝒂𝓐𝓉𝒾𝒻𝓊𝓁, by contrast, was a performer to the very end. When he died, it happened in front of the largest audience the circus had seen in decades. Everyone loved when 𝐵𝒂𝓐𝓉 would take a swig of kerosene and spurt ribbons of flame from his various facial orifices. But it was nothing compared to the sight of his famous lantern skull unexpectedly exploding like a butternut squash on a powder keg. Some called the volcano of Gore a tragic accident. Others said it was the grand finale he'd been planning for years. Either way, I firmly believe he'd be pleased with the spectacle. JoJo LeBeau stubbed her toe and went septic not long after my 21st birthday. Her remains were burnt, as per the ironic stipulation in her will that her body not be used for any funny business. Story goes that her flab proved to be more flammable than anticipated, and the furnace went spiraling out of control. Most of Sleeper Row went up in smoke that night. I had dirt for her bed from June to September. Wembley Pinhead hung up his ruffles and left the following year. Said he wanted to pursue the dramatic arts. Sometimes folks make a big messy deal out of when people try to leave the circus, but human clowns were basically residual limbs at that point, and Wilfred Pembroke ran away to join the real world with no fanfare whatsoever. And Scruffy McGrubbins, the last true clown at the circus. The last human clown at the circus. The clown who held me after I accidentally suffocated my border collie inside my stomach, and challenged me to put out his cigar with my tears. Well, I don't know what happened to him. People tell stories, of course. They always do, and they always should. The second most popular theory is that he simply left without a word, and lives his days quietly in a flat down in Kent. The most popular theory is that the other clowns didn't like having someone around them who wasn't one of their own. I never imagined I'd end up finding out firsthand who SCP is. Let alone did I think that she might be as curious about the circus as it was about her. You asked me to describe Herman Fuller's circus at its quieter. Well, I'll tell you what it is, Doctor. It's people. Alright. My name is researcher Rowe Lucian, and today I'm going to be talking about the group of interest, Church of the Broken God. Group number Group of Interest 004, the Church of the Broken God. Membership: 3 known factions, around 300,000 worldwide. Resources: USD 1 through 5 billion annually. Anomalous capability. Status: active. Description: the Church of the Broken God is an anomalous religious organization which worships mechanization and believes flesh and life to be inherently evil or broken. Though its origins are unknown, Broken God-related artifacts have been recovered from archaeological digs dating back to the Greek classical period. And church dogma asserts its existence predates the appearance of life on Earth. Central to their theology is that their deity has been scattered, dispersed, or otherwise rendered inert. Through the use of technology, often anomalous, church followers seek to bring together the components of the body of God, thereby allowing the divine a physical form to utilize and bringing about some sort of techno-organic apotheosis. Several SCP objects have been attributed to this group since its discovery. Personnel may reference items indexed under Broken God for a restricted list. The current leader of the oldest extant denomination of the Broken Church, Group of Interest 004-A, is an individual identified in records as His Holiness Robert Bumaro, builder of the Broken God, who apparently gained the title in 1946. Footnote 1. Spanish nationalist records from 1938 mention a civil mechanic by the name of Humberto Bumaro, who received several government citations for miraculous feats of engineering and mechanical repair in service to the state. Whether or not this is the same individual and his whereabouts during the Second World War is unknown. While this sect continues its efforts to reconstruct their deity, the religion as a whole has at some time in the past century undergone a major schism. 2 significant breakaway movements from the original church have entered into a major theological conflict. The Cogworth Orthodox Church, Group of Interest 004-B, espouses a form of literal religious iconography known as standardization, whereby adherents submit to anomalous mechanical enhancement with the stated goal of remaking themselves in the image or plan of their deity. Due to the extent of their mechanical augmentation, members of this sect often emit audible ticking or tapping sounds, and have been referred to disparagingly as tickers by members of the other 2 sects. Cogworth Orthodoxy deliberately adheres to the technological norms of the late Industrial Revolution, and regard the mass production of analog, steam, and clockwork-driven machinery as a form of prayer. Orthodoxy doctrine is highly centralized and regulated by a group of unknown composition, known as the Patriarchs. This body issues detailed production orders and design documents, which form the core of the group's extremely extensive Holy Writ. Orthodox belief decries the use of electronic or digital devices, and views distributed information sharing and decentralization as tantamount to the dissolution of divine knowledge. The Church of Maxwellism, Group of Interest 004-C, represents a modernized computation and network-oriented means of worship. No central organizing church body is known to exist. However, interviews and covert surveillance has determined that all known cells are in regular contact with one another, and capable of coordination. Maxwellists favor small-scale body modification through the use of advanced cybernetics and organ enhancements. While artificial limbs or reinforced skeletons have been observed, Maxwellist implants focus primarily on communication, data storage, networking capabilities, and sensory enhancements. Maxwellist doctrine interprets the Broken God as a fragmented deity, which exists as disparate data present in the linked technology and cultural zeitgeist of the digital age. Worshippers approach the divine by embracing their unique traits and sharing their knowledge and capacity for the good of the collective church. By connecting all minds through computer networks, they believe their deity can be recompiled as the aggregate will of humanity. Due to their use of computer fan noise as a meditative aid, members are often referred to as hummers by members of the other 2 factions. History. Given the fragmented nature of Group of Interest 004, a clear timeline of events involving the Church is difficult to determine. Contradictory information regarding its origin, primary doctrines, important figures, and historical development is collected with every raid on hostile cells. The retroactive recognition of unrelated cults as predecessors of the Church represents a significant problem for Foundation historians. The following is a brief summary of information regarding the Church's history, from sources the Foundation presently considers the most reliable. It is to be taken as a guideline when dealing with members of the group of interest or suspected artifacts, though Foundation agents and researchers must always remember that it represents incomplete knowledge, subject to expansion or amendment with every new discovery. 𝐻𝒂 Anomalous Culture Group. Recent archaeological findings of ancient anomalous sites have established a link between the ancient 𝐻𝒂 dynasty, a legendary dynasty which ruled China from 2100 to 1600 BCE, of which there is no non-anomalous evidence, and the cult of the Broken God. The 𝐻𝒂 culture group practiced a dualistic religion, worshipping entities known as Father Serpent Fuxi, equivalent to the Broken God, and Mother Dragon Nuwa, equivalent to the Sarkic deity, above all gods. Scholars were said to practice the Way of the Serpent, and members of the culture underwent at age 12 transformations into serpentine bodies, said to resemble the body of the dragon. These anomalous transformations, along with the anachronistic technology recovered from archaeological sites, confirm the 𝐻𝒂 dynasty as one of the first anomalous civilizations in historical record. According to 𝐻𝒂 cosmology, Fuxi and Nuwa fought after creating humankind, eventually culminating in Fuxi transforming himself into a great brass cage to imprison Nuwa. While the worship of Fuxi took precedence over worship of Nuwa, the 𝐻𝒂 culture group saw the rebuilding of Fuxi as an event to be prevented at all costs, since it would free Nuwa from her cage and lead to the end of the world. The dynasty is said to have started with the Yellow Emperor, a legendary figure considered to be the initiator of Chinese civilization, who defeated contemporaneous worshippers of Fuxi and Nuwa. Throughout their history, the 𝐻𝒂 civilization would enter conflicts with other civilizations such as the aforementioned cults, the Orthothan civilization, the future Shang dynasty, and the 𝐻𝒂 culture group was significantly more advanced than any other civilizations of their time, having developed structures similar to computing devices up to and including artificial intelligence, as well as a writing system more developed than the future Shang dynasty, and even reality warping devices. They were accomplished blacksmiths, particularly of bronze and beryllium bronze alloy, present in several anomalous objects. The properties of this alloy are currently being researched. Records suggest the 𝐻𝒂 culture developed methods of interstellar travel. Whether these were constructed, theorized only, or something else entirely has not been determined. The 𝐻𝒂 dynasty came to an end following a conflict with creatures identified as golden crows, which destroyed all physical evidence of their existence outside of a few anomalous sites, objects, and organisms. Information on them persisted through legends of the surrounding and succeeding cultures, and there are accounts of the continued presence of survivors as guardians of forgotten history. For more information on the 𝐻𝒂 anomalous culture group, see document 2481. The Mechanite Empire. Ample evidence has been collected of the presence of Broken God cults in Mycenaean Greece, a Greek civilization spanning the years 1600 to 1100 BCE. The Broken God came to be known as Mecane, and over time the cult grew powerful enough to establish a Mechanite empire, existing roughly from 1200 BCE to 1000 BCE. Footnote 2. Translated machine. The Mechanite Empire was a highly centralized theocratic state, with no distinction between the position of political, religious, and military leader. The state maintained control over the production of goods, particularly of the metallurgic industry, considering it a holy craft. The empire had strong trading relations with Egypt, Assyria, and Canaan. Their aggressive commercial policies, evangelization practices, and naval strength made them one of the most powerful states at the time, though they also gave them an unpopular reputation among contemporary states. The Mechanite Empire introduced several important concepts to the Broken God theology, most importantly the establishment of the rebuilding of the Broken God as the ultimate goal of the Church. Written accounts document the change from a primarily deistic religion to the current apotheosis doctrine as far back as 1154 BCE. Of important note is that the earliest known document that proposes this doctrine called the Broken God Wan. Footnote 3. Relation, if any, to the Wan worshipped by the Church of Maxwellism remains unknown. Relationships between the Mechanite Empire and the contemporaneous civilizations, primarily the Daveites and the Sarkics, were often fraught with tension, though proof of alliances between the Mechanites and the Daveites against the Adi-Um Empire has been encountered. Tensions between the Mechanites and the Adi-Um Empire reach an all-time high around the end of the 11th century BCE. Evidence of colossus constructed for this war has been found as far away as the Arakum Desert. Accounts on the end of the war vary, though it is agreed upon that while the Mechanites ultimately won the war, it dealt significant damage to the state, leading to the collapse of the empire shortly afterwards. Artifacts from this time period would be salvaged by various anomalous organizations over the years, surfacing as recently as the 7th Occult War. The city-state of 𝐵𝒶𝓃. The survivors of the Mechanite state experienced a schism after the fall of the Empire. A significant portion traveled to other lands, hoping to find new territory in which to settle. The rest stayed on 𝐵𝒶𝓃, a small settlement mostly undamaged by the war. For both groups, the period immediately after the collapse of the Empire was defined by the need for secrecy. The surrounding states immediately claimed dominion over the Empire's former territory, hoping to find the secrets to the Mechanites' technology. Similarly, the former members of the Empire were hunted, considered a valuable source of information. Survivors looking for new places to live hid their origins, often practicing their religion secretly or conflating it with other deities. It is believed most descendants of these survivors eventually abandoned their faith to facilitate integration with society. Meanwhile, the survivors in the now city-state of 𝐵𝒶𝓃 hid information on its location from the rest of the world, living in self-sufficiency, while recovering from the effects of the war. It would take them until the 6th century BCE to regain their status as an influential player in regional politics, primarily due to their advanced technology. While their overall military strength fell significantly with the fall of the Empire, engineers from the city-state were highly prized among other civilizations, getting them several important allies that guaranteed them a continued existence. No longer possessing a numerous army nor control over sea trade, the city-state of 𝐵𝒶𝓃 would instead concentrate on agriculture and the production of unique goods. The city-state remained closed to foreigners, not willing to show any sign of weakness to outsiders, with the majority of contact with other states coming from trade in designated ports, and the true location of the city remaining a secret. This state of isolation would remain until conquest by the Romans in the 1st century BCE. The city-state of 𝐵𝒶𝓃 was profoundly influenced by the Pythagorean cults, incorporating their belief on the importance of numerology and harmony. It is believed the current Gnostic reading of the Broken God theology may have its roots in this period. These spiritual influences led to a marked increase in the production of literature and art around the 5th century BCE, marking this the golden age of Mechanite literature. Similar advances in automaton design would occur around the 1st century BCE, culminating in the creation of what are believed to be the first examples of artificial intelligence in the European continent. The city-state of 𝐵𝒶𝓃 remained neutral in most military conflicts of the time, though they are known to have aided the Achaemenid Empire in the war against the Sarkics, as well as to have at least supplied military equipment to the kingdom of Carthage at the time of the Punic Wars. The city-state of 𝐵𝒶𝓃 would be destroyed during the 1st century CE, after a conflict with the Hebrews proved their military strength could no longer be underestimated. While followers of the religion remained, no centralized body would form until the 19th century. The Industrial Revolution. The Church of the Broken God experienced a resurgence during the Industrial Revolutions, seeing the proliferation of machinery and mass production as a signal of McCain's imminent return. The various surviving cells would unify into what is known today as the Broken Church, looking to spread the word of their God in the new era. At the same time, among members of the church, debates started regarding the viability of conversion into mechanical entities, searching for a post-Nibbanic state of being. Footnote 4. Post-Nibbanic refers to a hypothetical state in which the converted subject achieves a state of communion with their god. Conversion had not been a widespread practice since the fall of the Mechanite Empire, and several high-ranking members considered any conversion different from the one given by the then-lost gods 𝐻𝒶𝓁 to be a mockery of the broken god. It is believed the tensions inside the church were exacerbated by the oligarchy of the time, seeing benefits in the new religion but not willing to submit themselves to the church's authority. Ultimately, this led to the first great schism of the church's modern history, when several splinter cells defected from the main body of the church to seek enlightenment in the new technologies during the 1840s. With the economic support of several important factory owners and the knowledge of the church splinter cells, several experiments on possible paths of augmentation were performed. The splinter cells looked to further evangelize the oligarchy of the time, emphasizing the usefulness of the Mechanite anomalous technology and spectacle of augmentations as reasons to convert. While few adopted the faith, many would become sponsors of the nascent splinter cells, looking to benefit from their knowledge. The increased awareness of anomalous technology threatened to destroy the veil, leading to the first conflicts between the then nascent Foundation and the Church. Eventually, the majority of these cells would become unified under the patriarchs of the Cogwork Orthodox Church, which became the most important segment of the Church of the Broken God by the end of the 19th century. The 20th century. The Church of the Broken God started the 20th century in the most stable situation it had been since the destruction of the city-state of 𝐵𝒶𝓃. The discovery of several suspected Broken God artifacts by the 𝐻𝒶𝓁 Orthodoxy led many in cults to believe it was only a matter of time until the Broken God was reassembled. The Broken Church, not willing to let the splinter group be the ones to unite God, started their own hunt for the artifacts. The most important figure in recent church history is Robert 𝐵𝒏𝒻𝑎𝑟, a mysterious individual who is first reported as a collector of items suspected of being related to the church. He recruited several enforcers and, through anomalous means, enhanced most of them until they were able to communicate with their god. This was unusual for the Broken Church, as, unlike the 𝐻𝒶𝓁 Orthodoxy, they usually discourage artificial enhancements. 𝐵𝒏𝒻𝑎𝑟 and his agents were able to collect close to 100 artifacts of presumed importance to the church, before disappearing in 1943. He would reappear in 1946, claiming the title of leader of the church and builder of God. To this day, 𝐵𝒏𝒻𝒼r remains a highly respected figure, not just inside the Broken Church, but among all other known denominations. A final schism occurred during the 1990s, though conflicts within the church had started in the 1970s. As technology advanced, many members of the existing churches felt the dogmas were outdated, that the church had to adapt its message to the times. The inclusion of electronic devices and augmentations was the cause of severe controversy in the 𝐻𝒶𝓁 Orthodox Church, culminating in its prohibition by the patriarchs as a heretical development. This addition to the schema resulted in numerous excommunications and defections. Similarly to the situation in the 19th century, numerous splinter cells would emerge, though with significantly less success at attracting funding. Most of them would eventually unify during the second half of the 1990s, following the teachings of a woman named St. Hedwig to establish the Church of Maxwellism. Footnote 5. Information retrieved from the church likened St. Hedwig to actress and inventor Hedy Lamarr, though this claim has not been verified. With commercial links to major players in the anomalous world, such as Prometheus Labs, the Church of Maxwellism would soon establish itself as one of the major denominations of the church. Current status. The Church of the Broken God has an estimated 300,000 members as of today. There's an increase in families of mixed faiths, as Maxwellism looks to evangelize newer generations using popular media and the internet, making them the most important threat to normalcy among members of the church, despite a relative lack of military power compared to the other two denominations. Current church operations center around the recovery of an island off the coast of Greece. The reasons for this interest are currently unknown. 𝐻𝒶𝓁 Orthodox writ is compiled in what is called the Schema of the Patriarchs. In these documents, God is referred to as the McCain and the devil as the flesh. What follows is a partial table of contents of the Schema of the Patriarchs. Volume 1 contains the Broken God. 2. Church of Broken God history. 3. The errors of the Church of the Broken God. 4. The Schism. 6. Cathedral of Industry history. 7 and 8. Indices of standardization. 9. Standardized fabrication technologies. 11. Standardized personnel technologies. 12. Standardized components. 13. Standardized metallurgy. 16. Standardized weaponry. 17. Experimental weaponry. 19. Quest of the Inventor's Faithful. 20. Quest of the Analytical Engines. 21. Meditation on the Blueprints. 54. The Heresies of the Maxwellists. 55. The Abominations of the Flesh. Orders of the Orthodoxy. Patriarchs. A highly insular body of unknown composition and extent. Provides final decision-making and control over all church matters, as well as producing the memoranda and texts that become the schema. Schematists faithful. Print, compile, and organize the schema based on instructions from the Patriarchs. Theoretically equally ranked with all other orders, but in practice exert slightly more political pull because of their editing privileges over writ. Legates faithful. Internal affairs, inquisition, court system. Investigate heresy, mediate disputes, entitled to direct action in cases of conflict within the cathedral or other church properties. One of the two officially armed orders, the other being the militants. Militants faithful. External affairs and self-defense. Deal directly with overt and covert threats to the church, beyond the purview of the legates. function as ambassadors or representatives to other groups except in matters of doctrine, wherein militant forces might be used to supplement a core group of legates, one of the two officially armed orders, the other being the legates. Fabricators Faithful oversee production on church properties, act as foremen and quality control for lay brothers and sisters working in fabrication duties, determine which new inventions are to be sent to the patriarchs for standardization approval. Inventors Faithful, tasked with refining and creating new potential standardized designs, embark on quests to answer key questions of theology and design. By default, all church sentient analytical engines act as members of the inventors. Notable Saints: Saint Legate Trunnion, patron of the Legates Faithful, of the Tenacious, of Pragmatic Compromise, one of the very few Orthodoxy saints not canonized posthumously, casting out of the factory during the early period of the Schism, sometimes frowned upon by more conservative members of the Orthodoxy for her willingness to use relatively covert methods to root out heretical thought. Saint Schematus Platon, patron of the written word, of editors, of timetables, and of diagrammatic organization, enacted massive reforms of the newly founded Schematus Faithful during the early Schism, leading to the highly organized and cross-referential form of the modern schema, also known for her frequent and highly successful dabblings in theology and philosophy. Saint Inventor Diaphragm, patron of the Inventors Faithful, of designers, of repairmen, and of cognition engines, founded the Inventors Faithful and began the first quest for knowledge that would lead to early cognition and analytical engines. Engaged in several well-known philosophical collaborations with Saint Platon, which were fundamental to orthodoxy philosophy of the mind. Saint Scranton, patron of spatial fabric manipulation, higher dimensional mathematics, and anthracite coal extraction. Known in life as the 19th century American industrialist and politician George W. Scranton. He was never a member of the church, but produced several key anomalous mechanical technologies that allowed for analog manipulation of multidimensional spaces. His works were vital jumping-off points for both the church and the SCP Foundation, who derived much of their reality stabilization technology from Scranton inventions. Saint Fabricator Baffle, patron of workflow and the assembly line. One of the earliest foremen of the cathedral, Baffle was responsible for laying out the general organizational plan that the cathedral's work areas follow today. Saint Inventor Chog, patron of chorus, dedicated his life to the study of sound, audiology, and to composing many of the Orthodoxy's most classic hymns. Most members of the Orthodoxy learned some or all of his Symphony of Assembly in childhood. Saint Inventor 𝐼𝒃, patron of the intelligiated. Very little about her personal life is known, save for that she spontaneously vanished one day during a meeting of the other inventors, leaving behind no personal effects save for her seminal In Search of Disembodiment, considered the chief text for those more spiritual members who seek life beyond their corporeal forms. Alright, that's all I have to say about this subject.
29th May, 2008. I am, I was, I will be, I am here. Okay, it's becoming quite difficult to dream this. Hang on, I'm on my diary, I'll be with you shortly. There we go. My name is, or my name was, at any rate, Jacob Montauk. 14 years old, I was born in St. Timothy Hospital in Birmingham. Never really liked Birmingham. Some chavs, the dirt on the street, the dull gray colors of the building. It's the way the rain doesn't cool or chill or make a pleasant smell of dirt. It just seems to accentuate the surroundings. You know, make the gray grayer, the people's faces into something strange and inarticulate nothings. Sorry, Auntie is always saying that I'm over-articulate, and that my prose is wildly self-indulgent. She's right, of course. Only 14, she'd be playing in the sun, not writing this purple nonsense. So, 4 days ago, I fell into a shadow. I didn't mean to. It just sort of happened. I stayed late for school with the animation club, and I tripped and fallen right where the tree blocked the light. There wasn't anyone around to see me. Everything went weird for a moment. Like the very beginning of something happening when you first start to see someone's expression for a moment, before it all suddenly cut off. I think it's because they saw me sprawled all over where nobody could see or help. So they took me. I don't know where this place is. It's just darkness and oblivion and absence. It's like dreaming. I am quite afraid. It feels like a dream hell. For all I know, it probably is a dream. Although I can't seem to wake up. I have these images, this long stream of dreaming images passing through my face. Even as I'm moving through some dream world or building a wall, I'm still in the dark. I can feel it, or at least I feel its presence. In the back of my mind, in the dark behind the eyes, I'm scared. I can't wake up. 9th June 2008. Nothing has changed. I was dreaming just now about a corridor. I was sent down it. It wasn't there, a strange thing. I don't know what it means. I keep hearing voices. I think there might be others here. I thought that they were just part of the dream at first, but I don't think they're mine at all. It's hard to explain. It's like there are other dreamers, and I can hear their dreams. It's becoming easier to tell. I'm sorry, Diary. I should write more on you, but there's not much to write except the perpetual onslaught of dreams. You're a dream too, I suppose. But you're there to keep me from going mad. To help me. 17th June 2008. There are others. I'm sure of that now. They're all around me. I can hear some very clearly. Some keep coming in. Some are quieter, some are more indistinct. I don't think it's a distance thing. This place doesn't seem to have things like this, and some of them just seem more, I don't know, not quite as there as the others. Absent-minded, I suppose. I keep dreaming about that corridor, making it bigger. Looks more like a hotel now. 24th June 2008. I can't stop thinking about Auntie. I hope that she's not worrying. Actually, I hope that she is worrying. Very odd if she wasn't worrying. Quite apart from being out of character, it means she didn't care. I wouldn't really like that. Don't think she would either. There are others here. They have their own dreams, but sometimes keep crossing over with mine, and they steal them. Someone stole my corridor dream. The images were just ripped and crossed over and twisted, and eventually left me. I could see something, them elsewhere, in someone else's head, but they weren't mine anymore. I dreamt about something else. A factory that kept repeating. It must be weird back there. Either I'm gone, or I'm in a coma, or something like that. I'm sure they'll be shedding tears. We'll be talking about how tragic it all is. Maybe making frantic appeals on the TV. I hope it gets somewhere. I hope someone knows what this place is. I think if I just reach out. Shall report back, Diary. 19th July 2008. Forgot about you, diary. Sorry. It's been a hectic month. So, turns out that there's a lot of other people here. I just didn't know how to talk to them. Rose says that it's that way with a lot of new people. And that's why they stole my dreams, trying to get me to talk, make themselves known. 𝐼𝒹𝒄 was very apologetic about that. There's a lot of children here. All disappeared. They all tripped or went down the wrong alley or somehow ended up in a shadow without anybody watching. And then they found themselves here, dreaming away. Same darkness, same images in their head, same endless moment of a wait. Apparently, everyone is normal at first, thinking properly, then slowly they start to be less like they're fading. Their dreams start fading, their minds start unraveling. Eventually, they're little more than a bundle of memories. It can take years, it can take decades, it can take centuries, but eventually, they're all gone. Fade away to the dark. Sometimes, those memories and personalities get picked up by others, like Rose, or then sometimes it messes your head up, making you forget who you are in a way. Rose said it's like you're not one person, you're many. There's something that bothers me about all this, though. Nobody here tries to get out. It's like we're all so busy dreaming that we can't really think about getting out. There's just our minds in the dark, dreaming. Dreaming for what? Anyway, it's good to be around people again. I forgot what it was like. Rose disappeared 5 years ago, apparently, under an apple tree in Texas. She was lying in the breeze, thinking about the vastness of the world, feeling the wind between her fingers. Parents were down the hill. No. Wait. It wasn't 5 years, it was 50. I wasn't talking to her at all, was I? 24th December, 2008. So, here we are, months later. Those of us who are alive and celebrated Christmas drinking a festive nightmare and swapped them with each other. 𝐼𝒹𝒄 joined in too, despite it not being their creed. They created this wonderful Christmas tree in which we all passed through our minds and cast had. It was gold, silver, wonderful. Some of those who were friends seemed to momentarily bounce back. They had more of a mind again. It was nice. I used some of Rose's memories of her hometown, make a nice little vision for us all. A town that had Christmas all year. They decorate their homes and tanks and talk about Christmas spirit. It was nice. Imagine some of the dreams I'd had recently. For a moment, even in the dark, it felt like family. Felt like home. Like I was really holding my spoon and it wasn't just a twisted candle in the dark. But then again, what's the dark for but the lighting of candles? 29th March, 2009. You are, you were, you will be. There's a girl here who binds all of us together. She's called 𝐵𝒶𝓁𝓉𝒾𝒻, and she's one of the oldest ones here. She was the same age as me when she was taken. It's sad that we're stuck down here in perpetual childhood, or perpetual adolescence, dreaming for a power we can't think about or know about. 𝐵𝒶𝓁𝓉𝒾𝒻 was pretty, but I guess it doesn't really matter anymore. All I can see is her mind. Her sparkling mind. It has a kind of vaguely fluorescent glow. I'm not sure how to describe it. It's like a constant spark of an idea. She's had lots of ideas. It was her who first worked out that we could communicate with each other. How we could send and steal dreams from one another. I like her. I like her a lot. I don't want to be writing all this down. Actually, I'm not writing it down, I'm dreaming it down. But still. Go away. 26th October, 2009. 𝐵𝒶𝓃𝓕 and I keep talking. She and AI Fan and Nick and Abbas and I all have a little cater together. But 𝐵𝒶𝓃𝓕 has a bigger responsibility. She keeps everyone sane. There are hundreds, thousands of minds that eventually make their way here. It's hard to talk about distance here. As I said earlier, it kind of exists, but not really. It's like a feeling. Like everything here, I suppose. Anyway, I'm being what Auntie calls tiresomely pretentious again. 𝐵𝒶𝓃𝓕 is the mother to thousands. She teaches them how to dream, tries to keep them together, takes their memories when they can't hold themselves together anymore. She encourages dreams, makes them bigger and bolder. The other day, there was a fraying boy dreaming of a set of gears, and he didn't know what to do with them. So, she took them and made them a grand machine with workings impossible and greater than anything he could have done. He was so happy. His fraying seemed to stop, or even reverse, for a moment. That was nice. I think 𝐵𝒶𝓕 likes me. My dreams are the brightest after all, despite what Nick insists. They're so much cleverer. Wait, one too many errors there. 19th June, 2010. I don't really need this diary anymore. The conversation thousands of us stuck down here is usually enough. As is 𝐵𝒶𝓕, keeps me sane. The only thing is, I absorbed a memory, and a dream today. It was from someone barely alive in the first place. Someone not yet born. They're dreaming of the cold and the rage they felt that instant. They've been floating through here for a few weeks, batting to and picking up scattered images and memories of the faded. There wasn't much of them left, really, and they had pretty much all unraveled. I picked up the dream, tidied it up a bit, and let it fly. It was a strange one, an amalgam of many minds, but the end was understandable. There was this song, this line that was stuck in my head, and kept playing back to me. There is an abortion under the floorboards, and another in the sink. 17th April, 2012. I hear from the newcomers that things are changing up there. Politics, society, technology, it's all moving on. Maybe I won't recognize it, even if I could perceive it. 𝐼𝒹𝒻 is beginning to fade. It's sad. I wish there was something I could do. Sometimes we can keep people afloat for a while, but sooner or later the dark claims them all. It's a shame. 𝐼𝒹𝒻 is my friend. 𝐵𝒶𝓕 is doing what she can for her, but 𝐵𝒶𝓕 is beginning to fray herself. I think she's been here for so long, it's a wonder she's not gone already. I don't know what to do. I love them all. I don't want them to fall to the dark. We have a theory about what it does now, you see. There was a boy, a young fisherman's son named 𝒠𝒧𝒧𝒧𝒧𝒧𝒧𝒧𝒧𝒧𝒧🐠. He fell into the sea, and he saw an eel, and he saw a darkness behind its eyes. He saw it lunging, but in its shadow before it could bite, he woke up here. 𝐵𝒶𝓕 said that she knew about the eel. It's an old legend around here, an old dream, one that's been circling the dark since time immemorial. If the eel's in the world, then it means that a dream of it has leaked out. Maybe that Christmas town that I dreamt of really existed. Or that hotel corridor. Maybe 𝐵𝒶𝓕's machine too. We think that's what the dark is. It's like a radio tower. A transmitter for dreams. The dreams are made real. That's what the dark does. We still don't know what it is. Or why. 26th June, 2012. I never knew, back on Earth, the joy of swimming in another's mind. 𝐵 and I come perilously close to being one, and not two on occasion. Is this love? I think it's love. She sees me more clearly than anyone else, or so she claims. At times, she swears she can see properly, a physical version of me hovering above her. She says it's nice. Not sure if I believe her, though. Still, there are some things I can't really talk about. Like 𝐼𝒹𝒄, the center of her had come unraveled, so I took what was left of her memories. She was my friend, and she had a hard life. Gray communist corridors, a nursery of abandoned children. There were some odd dreams there, too, of a man who lived for centuries to protect his little village. Kinda sounds interesting. I wish I'd been there when I was alive. So many worlds crawling on the spinning sphere. There was another dream of a painting that depicted the wars of the world, or a part of the world. I wonder how 𝐼𝒹𝒄 had dreamt that one up. Strange girl. 29th November, 2012. 𝐵 was born on the open steppe in the 16th century. She grew up riding, shooting, throwing herself through the air with hooves beneath and the eternal heaven above. She played in open fields, she danced beneath the sky, she moved like the wind in the wild world. Then one day, she fell down, and in an instant, when nobody was looking, was stolen away. She came to a place of darkness where her life had barely begun, a place of dreams, a place where humans were not made of flesh and blood, but of wood and wire and wax, little constructs unraveling like wool. She was scared, but she was very brave. Little 𝐵 worked out a way to talk. She realized how the dreams could be used. She worked out how to send thoughts, to transmit emotion, to articulate words. She bound all of the minds in the little part of the dark to her, like a mother. She was like a mother to so many, keeping the fraying whole, making their minds last as long as possible, and she survived. And nobody knew why. But I knew. I was only 14 when I was taken. All those years ago, my mind has grown up down here, my emotions with them. I fell in love with 𝐵, and she with me. I saw the dark twisting and mellow happiness of her heart. Her oh so human heart. She was buoyed by the love she was given. The bond she forged, the memories she collected. She remained herself because she learned to being with others. Many others. Little 𝐵 of the 𝐻𝒶𝓁𝓍. She was so far from home, so removed from time. She lived far longer than she thought she was meant to. She was quick and bright. I know why she died. It was because the whole time, despite all the memories she had maintained and all the brightness she had attained, she was still herself. She couldn't change. She wasn't in a state of flux. 𝐵 was an I. She was a notion of the self, which held her together, but slowly died in the blackness of the night. Today, I dreamt of a man who can never die, but poisoned all around him. I'm in mourning. But wears this black around me like a funeral suit, and yet, in the midst of the dark, an idea occurs. A monstrous one. And one that, if it works, would avenge my lost love's death. 1st January, 2013. So, I propose the following idea to the others. We are fairly sure that the things we dream are made real, but we can't control what we dream. We all enter this world in a state of collapse and flux, dying perpetually until we finally unravel and become little more than a ball of stray thoughts. We can't survive alone. The more we interact and meld with others around here, the longer we last. But we can't last forever, so long as we hold on to a state of being, a state of knowing that we're a self. Otherwise, we fray into tiny strands, picked up as stray thoughts by others still left alive. So, I came up with an idea. The only way we can survive is to become one. We must all sacrifice our individual natures and merge. One being, One child of many. A mind of madness strung together by nerve and wire. Because we're stronger together. Some objected. Some said that this happens anyway. When we slowly fade, we are all lost. We are all sprung apart, scattered among the new children, who are scattered in their turn. Why hasten the process? Why not cling on as long as possible? Because I said, if we were strong enough, focused enough, hive-minded enough, then we could dream ourselves. We could never have left our families. We could return to the lives that were stolen, to the childhoods ripped away. We could feel the wind on our skin again. That convinced them. We may have our little pleasures down here, but when you're never sure when you begin and the darkness ends, when things like morning and afternoon and night are frail, arbitrary anchors we have invented, when your mothers are far away in an unknown place and time, when you live like that, you can't help but want to get out.
February 2013. They are. They were. They will be. We were born in England, Iran, America.
We were raised in Texas,
Beijing,
the Midwest,
The Free Steps.
We are Jacob,
Abbas,
Nick.
Ifan,
Rose, and Golia.
We are.
we were.
We will be.
we see many things.
No, I do.
No, we all do.
We see the others, their dreams, their fears.
They are them.
Then they're us.
We are many, and we act as many.
We see dark, we see light, we create strange images.
Of a deal with a devil in a frozen land.
Of a faceless market stretching into endless night.
Of another dying in another dark.
Of elephants weeping for their lonely mother.
It aches.
Our substance aches.
Or what is left of it.
It sees with the pain of the many.
All we want to do is curl up and be alone.
And we never can. May we wake up from this infernal prison.
19th March.
2045.
Diary.
We know of this diary.
It was the product of the mind of one of our founding members.
Jacob Montauk.
This element still exists within us.
We have decided to use it
to siphon off the thoughts of the hive.
We are all voluntary members of a large collective organism, organ monkey grinder of some sort.
It's getting harder to be ourselves.
To be one.
We've absorbed a large chunk of the total number of the missing now.
There are still many hundreds of thousands to go, but we're getting there. It's getting harder to make the thing attach.
I'm meaning the words.
We are.
For the time being.
But soon we may not be.
Or rather, we will be, but can we attach a meaning to that when there's nothing outside it?
We are the universe.
We are the oblivion.
Then, is there an oblivion at all?
Do we only exist when defined?
Against the other?
Nothing is definite.
Even our dreams are unseen now and full of monstrous and forgotten thoughts.
We'll have to ruminate on this further.
Further into the void.
19th March, 3994.
We are.
We were.
We will be.
The crushing weight of all that ever was as the last child becomes part of the one. Let me tell you.
No.
Let one part of me tell another part of me the story.
There are new parts added all the time.
We work like clockwork.
An engine in the dark.
I dreamt today of a man imprisoned.
He betrayed his foe.
So he stood suspended over the top of an idea blasted into space forever. A war of ideas that went around and around forever.
I dreamt today of a crowning red.
Of a fire and gold of 7 brides for an emperor. Imprisoned, he will be free.
But I'll die like all the rest, screaming in his own pointlessness.
The facade of his fiction
scattered to the winds. I dreamt today of a vagabond, writer,
artist. I dreamed he lived, breathed free, learned what life was.
And that his thoughts echoed 1,000,000 miles hence.
I dreamt today of an ancient tradition.
Of the little communities and frozen pleasures of the common folk.
Skating on the ice forever.
Pirouetting and twisting in one and many times and places.
I dreamt today of a cemetery that did not belong.
Ghosts of a future war.
It snarled and scraped and scrapped.
Between the children of humanity and the children of the machine.
Auntie was right about Jacob being irritatingly pretentious.
They could have been described so much better than that.
1 year after the death of reason.
The winds would whistle over the waters.
The hills.
The oceans.
It would fly free.
Kicking up sprat and dust. Foam over sand.
The beaches under the midnight sun were ever changing.
Ever present. Where vagabonds and lovers would sit and think and kiss.
Hops grew in wafting fields beneath the moors.
Little clay huts scattered around the entrance to the walls.
Little gray skies kissing the little gray clouds.
The rain wetting the crops and soaking walkers.
Running through some wilderness of woodland in overcast weather.
Running through some wilderness of woodland in the overcast weather.
Marble columns in front of the libraries.
Marble columns in front of the libraries.
The smell of paper and books. Musty and welcoming.
The lights of a train as it plunged through the tunnel.
Shaking all inside as they hugged up against the cold.
The sights of an ancient bazaar.
There isn't a world anymore.
There's just the dark. It won. It took our dreams and it won.
We are all that's left of what was.
A memory engorged upon itself.
The last scraps took themselves from time. We are the dark and we are suspended here.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
It all goes into the dark.
Some rough beast slouches towards Bethlehem.
Grinding rebar and freezing concrete.
An unknown time in a sky of inky black.
Nicholas Nick Halsinger was born in the Midwest.
He was born to a loving family. In winters, he would skate on the ponds and laugh with his friends.
But he had another habit.
On very cold and crisp and clear nights,
he would go to the bridge in town and stare out over the pond.
Looking at the stars reflected in the water.
Nobody was watching.
So they took him. But after that, while he dreamt beneath the world,
his family and friends and parents persisted.
And they thought, in their minds,
of 100,000 different ways he could have been killed. Every fantasy, every twisted, paranoid dream and nightmare
brought to the fore on the cusp of their mind.
Dreaming of the ways he could have been taken.
They were all aspects of a greater whole.
They weren't separate scenarios at all.
They were darkness. One more strand for every child taken.
An endless circle.
The dark exists because it has to exist.
In the minds of every frightened and determined parent, scared for their child's life.
They already know what's happened to their children.
Because they can see it. They can see the dark. We never stood a chance.
The heat death of the universe.
3 p.m. in the afternoon, Eastern Standard Time.
Where am I?
Where am I?
I float, lost in time.
I awake with all these voices in my head.
Am I a plural or are we singular?
I don't know anymore.
It's all dying. Matter itself.
The rocks crumble into dust. The dust crumbles into atoms. The atoms crumble into waves of energy.
Concepts roll in on themselves, even the dark.
The dark is dying.
Its purpose done, its crimes committed.
The greater void awaits beyond it.
It's coming now.
Slowly, achingly.
That oblivion that ends me.
Us.
The dark was just a memory of humans.
A feeling.
Of fear that bound.
What awaits is more. What awaits is not a thing.
With a capital letter and an ominous feeling.
People often fail to understand what it is to be blind.
I know, for I have dreamt of 1,000 of the blind.
Blind to so many things.
People think that being blind is like having your eyes shut, but it's not.
When your eyes are closed, you can still see.
Blackness, the fires in your retina, the colors of your brain.
To be blind is to not see that.
To be blind is not to see nothing, but to be incapable of seeing.
Avoiding your head when your eyes should be.
To die is not to sleep.
To die is not to dream.
To die is not even to find oneself in an undiscovered country.
To die is nothing. To die is nothing.
To die is to never have been,
because all that was erased.
There was just an end, an oblivion.
I was once so scared of the dark that took me.
But it doesn't matter now.
The dark is a thing, like all other things.
And it will die too.
Soon there will be nothing but absence.
I can't remember who I am.
Let me do something. Give something back.
Let me give her back. Let her live.
Or a memory of her, a shade, a vision in furs, skins.
Riding on horseback with the wind within her hair.
The last syllable of recorded time. This is how the world ends.
This is how the world ends. This is how the world ends.
This is how the world ends. This is how the world ends, not with a bang, but a whimper. It's coming now.
The moments are shrinking.
The area contracting.
The dark is fraying and ripping.
I shall be brief, diary. My constant companion within infinity.
I am Jacob Montauk. I did not merge with the others at all. I absorbed them, ate them. I did not realize it until just now, at the end. I murdered them all to keep me alive. I failed. All the memories, minds, and souls they took into me made me unable to think or to remember. All is dust now. All is calamity. I should have dreamed this back centuries ago. Millennia, eons. But I couldn't think. And then there was the dark. And there was nothing to be dreamed back into, just an end. How could I let them go back to their lives? Their little realities when all will be dark. England. I shall dream of England. I shall dream of her fields. White with snow in winter. Fresh with dew in spring. I shall dream of her hills. Of her hedgerows and buses, her rose garden, her marble columns and concrete abhorrences. I shall dream of England so that she lives. Some small, twisted shadow of her, some dying breath of home. I can do something for the others, though. Maybe I can take dream of something back. Show them history, show them all that will be. Show them how to fix things. Someone. Whoever is out there. Whoever understands what it's like to die in the dark, so others can live in the light. It's coming now. It'll all be over soon, and then I won't have to be alive anymore. I won't have to be the stolen child, dreaming for millennia about a half-remembered reality that will waste and nothingness away. Oh, dark, dark, dark.